And we are live. All right, wonderful. Getting this all set up here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you're doing great today. It's going to be a fun one. Going to be a fun day of Beyond All Reason. We're going to play some games. We're going to be watching some games. We're going to be having a whole lot of fun. We'll probably do an after stream event as well after the matches have concluded. We'll see just how far we get and just how far everybody else gets, how long this tournament takes. Sometimes these round of 16s, they can really go the distance. It's best of threes all the way down, and it should be a good long day of Beyond All Reason fun. Other things that are worth mentioning, because I don't usually have a delay. There's a delay. Obviously, for fairness' sake, it's part of the rules for the way that this tournament works. There's a delay on the stream, so it's about 5 minutes. So sorry, I'm not gonna be able to interact with anybody in like live, time like I usually am. I'll have to, kind of read it and respond. So I'll be talking to you from the future, sort of a thing. Other than that, though, I hope you guys really enjoy. Let me grab my replay or my announcements here. Should be not too bad. Time for the fight of our lives. Go ahead and post that link. And go ahead and copy text. And we're going to post it in the official Beyond All Reason Discord as well. Let's head on over to the official Beyond All Reason Discord as well. Where are we here? There we are. Are we here? Slap that in the official Discord. Should be a whole lot of fun. Are we actually live? It's worth noting. It's a 5-minute delay, so it's quite stupendous. Is gonna mean that it's gonna like take a while for this to actually start broadcasting, isn't it? Hadn't thought about that yet. Had not thought about that yet. Yeah, we're not quite ready to oh yeah, delay starting in 54 seconds. We got a 50-second countdown going right now. All right, well, it should be popping up here any second. Meanwhile, looks like the bracket is finalized. I'm going to refresh it one more time just to make sure, but it looks like it's finalized, and ironically, of the multiple people that are going to be casting games today, it looks like today we're going to be going right up against Lost Deadman. Oh boy, this is going to be hard. Lost Deadman is extremely good. Just showcased one of his 1v1 games. Yeah, this is we're in for a battle. We are absolutely in for a battle. I hope that we can make something happen. I'm hoping to go for some cheeky shenanigans. Should be good fun. Should be a whole lot of fun here. You're gonna have to pardon my intrepid silences and apparent ineffectiveness. We're trying to organize everything. Trying to make sure that everything's looking shenazzy. So the way this works is there's a bracket, and I think it's closed. I'm pretty sure it's closed by now. If you haven't signed up already, you're too late. You're a little bit too late, unfortunately. You're not too late, however, for the European qualifiers, the EU qualifiers, in case you're interested in signing up and you do want to compete. Now, if you're NA like I am, then it's gonna be a little late. I think it's like 4 in the morning or something. But sacrifices and whatnot. It's okay. Yeah, it's February 11th. Wait, is that right? Is it Sunday? There's two different dates I'm seeing here, or 2 different times I'm seeing here, but they're both unfit. They both say February 11th at 4 a.m., but I don't think that's... Oh, maybe there's just 2 qualifier events. Oh, maybe I misunderstood how this works. Well, anyway. We're here now. That's all that matters. We're here now. Ah, there we go. Okay, thank goodness the stream came up in an online. Da 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 da. Yeah, my practice streams didn't end up happening. that was you know, that was supposed to happen and then it didn't. And yeah, I can only apologize for my lack of being able to follow through on that one. Life. She is a cruel and bewitched mistress, but you know, it is what it is. So we're gonna be going into this, you know, having a good time, just doing what we're doing. We also hit 5.5k subs. Yeah, that's true. We did, and that's pretty impressive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even. I used to make like a post every 1,000 subs, and at this point, I have run out of words to describe how happy I am that the community keeps growing. It's like, I mean, on so many levels, I am so thrilled. Like personally, it's just always, you know, been a dream. Like, yeah, it's cool to have such a stunning community to engage with and you know, have a fun hobby to share with everybody. But also, as far as like, I just love this game, and I really love the work that gets put into it. And I love passion projects like this. I love a good piece of art, and it feels like that's really what Bar is. So it's also great to see it grow. Add BPL to your lobby name and 2 players in the match. If you see admin or commentator message you, please let them into the lobby. Only if they say nice things about me. Yeah, sounds about right. All right, should we set up a match here? The problem with setting up a match is everyone can see what I'm doing. Everyone can see the passwords and the matches, so what could I do about that? I guess I could just turn off the screen really quickly while I set up a match. I guess that's what I'll have to do. Let me try and contact Lost Dead Man. Oh no, what does Lost Dead Man go by on Discord? At L. Okay, that's them. I will set up a server. Okay, yeah, I think the way I'm gonna have to do this. Sorry about this. I know looking at a black screen maybe not the most thrilling thing in the world, but I think just for, you know, security's sake, just making sure that everything goes properly. I'm gonna have to set this up. Yep. Are we... Did it work? It says it worked, but then it didn't, oh, there we go. All right. Oh. Oh. They kicked me out. They kicked me out for spam. I was trying to clear the chat by, yeah, spamming the, spamming so that it would get rid of it. That's annoying. That's annoying. Let me try this again. There we go. Did I actually just break the server by spamming it too hard? That's hilarious if I actually just broke the server by spamming it too hard. Cluster US 209. I don't know. I don't know if this is the right server or not. Let's try this again. Let's try this again here. I know the black screen is not thrilling to enjoy. All right, let me just rename this. DPL Lost Dead Man versus Brightworks. SmackDown Supreme. Can I do, is there like a clear command? Well, there's no clear command. Let me message at LDM. Actually, I should probably just put this in the chat. Yeah, I should probably just put this in the official chat. Test. Clear. Testing. Go. Now. Into. The. Dark. And. Void. Bingus Con. There we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. I know pitch black, utter darkness is not the best, but we have to do some things to make sure that at the very least there's a little bit of security. Otherwise, what's the point at all? What's the point at all? Yeah. Okay. Let me at L. Go. Server is up with our names and BPL in front. Pass is, and I have to, oh, I shouldn't have flashed that on screen, shouldn't I? Defeated the entire purpose, didn't I? Whatever. Whatever. Be cool, guys, be cool. I cannot remember it. My memory is so terrible. And just like that, we are set up and ready to go. I gotta figure out how to do this. Boom, 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 boom. I'm guessing ranked game doesn't need to be turned on, right? Are there any other settings I'm supposed to turn on? Maybe I should check that. Maybe I should check that. Let me go to the rulebook here. There's an official rulebook, so if you ever have any questions, it's a good place to consort. Let's see. Player rules, deciding maps. All matches are best of 3, all finals are best of 5. Map selection is falls for best of 3 stage, higher seed A, lower seed B. So higher stage. Wait, what? Oh, so A bands, then B bands, then A bands, then B bands, then A picks, B picks, and then leftover. Disqualification. Qualifiers, don't need to worry about that. Okay, so the map pool. We have Onyx Cauldron. Was that in the first pool? I don't remember Onyx Cauldron. Yeah, the map pool's changed slightly. Oh. Oh. Wasn't that interesting? Yeah, the map pool has changed a little bit. Okay, sweet. It looks like we still have Red Comet Catcher and Certigeta, as well as Desolation, Canis River. Hold on, can I show this to you guys? I would love to show this to you guys. Let me see if I can wrestle up this thing to look correct here. Put that, and then let's hold on. Stretch it to the screen right here. Grab that. That in. Well, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Hold on. Bear with me. You all know the technical stuff isn't exactly my specific strong suit. There we go. That was a lot better. Okay, great. So if hold on, I can zoom in a little bit here. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. That's nice and legible, right? So this is the rulebook. In case anybody's curious, I guess I can just scroll up to the top and show you this. This is the official Bar Pro League rulebook here. So it's got a whole bunch of stuff that's all very good to know. In case you want to participate in the qualifiers, this is all really, really good to know. Let's see here. Tournament rules, all that. Very nice. Deciding maps. So this is how it works. So LDM is a whole lot better than me at 1v1, although I'm level 31. Oh no, because I think it's still team preset right now. So he's a lot better than me at 1v1, so that's how you decide your higher and lower seed is quite literally just your OS. So he's going to be A in this situation. So he will pick one, and then I will pick one, and then he will pick one, and then I will pick one, and then, sorry, he will ban one, and then I will ban, he will ban, I will ban, and then he will pick, I will pick, and then there's one map left over to enjoy. And I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna ban Comet Catcher. I just cannot be bothered to play on that map. Disqualification, stream sniping, match fixing, all that sort of stuff. Very important, very important. I'm going through this with you guys to inform you of the rules, but also because I need to go through this and make sure that I'm well informed of the rules. Let me make sure that I'm not missing. Oh, apparently we're randomizing it. Oh no, okay, never mind. So, oh, my bad. My bad. Apparently we may not end up going up against Lost Dead Man. What a bummer. What an absolute bummer. All right. It would be kind of funny to put the two streamers. I don't know. There's going to be a couple people streaming today, but yeah, I know LDM and myself are going to be the two that were like, you know, super committed to this. So it's pretty funny to put them up in the first one. So it's like, all right, knock the streamers out first. Get them out of here. Definitely not Copium because I know that LDM is going to kick my behindy. There's prizes as well, in case you're interested, in case that's your motivator here, and you're not just here for a day of fun. There's plenty of prizes. Man, I wish the mouse was moved off the screen when we took these screenshots. Anyway, yeah, so these are the map pools. Onyx Cauldron, Heartbreak Hill, Canis River, Certigeta, Desolation, Red Comet Remake, and Paradise Lost. Yeah, if you're looking for maps that I'm probably gonna play, Onyx Cauldron is kind of cool, but it's really complicated. So is Paradise Lost, but I love Paradise Lost because it's a naval map, obviously, and you all know I love me some naval. If there's one place where I think I might take a map off of, off of the old LDM, I think it's gonna be Paradise Lost. That being said, it's just because I know he's very good on the ground, so I don't know how he is in the water. I just tend to assume that most people are unfamiliar with the water. It just seems to be the general gist of the way of the nature of the game. I could be totally wrong, though. Okay, looks like we are refreshing the bracket, so never mind. I clickbaited everyone by getting you in here and pretending like I was going to be fighting against LDM. So far, this bracket updates in real time. Wow. Wow. Okay, I mean, I hope so. Doesn't look like it refreshed, but could be wrong. 3-minute delay. I did 5-minute delay, but 3 minutes sounds good too. I think the rules actually say 5. I think there's actually for some reason I feel like there was a actual specification on this. Time for matches. All players are granted 7-minute breaks time between each match, 1.5-minute pause. All players are granted a 15-minute break over each series. Yep. Oh, a 3-minute delay minimum. Okay, yeah. I'm over delayed by just a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, the difference between a 3-minute delay and a 3-minute, what is it? 3-minute delay and a 5-minute delay. I mean, you can do the math, but I think it's about 2 minutes. Not the biggest deal. Not the biggest deal. It should be fine. Let's see though. I'm trying to figure out. It doesn't look like it's working. Oh, well, here's the bracket. Maybe this will be fun to look at. This was not what I meant to pull up on this browser, but this is the bracket so far. However, I think it's supposed to change, is what I'm being told. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. It'd be pretty funny if we did re-roll this and we just me and LDM actually did end up going with each other. Oh, do I have to check in? Oh shoot. I should hit the check in button. There we go. I'm checked in. I did not realize I had to hit the check in button. Whoopsie. I checked in on the Discord, which is just usually where I go. Oh, okay. It has been re-rolled. All right. Looks like I'm going up against Vador or Vador. Don't know Vador specifically. Should be good though. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and this is the qualifiers, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. This is the qualifiers. So there's actually a main event, which is this one here, the February 24th main event, which is going to be pretty cool. So this is the qualifier. So I believe it's top 4. Oh, let me message Vador here. All right. Well, let's rename the lobby, shall we? Oh, that's right. This thing it really doesn't like when I have Windows up. Let's go ahead and delete this. I think we've taken a good look at it. Yeah, for whatever reason, OBS really doesn't like when I'm looking at a window while I'm also trying to live stream. For whatever reason, it gets rid of my cursor. It's pretty annoying because I wish it didn't, and I wish I could keep it up. But you know, let's go. At least he has a chance now. Yeah, I might actually have a chance now. Lost Deadman was a scary, scary first round opponent. Yeah. Anyway, rename. I don't know. Vador might be better or worse. I just don't know Vador. I've watched a couple of. It's like, you know, the terror you know versus the terror you don't. Vador versus Bright Works. SmackDown. Supreme. There we go. There we go. Howdy. Got a server up for us. Let me figure out what the password was real quick. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. There she blows. The higher seed is the higher OS, or it's the top name. Oh, it's higher OS. I don't see him. I don't see him. I'm messaging on Discord, but I don't see the player in game. Players in game does not coordinate with the players in Discord. Someone asked, is there a loser's bracket? And Barcast said tomorrow's tourney. That's pretty funny. Can you add me friend in bar? Bab Lord Vader. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Let me see. Oh, there's a bunch of people. Bunch of people waiting to be my friend. I always accept these because it makes it really easy for people to join in. Oh, Flo added me as a friend. Wow, that feels like a powerful friend, huh? I always add people because it makes it really easy for people to join in on the streams, which are usually right here, now that I think about it. Accepted friend request. Lovely. We've made a new friend, everyone. That's what it's all about. All about making some new friends. Oh, there he is. There he blows. Let's set this to duel. Preset duel. Let's turn off ranked game. Oh no, he's level 40. Level 40. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. It's gonna be a battle. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah. Here, let's go ahead in here. Your pick first ban. All right, let's see what he has to ban. Let me see. Let me pull up that list. Yeah. I'm gonna move to game chat. Just balancing between the Discord and the game chat. You know, it's quite a hootenanny. So once again, we have Canis River, Red Comet Remake, Heartbreak Hill, Desolation. Oh, he banned Paradise Island. I think he means Paradise Lost, but I get the idea. What a bummer. Okay. Well, I ban Red Comet Remake. Alrighty. I ban Red Comet Remake. Your go. I think it's 4 bans. Although I could be wrong about that actually, because it's, yeah, it's 4 bans. You play 3 maps, so everybody, we each just ban 1 more. We each ban 1 more, then we pick, then well, you'll pick first map, then I pick second. Okay, he banned Onyx Cauldron. That's fine. I wasn't really a big Onyx Cauldron fan. So far we have Red Comet Remake, Paradise Lost, and Onyx Cauldron are banned. Let's see, what should we go for here? Maybe, how about, I'm gonna ban Sertigeta. Yeah, I'm gonna ban Sertigeta. Alright, I ban Sertigeta. always hard to figure that one. For the longest time I thought it was the Serigeta. But there's a T in there, so it's the Sertigeta. Which I feel like I should have known. That's locale. Anyway. Alright, your pick. Alright, your pick first map. Let's see. So, from the map pool, that means that we have Canis River, Heartbreak Hill, and Desolation are going to be the 3 maps that are available today. Chooses Heartbreak Hill. Alright, that'll be a fun opener map. I'm going to say Canis River for the second one. Alrighty. I'll go Canis River map 2. And that leaves Desolation. And that leaves... Sweet. Let me update the Discord and we can get started. All right, I'm gonna put a little message in the Discord. I feel like I kind of want to start a trend of keeping track of things here. At TNT, can I at myself? Oh, I totally can. Versus at Dark Lord Vador. Wait for shuffle? Oh, I thought it already shuffled. Oh yeah, I need to put the tourney mod. Where is it? Experimental? Restrictions. Thought I could have swore I saw it in here. Wait, is it on here? Oh, it is. There we go. There we go. There she blows. I mean, I guess we can keep the ranked game on. That really doesn't change anything. They're talking about a reshuffle here. I'm waiting to see if they do that. Are they... Let me reload the bracket real quick. I get an affirmation that the bracket is locked. Ah. The bracket, they say that the bracket has changed, but I'm looking at it. It doesn't look like it. Unless I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, and just like that. All right. Never mind. All right. All right. Bracket just got reshuffled. GG. All that for a drop of nothing. Okay. Well, we tried. We definitely tried. You know, huge props to Vador being on top of it. Getting out here and being on top of it here. Let's see. The bracket got reshuffled. So now we're up against RB Squidum's Ooh Woo. Lovely. Yeah. Bummer. Thanks for being on top of it anyways. Let's see. Can't tell who what person this is. You too, mate. Thank you. Thank you. You as well. Thanks. You as well. I'm gonna hold on to the lobby. And I'll rename it, I guess, because we're gonna be going up against RB Squidum's Ooh Woo. So let's rename it for the third time today. Rename RB Squidum's Ooh Woo versus Brightworks. It's gonna be a long lobby name today. Smackdown Supreme. All right, there we go. Now let's see. RB Squidums, you here, mate? The intricacies of figuring out a tournament and trying to get it up and running. Argon Wolf said, Bright, I know you're already in game, but you're going to stomp these fools so hard they won't know which way is up. Two things. The first of which is, nope, I'm not in game yet. I sure tried. I really did. I tried to get to the game as quick as possible, but it didn't end up happening. Modulo, is that my guy? Are you, or it's at Modulo? Are you RB Squidums? Are you RB Squidums? I'm gonna take this out of the public chat. Things tend to get lost in there very easily. I think this is who I'm going up against. Let me double check the bracket one more time. You never know. You never know. Oh no, I'm going up against Modulo. Oh, never mind. Hello. We are fighting now. I've got a server up. All... oh, what was the password again? I should go find the password again. Everyone's gonna know the password to this server by this point. I really wish they would just lock the bracket. I'd really making it difficult for me. I don't know what the reshuffles are even accomplishing. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I really do. Whoa. Ah. The good agua fresca, but it cannot beat the cold, refreshing taste of a Mr. Pibb. This is actually not a Mr. Pibb. This is his edgy cousin named Pibb Extra. Hopefully Mr. Pibb is having a good recovery, but I've heard he's not doing so well. My feller was just speaking in the public Discord and then suddenly has stopped speaking to me, Mr. Modulo. I'd appreciate a swift and hearty response. Always makes me feel well appreciated. Oh, there we go. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ah, gotta suck out the marrow of the Pibb. No, I was mistaken. You are my opponent for glorious combat. I thought Arby Squids would be my opponent, but apparently that also has changed. We went all over the board here. We took a nice little tour of the many people that are playing these games. Oh, Steadman ended up with Nazah. That is a tough battle. That is a real tough battle. Hey, we got a Modulo. Would you look at that? Ladies and gentlemen, we very well may be able to actually play a game today. Good to see you. Everybody wave hello. Everybody wave hello to Modulo. Oh, look, you waved back. All right, your pick. I'm a little worried about the bracket reshuffling again. All right, our brackets set. Thank God. Brackets are set, ladies and gentlemen, and that means it is time to duel. Let's do a little negotiating here with Modulo. Alrighty, mate. Your pick first, ban. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started right. Ban Heartbreak Hill. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so Heartbreak Hill, if I do recall, was actually the match we were going to play our first one on before not so long ago. There's the maps. Okay. So we banned Heartbreak Hill. I'm going to go ahead and ban Comet Catcher again. Alrighty. I ban Comet Catcher. The red one. The Red Menace. Red Comet, I mean. Red Comet. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot Comet Catcher is a different map and not in the map pool currently. Alrighty. Your go, Modulo. Ban Paradise Lost. No! Alright, I'm gonna ban Sertigeta again. Alrighty. I ban Sertigeta. Your pick. What we playing? Alright, so that leaves us with that's a nice square out of the middle of this. So that leaves us with Desolation, Canis River, and Onyx Cauldron are the three maps. And it's Modulo's pick to pick the first map. I don't know. He picked Canis River. Okay. I think it's risky, because if I go for, like, Desolation is a big standard common map. But if I go for Onyx Cauldron, we might both be on a back foot, and I don't know. I'm pretty good in the thrivings of chaos, so I might be able to make something happen there. I'm gonna go with Onyx Cauldron then, yeah. I'll go Onyx Cauldron. Cauldron. Alright. We have our maps set. So let's see. We go, yeah, Canis River, Onyx Cauldron. Let me update the Discord, folks, and we can get started. Smiley face. So we're going to be doing Canis River, Onyx Cauldron, Desolation. Let me put all that in the Discord so that everybody has some sort of record of some matches played here. At TNT and at Modulo versus Modulo starting very soon. It'll be Canis River, Onyx, Cauldron, C-A-U-L-D-R-O-N, and then into, oh, what was the last one? Oh, shoot, I forgot the name of the last map. Scrolling as fast as I can. Desolation. All right, let me change the map here. So we're actually playing on the right map. That would probably help too. Let's see. So, oh, you know what? I hope I have the maps downloaded. I did not check for that at all. Uh-oh. Okay, so Canis River is our first map. Change map. See, oh, you know what? I know I have this one downloaded because I just casted that match of Strawberry versus LDM on this map. What a good one. What a good one. Okay, I'm just making sure that nobody wants to spectate. Anybody wants to spectate. Let me reply. Pass is, and let me grab the password actually. All right, we're all set. On your marks, get set. Bar. I like to update everybody in the Discord, at the very least the admins and whatnot in the Discord whenever I start a match. I feel like it helps in case they want to jump in and spectate. Oftentimes it can be a little bit confusing if you have to, you know, message someone and they're playing a game and then they have to pause or take a break or, you know, wait till after the match is going. It's a lot more convenient if you can just jump into a match here and there. So I try and just hand that off to the, oh, I'm not in the right macro. There we go. The right macro. So, you know, funnily enough, having watched that game of, that game between Strawberry and LDM, I feel well prepared for this map. I feel somewhat well prepared. Let's see here. I think I'm going to spawn right over here somewhere, maybe. Somewhere, maybe. So vehicles have to go up this ramp. Bots can just walk right up this hill. So that's, by the way, just the terrain, the way the terrain works on this map. Boy, my stomach is rumbly. I might have to go take a food break after a little while here. I have to remind myself, this isn't the regular stream. I can't go straight into my bot lab here. I'm going to have to actually build some economy. Modulo messaged me. I crashed. Oh, okay. No problem. Forgot to pre-crash the computer. It's a tale as old as time. Happens to the best of us. Okay. I think we are basically ready to go. Boy, the stomach rumbly. Hope you guys can't hear that. Responsible drinking is not fun. Where'd this come from? I want to be on my front porch playing an accordion in a thong whilst my neighbors call the cops. You just invite your neighbors over. It's a easy solution. Easy solution. Yeah, Modulo said he's restarting. If he doesn't come back in time, I'll stop it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Oh yeah, there he goes. Can I just, should I just... I'll just stop it. There we go. No point in doing that. We were so close. We were so close to a match. One of these days we will, and I promise by might and fury, through hell and high water, we will get a match started. Ah. Check the bracket one more time, make sure it didn't update. I see people talking about it, makes me real nervous. No, okay, we're still set. We are still set. Okay, let me put this up on screen again. While we wait for our friend here to rejoin, we can just go ahead and whop, bop. Great, that looks great. Yeah, so this is the rulebook, and these are the maps here. So we're gonna be playing Canis River first, which is this lovely desert map that you just got a sneak preview of, right over here. Going to be the first map, and then we go to Onyx Cauldron, which is this weird water map over here. Should be interesting. Like, I think bots are going to be really cool over here because you can send them up north. There's like this little choke point over here. There's also loads of hills and mountains and whatnot, which might be cool for maybe some spider bots if we get to T2. I'm a big fan of a rapid onset T2 transition, but you know, it is what it is. And then Desolation right here in the middle with kind of this two little hillsides over here. Pretty good, pretty good. Should be some good fun. All right, let me go ahead and close this now. I have to like actually fully physically delete this, otherwise it won't work properly. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. It's getting hotter, yeah. Should be some good stuff. Yeah, this is on a 5-minute delay. Sorry if I didn't explain that. I think I explained that at the very start of the stream, but yeah, I'll explain it again now that everybody's here. Yeah, there's a 5-minute delay in case you're wondering why I'm not as responsive as usually I am. I think I'm gonna play Cortex today. I feel like Cortex is gonna be really strong on basically any map. Armada will take Paradise Lost, and that's the only one. Every other one, I think I'm gonna have to play Cortex. Listen, it's just too hard to beat the Grunt's efficiency. It's so good. Yeah, it's a brutal weapon of war. What is wind speed on this map? 14. Average wind is 10. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Any changes I should be aware of? Oh yeah, the demon got added officially. Salamander got officially added as well. That's cool. The dragon got updated as well. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, and Lightning Ship and the Flamethrower Ship are both in base game. Let's go. Oh, Light AA added as well. That's kind of cool. Demon. Oh, the demon took a DPS reduction. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, that was spectator chat. Not where I meant to be. Not the end of the world, but not where I meant to be. We're gonna go for a bit of a variation on the standard here. Gonna go for the single wind turbine just while the wind speed is high, and then we'll go into another one on the back of it here. When wind speed is maxed out like this, you might as well make hay while the sun is shining, as Saul Goodman would say. Famous Beyond All Reason player, Saul Goodman. But yeah, and then eventually I want to transition into a solar panel here. If the wind holds me here. Hold. Hold. We love Lobby Simulator. Yeah, I know. I know. It's fine. We're getting there. Oh, that's not the right hotkey. That's the not hotkey. The hot or not key. Send that guy over there. This guy is
low power.
Desperately low on energy. Let's go for a little bit of wind turbines. Into full-on gruntual warfare. These Cortex wind turbines are not the very best. Let's go protect that guy. This guy. There we go. That works. Let's expand in that direction. Feels pretty good. Deflecting these attacks. Our opponent has gone Armada, which is interesting. Oh, he's gone blitzes, too. Interesting. Oh, come on. Catch the thing. LLT will clean that up for the most part. Blitz is over here, gonna take a nice bit of damage. Should have self-destructed that. Probably, ideally. Send 3 of these over here. All of those, basically. Try and lock this down a little bit. Oh, that's not great. Dance! Dance! Get that up, and then we'll go for a little bit of reclaim here. Let's put 2 of those in position here.
Low
Energy is
power.
looking a little low here. See if we can catch one of those. Well, that's a big push over there. Didn't expect that. That's uncomfortable.
Metal extractor lost.
For a bunch of those. There we are. All right. Let's recover here. Recover. Let's see what we're going on over here. Need to get a little bit of scouting done. Real easy to just set all these up. Leave them be.
Low power.
For a little bit of damage control over here. Yeah, so he still thinks that's my main facility over there, which is fine by me. He's got no idea. Actually cannot even spend all the metal. Lot of vehicles over there. Love to see it. Something like that. Go for anything like that. There we go. Looking pretty good. Eating up all this feels good as well. Then let's grab this, eat that. Bring him over here. And let's send some aggression over in this direction. Creep backwards. Grunts actually kite blitzes pretty well. It's pretty strange, but yeah, they do. They do.
Aircraft spotted.
Oh, interesting. We both had the same idea. Come on, exploiters. Do your thing. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Cancel that last, Commander. I don't know. I don't know what just happened there, but I guess it works. Kill this real quick. Absolutely make sure we kill that real quick. Timing on this has to be absolutely perfect. So let's make sure it is. There we go. Absolutely wonderful.
Metal extractor
Love to see a
lost.
good pickoff like that. Commander in a little bit of trouble over here. Cloak to get rid of those Janus missiles. Oh, no D-gun energy? Come on. Come on now. Oh, he got 2 of them off. Damn. Damn. Oof. Not good. Definitely not good. Ah, no! Ah, I lost him to a tank over there. No! Ah, I couldn't do it. That's so tough. Man, I felt boxed in. GG. GG. What do our graphs look like? Oh, I just had a better expansion overall. I started trailing off. Definitely should have gone for a T2 transition when he lost that first bout of metal. That would have been a huge play right there. Go for some T2, go for a bunch of fiends. Oh, that was a tough one. GG. What was our next map? I completely forgot. Oh, it was Onyx. That's right. Onyx. Let's hope I can take one off. We're 0-1 so far, so hopefully we can take one off here and we can go to game 3. We will see. That was a fun match. That was a fun match. APM is limited. APM is very limited. He's all ready. Let's get it started. The vehicle transition was nice. I should have gone for a couple of bombers, I think would have been a good idea. Losing my main base definitely hurt, but it wasn't the end of the world. I never expanded behind myself though. I never like locked that down. I think I needed more units dedicated in that direction. Unit production just never turned on. I was shy on constructors at the very start of that match for sure, which was a little bit strange. Now this is a cheeky one. I think I'm gonna go for some of those good old-fashioned Cortex bots here. Wind is crazy good on this map. All right. Well, that's always nice. Love me a good wind speed. Question is, does holding the northern area or the southern area mean more on this map? Hard to say. We might even get to go T2 here. Who knows? We'll see how the wind speed is. Started off pretty good and then plummeted almost immediately. 1200 metal over there. Or energy, I mean. Wow, yeah, wind speed absolutely plummeted. Guess we'll go for a solar panel. I was hoping for a little bit of wind, but, you know, you get what you get, and you throw a fit. I think that's how that goes, it's saying. Alright, there's the wind speed. Looking pretty great. Excuse me. Let's see here. Hopefully we have enough energy to just go straight into a constructor and it'll be fine. It'll be fine, surely. .29 wind, I mean, it's a pretty fabulous amount of wind. Can't even lie to you. Wait, no, not that. Let's do that. Grab all these. Make a big reclaim command. Set this up. Grab this. Send that guy over there. Actually, send this guy over here. Just going for ticks. All right. Is there a path up over here? Nope, not for that guy. There we go. Let's go help this lab, I guess. Pump one of these out. Build that guy. And then let's build this guy real quick. Let's just do something like that. Just to make sure we have boots on all over the ground. Oh, okay. We're going for a bot battle here. Should be fun. Should be damn fun. We will see, though. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. The trick with Cortex is to kite forever and always. Oh, he caught me on a hill. Caught me on a hillside. That guy is lost. We must replace the trees with LLTs. I think Boris Johnson said that. Actually can't kite against the water right here, which is kind of annoying.
Low power.
Oh, come on. Don't kill that. Come on now. Killed my thingy over there. Not super cash money. Something like that. he's got something over there. Alright, not bad. I feel like we're falling behind on the build power front, though. Maybe we'll go for another one of these. Think we could go for it? I bet we could. I bet we could. Extra super duper greedy, but I bet we could do it. That guy. Troops moving up north. Not super comfortable, not gonna lie. Move these back. Don't particularly want those spent. Not quite yet, anyways. Alright. That looks pretty good. Let's wait for these to come up and online. Can uncloak the commander. We'll just go build some of these, put one of those down. Put a little, do one of these shenanigans, just to make sure a rogue tick doesn't get it. Repeat command, move here, move there. Oh, they're actually basically all moving over to this direction. Oh, wait, you can still chill over there. Chill over here, go like that, there we go. Basically everybody except for you two. I need your help. The Empire has called for your service. Alright. Let's get one of these. Look at those. Couple of rogue boys have peeled off in that direction. It's a little uncomfortable. Yeah, that's not super chill of you, dude. Not super chill whatsoever. Oh, vehicle bay. Interesting. Very interesting. Oof. Not an ideal fight for us, I'm not gonna lie. I have got these T2s though, and I think they might help. Fiends are pretty good after all. Wind production going down definitely stings. Come on now, boys. Actually do some work here. There we go.
Low power.
All right. An excellent raid on the entirety of my livelihood here. There goes all my power. Now the thing about having no power is that these LLTs are effectively useless. Isn't that just lovely? There we go. Let's resurrect like that. See if we can still make something happen here. It's gonna be tricky, but I think we can do it. I believe in us. Believe in the me that believes in you. Oh, there's some air coming in.
Aircraft spotted.
Unfortunate. Ah. Lost on my fiends over there. That is looking about GG. Ah, both of those go down. Damn. GG. That's gonna be the death of me right there. I went for the greedy T2 lab, but I couldn't actually express any advantage because he took down my power. Well played, Modulo. Well played. My lack of experience certainly coming for me. Ah, yeah, the expansion. Boy, I almost had him right there. That's right about where those fiends started coming out, and then it all went to hell as soon as his run by with the pawns overwhelmed me right there. GG, and just like that, I'm eliminated from the tournament. Yeah, I had a feeling that might be the case. Oh well, that means today we get to spectate a whole lot of really good games. Players that actually know how to play the 1v1 tournament. And there we go, eliminated from the match. Very first round. So sad, so tragic. The fiends could not carry me. I should have just played Armada, really. I had no idea Modulo was a real Armada enjoyer. You've won the lobby, my friend, so you're the boss now. You've won the lobby. Feel free to use it. GG. Let me report this to the authorities. Let's see, me v Modulo 0-2 Modulo win. There we go. I just let them know right now. Beautiful. Man, losing all those wind turbines really sucks. Really sucks. What a bummer. Let me make sure that those get reported properly. I don't want it to be missed here. I put it in the Discord, and that's pretty much as proper as it gets. But yeah, let me see. Come on now. Maybe I can well, either way, I guess that works. Let's go ahead and leave this lobby so that Modulo can use it if they so choose. And then hopefully we can find some matches to go spectate. Let me make sure that this actually goes somewhere important. At here's TV. I just hold on. Maybe I shouldn't add him. He's probably casting a game, or maybe looking at a game. I don't know. Something's going on certainly. Are there any matches about to start? Question mark. Oh, I think Sargeras and Modulo are about to fight. Oh, maybe we can just spectate their match. That could work. We can lean in and spectate and learn from our conqueror. Let's see here. There's a lot of servers available. They're supposed to put BPL in their name if they're running a BPL server. I think I forgot to do that as well. Oh well. It is what it is. Let's see. Oh. Looks like a lot of them just finished up or something. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. All the servers just disappeared. All the password privated servers just disappeared. Did they all just crash or something? Oh no, I was filtering out passworded. Ah. There we go. Let's see here. My goodness, there's a lot of passworded. Did anybody put their passwords in chat? Maybe if I comb through chat, I can figure it out. Oh, I think we have to hold on. Yeah, I think I have to update on this as well. Report scores. Oh, there we go. Score. Yeah. Okay. 0, 0. Submit score. There we are. Sweet. So Sargeras and Modulo, Turbo, and Blowdeer. Oh, that'll be a good game. That'll be a really good game. Let me know when your match starts up so I can spectate. Trying to find matches here. This is always a fun one. Trying to find matches to watch, because we need a spot where you don't post anything but your lobby name and the password to the lobby, or we just need like 4 lobbies that are set, or 16 lobbies, however many are lobbies set up, and you can just join between them. It's a little inefficient. Why are all the streamers getting totally owned, says Fievel. Because we're streamers, we're not actual pros. What do you think this is? Too busy talking out loud, smug, right? Modulo is OP. Modulo is pretty tough. Seems like he knows how to play the game, I would say. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to get into a match here. ZLO versus Mighty Sheep. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Is there a pass? Let me see. That'll be a really good game, actually. Let me see. Zlo, can I get the pass to your match to spectate? Bliss? He's playing Raven Dawn. Yeah, it's so that I can bring a wonderful bit of content to you lovely folks. We're allowed, luckily. Mighty Sheep AFK. What about Threxy versus Arby? Let's see. Yeah, anything good will work. Looking for matches. You will do great. Let's see what we can find. Threxy versus Arby might be a good one. See if we can find it in here. Yell at me if I've missed it. I know it's in here somewhere. There's ZLO. I've been watching the ZLO one because in case that battle starts up, that'll be a good one as well. My goodness, there are so many. Okay. I don't see any. I'm not seeing any. Oh, wait. That's Axis. Thought it was Arby. Did Lobby just dip? Or not Lobby, did Mighty Sheep forfeit? What on earth? Yeah, actually just reported 0 on his game right there. Huh. Interesting. Blodeer, is your match starting soon? Let's see if we can find Blodeer. Also, apparently I'm not on the commentators list. That's weird. I'm supposed to be. Oh, he's in game already? Oh, damn. What's the pass? Let me in. Let me in. I really want to watch that, oh, what is it? The ZLO match. Who's ZLO going to be going up against, I wonder? I guess ZLO is just moving on. Got the pass from Mighty Sheep, which is pretty nice. That speeds that up quite a lot. All right. Well, hopefully for this next round of games, we can have some passwords. Yeah, I think we saw this coming. See how much practice you got in. Yeah, all 0 of my practice. Yeah, the practice streams never really fell into place, did they? They certainly ended up. Oh, no problem. Barcast, so polite, man. Said sorry for the downtime. No problem, man. That's just how these things go. Yeah, the old 0 practice that there was. Who is there to blame? You know, surely it couldn't be myself. Oh, what's this? Not practicing to play 1v1 and then jumping into a 1v1 tournament and losing in the first round? Who could have seen this coming? Yeah, surely nobody could have predicted that one. Yeah. I'm not, that's why I'm not upset about it whatsoever. I hate watching wind turbines burn, but man, it's hard to be upset about it when, you know, you don't practice for that sort of thing. Where? The thing is, I see ZLO's game, but I don't see any other games. Which is weird. Are there games that are, like, in progress? Oh, they locked the battle. Shaman versus Shashkarin locked the battle. Damn. Let me in. Let me in. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of battles that are all open. This is a BPL server, but it's... They're playing Entrenched Plains? What? What is going on here? Something strange is happening here. I'm not sure what's going on. I feel like staring at this lobby is not exactly the most entertaining thing. Maybe we should watch a game. We'll just watch this until I can get a, until I can actually get a password to go watch a match. Vador is casting his match at the moment. Oh, man. How can we yell at you for missing it? You're on a 5-minute delay. that's you've caught on. Damn, they're alerting. Gotta love the new beefed up computer, able to actually just catch up to a Raptors game. This used to be a thing of imagination, the wildest dreams of many. Now it is a reality. Welcome to the Jurassic Chicken. I was so terrified about putting that in my Power World video. There's like a 6-segment clip of that song in the Power World video. And I was like, if there's one thing that's gonna bring this entire channel crumbling to its knees, it'll be the 6-second clip of the Jurassic World, or the Jurassic Park theme song from 19-whenever. I was like, I was so genuinely terrified for that. And then nothing happened. They didn't even copyright it. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I was worried for nothing. Maybe I shouldn't be running my mouth, though. Maybe I should just stay quiet. How many of you guys have played Raptors? Do we have any Raptors fans in the chat? This is usually, so when it's like 4 a.m. and I wake up in a cold sweat and I can't go back to bed. This is what I do, is I just hop into a Raptors match. They're so fun but also brutal. It's like it's a good challenge. There's a lot of modded Raptors that exist nowadays, like this, for instance, which is Nutty Raptors, which is a mod that, ooh, I wish I could remember the name of the person who made that. Crispy Nut? Is that the person who worked on it? Oh, I can't remember it now. Oh, I feel really bad about that. Anyway, it's a mod that's been, you know, in development. 1% of the commander. It's a mod that's been in development for a good long while, but it's great. It makes Raptors really, really challenging as opposed to the base game, which is kind of trivial once you play it enough times and you kind of realize what effective strategies there are. Then it's kind of like, okay. But it changes a lot of things too. It makes it a pretty fun experience. Shields on commanders obviously is like one thing, but it's also unbalanced commanders, so you get these super, you know, cool super unit commanders, which are all like leveling up constantly. It's a lot of fun. Let's see if there's a passworded game. There we go. Thank you. We do finally have a match. All right. We finally have a match. Let's see. Let's see. Sargeras versus LMNOPQRS. Sanguine Sargeras. There we go. Yes. Ta-da! I'm in. Alright. Let's wait for Modulo here. Thank you, guys. Oh, I'm not supposed to say anything in that. Actually, I'm going to delete that. You're just supposed to put your password, or your lobby in your password. Sure hope they ban maps and stuff. Oh, you also get to play with the Legion faction, which is always fun. Always love playing a good Legion game. This is a little more entertaining than just watching the lobby, right? I hope so. I feel like this is a little better. Ooh, that was a big EMP right there. Nice and juicy. Right into the heart of that base. So one of the other things that changes about this is when you go up to T2, the Raptors get extremely aggro against you. So if you start up a T2 economy, they start to get really pissed off. And then they will come for you with Hell and Fury, or Hellish Fury, however it's said. And yeah, that can be pretty brutal. This is also a pretty awesome map for it because you get these choke points over here. So at the very least, the Raptors are sort of semi-focused in their pursuits. Always fun. No, we're gonna watch this game once it starts. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they picked maps. All right, let's leave this. We're ready. On your marks. Get sets. Go. Love to see it. And we're back. Welcome back. When are my games? About 30 minutes in the past. My games are gone, yeah. I didn't make a very impressive run for myself. And as we've already noted, it's not exactly a surprise to basically anyone. Yeah. Commander does not practice for 1v1s, jumps into a 1v1 tournament and loses. Who could have seen this coming? Frankly, it would have been more upsetting if I had won over Modulo. That would have been pretty bizarre. Also, I think my ranking was like 30 or 40 or no, it wasn't 40. It was like 32 or something, which is bizarre because I have played like 6 1v1 games in my entire career. So I have no idea why my ranked duel games are anything higher than like 4. You know, my OS should be like 6 or something. Sargura is going to be our red commander on the southern side here, spawning his Cortex, versus Modulo, who has decided to represent Armada this game. Love to see it. I did not have the confidence to go for it, but Modulo kicked my ass twice in a row, back-to-back with the Armada units, so just going to show that they are pretty stinking powerful here, so I'm excited to see what's going on. We're back on Canis River, so wind speed is down to 10.8, 10.7, there we go, 6, 5, 4, dropping slowly but steadily here. Wind speed not tremendous on this map. Certainly going to be a little better for Armada, though, who has slightly cheaper wind turbines. Yeah, 37 metal for a wind turbine versus 45. You know, for the longest time, that was one of those things I just had no idea about. I had no clue that it took Armada a little bit less metal to actually build wind turbines. I had absolutely no idea. Modulo going up to about 70 energy production here before going for the lab. That's interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Sargeras suffering from that wind speed. My goodness. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts pretty bad. Dropping down to 4 speed right now means the red commander has to delay a little bit and go into another solar panel here. Modulo as well, though, goes into another solar panel. Starting his 3rd rather than 2nd. Yeah, we're looking at 2 solar panels here, or at the very least the 2nd one coming up for the red commander versus already up to 3 for the blue commander. Going vehicles here as well. Vehicles seem to work out pretty good, especially on this big open flat map. I was thinking the bots might have a little bit of an advantage, especially getting into the backline, but that relies a lot on getting into the backline, and if you can't do that, then it's not really going to be very effective for you. Either way. Yeah, trying to build more of those wind turbines, but man, the wind speed is just not helping. This is what you need a resbot for. That was a build that I was trying to copy off of Lost Deadman, where he went for the constructor and then into the resbot here, if you notice that. There we go. We do start one up here for Cigars. Very nice. Modulo now starting up a couple of those blitz tanks. I think this is definitely what you got to do as Armada. You really can't afford to go into pawns, especially not on big open maps like this. Just doesn't work out. Nice catch with that grunt. Finds one of the rovers. There's still a couple more available. Can rovers cross this little waterway over here? Oh, you know, I hadn't thought about that, but that's another huge advantage of the bots, or the vehicles, pardon me, is that they can actually cross this waterway. I don't think bots can. Hold on. There's a traversability thing. Oh, not mute. No, not that. F2, there we are. Traversability index shows where units can and can't go. And it looks like units can just go everywhere on this map. Huh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misunderstand fundamentally how this map is supposed to work. That's likely. It's definitely likely. couple of rovers going around trying to find a scout right now. We do have the blitzes pulled back to try and intercept this grunt that's moving across right now. This grunt is just queued into the back line. Eventually, it'll run right into this blitz, and I think we all know how that's going to go. Oh, very nice. Good micro right there by Cigars. Recognizes, hey, you don't actually have the units over there to defend that, so pulls it back. Rover here, over here, going to blast this way. Ooh, can we get a self-destruct? Self-destruct. Ooh, not going to self-destruct. I hope you guys see. I hope what my matches here have been a perfect demonstration of is that despite knowing how this game works very fundamentally, I do not have the experience. So I can tell you, I can critique all day long about these commanders and little micro things that they could do better, but absolutely take it all with a grain of salt. I want to be very genuine with you folks. I want to be absolutely crystal clear about the fact that it's very easy to sit here and commentate a game. It's much harder to play this game, especially play it well. Constructor in a little bit of trouble over here. Going to be pulled back. Can actually just eat up that rover. That's nice. Yeah. It's kind of a funny threat, right? Like, don't get too close or I'll bite you. Rover just going to distract the constructor, though. Eventually, grunts are going to pull back here, though. I do love 1v1s because, especially when you're watching actual good players, aka not me, when you're watching these players actually go and do these high level matches, it really shows you just how much the micro all over the place can be worth. Grunt moves forward here. Ooh, might get a mech. Nope, the blitzes are going to catch it in time. Very nicely done. Modulo doing a great job of spending the resources. I feel like that's something that I struggle with quite a lot, is actually spending the resources. I feel like I oftentimes get myself into a position where I eco like absolute crazy, get a whole bunch of metal in the bank, but then I just don't have the units out on the field. I just have a bunch of big numbers on the top of my screen, but no units all over the place. And then when I finally do get them out on the field, it's already way too late. The balance has been disturbed. Grunt gets a metal extractor over here. That's quite nice. Would have liked to pick on the constructor over here. I feel like that might have been a slightly bigger deal. Either way, though, the aggression across the map is definitely brutal. You sort of lose that pacing, right? Once you don't catch these constructors moving out and about like this, they start to set up static defenses, and it's really hard to get that advantage back. So I love that we see units on both sides of the map here trying to be aggressive, forcing play and counterplay right here from the blue and red commander. Still, it's a lot of blitzes over here on the red side. The blitzes are just sturdy enough to deal with some of those heavier units. Ooh, constructor caught by a single grunt over here. Can we finish it? Oh no, finish the... Oh, we're not going to finish the constructor over there. What a bummer. That could have been huge. Blitzes jump on top of this LLT over here. Grunt's trying to save it, but that is a lot of blitz power. Yeah, commander is not over by the main base, and these blitzes do find the main base without any static defenses. No twin guards, no LLTs, no nothing. Grunts are going to be trying to clean all this up, but those blitzes are so sturdy when they're in a big pack like that. It also helps when they're bundled up because the laser beams can't penetrate, right? So they kind of just hit the first one, and then all the ones in the middle are going to be perfectly fine. That is a huge hit right here. Yeah, very, very nice. Those blitzes, there's not too many of them, but it's just enough to do some critical damage over here. Commander's going to have to be pulled to go clean all this up. Pulls the commander away from the front line. This also is so APM taxing to try and deal with this. Down goes the lab. Takes down all the blitzes at the very least. Seguris going so low on energy, though. We need so many more solar panels. Hate maps that rely on these solar panels, because basically the best thing for your economy is to just send 2 constructors to go build solar panels in some corner of the map and try and defend it. Such a metal expenditure, but it really is the only way to get enough energy out on the map. Modulo seeming to disagree that, well, kind of. Going for some solar panels here, but also going for wind turbines. I guess a mixed economy here does send you the benefits of that cheaper energy production from those wind turbines, but also the reliability of the solar panels is always good to see. Armada vehicle is Armada vehicle is really good for 1v1, says Cage. And I would tend to agree, I guess. Modulo absolutely making it work. I should definitely give it a try somehow. I don't know. I'm not. I like team games. I think seeing the T3 units is definitely my jam. You all know where my priorities lie. It's playing Legion and playing with Phoenixes. They start a 1v1 league where Legion is enabled. That'll be my tournament right there. I'll sign up for that tournament any day of the week. Maybe that's what we'll do later. We'll get some of the people who were knocked out from some of these games, and we'll do a big team game afterwards. That might be a fun one. Grunts over here doing a nice bit of damage to shut down some metal extractors. That's always nice. Managing to find an angle, even though they're over there sacrificing their lives for the Brotherhood. Sargeras getting themselves back up and running. Yeah, the solar panels, man. I hate it. I hate the solar panel. That should be no surprise to any of you. At this point, though, the economy has just been so steady here for Modulo. And this is the tempo advantage that builds up slowly but surely here. The Red Commander not able to finish out this game quite yet, but has already got such a tremendous advantage just because unit production has been unhalted, where the Red Commander just hasn't been able to produce units for the last 5 minutes. Well, not 5 minutes, the last 2 minutes maybe. Just because, yeah, that hit to the building over here and then the energy production going down. Now we're low on build power over here. It's a mess. It's a mess, and it's a difficult mess to get out of. Exploiters are down. Now that's a big ball of blitzes. I'm saying that 3 times fast. Modulo doesn't have the resbots to benefit from, but it doesn't really matter if you can just produce enough units over here. Seguras moving the commander into position. There's a little bit of cactus-based napalm over here, I do believe. Little ferns burning to the ground. The dry bush. Couple of blitzes. Pulled over here. Nice. It does distract a portion of the army, so that's always nice to see. LLT did some good work over there. Shut down a couple of those blitzes. There's another LLT over here as well. Gonna blast away some of those. Love to see that. Blitz is getting so much value right now, though. And just like that, Sargeras basically shut down. Wind turbines go down. The bot lab is in a whole lot of trouble at this point. Commander is even being attacked. Those blitzes are very low, but at this point, I mean, you can see the economy. 5 metal coming in for Seguras versus the 50 or so coming in for the blue commander right now. This is definitely feeling like a very, very dire situation. I would say this game is just about over. Oh, the Resbot's getting hit too. Resbot barely survives. If there was any comeback available at this point for the red commander, it's going to be that Resbot. But you need so much energy for the Resbot, the solar panels are under dire threat right now. Yeah, these blitzes are pulling away the blitzes from the red commander. Leaving the base critically exposed right here. Low power, low metal. Down goes the red commander. GG. Modulo taking game number 1 in this best of 3. Very nicely played. GG is called. Let's take a look at these graphs. Yeah, Seguras doing a great job of keeping up for about half of this game, but then slowly trailing off. As you can see, the aggression kept spiking and spiking. Spending that metal, I agree, is absolutely the hardest thing. Trying to reasonably spend the metal while also, you know, keeping yourself in a pretty healthy situation as far as units to economy goes. Very tricky to balance. Very, very tricky. Are we playing Paradise Lost? I didn't even get to play Paradise Lost, and these guys do? Can't believe this. What were their bans? Oh, all right, we're starting it up. Never mind. You guys can pause it and go take a look at that, but I missed it. Either way, going into Paradise Lost, this should be fun. I love Paradise Lost, and I didn't even get to play it on my own matches. I think Modulo absolutely knew my strengths and decided, you know what? Why don't we forfeit him the match here? Oh, well, I don't think these boxes are correct. Ooh, I might be wrong. Hold on. Let me take a look, actually. It's not the worst deal, but, yeah. Not the worst deal, but it's certainly a little bit, you know, a little bit incorrect. Let me just find that really quickly. Having fog brain here. Oh no, the boxes are correct. Okay. For some reason in the last tournament, I think we had the boxes in the top left and bottom right corner. I guess not the case in this one. There have certainly been some revisions. Certainly been some revisions. But down they go. Modulo spawning as the blue commander. Seguras spawning as the red. Over here on the western side. Going for Cortex this time. Interesting. So we're going Cortex versus Cortex here. Both commanders looking for that Cortex Navy, I suppose. Which is funny, I really thought Armada would have an advantage here in the Navy, especially because the submarines are so much cheaper. But I guess Modulo disagreeing with me here, as well as Seguris. Sorry, is it? I hope it's Seguris, or maybe it's Sargeras. Sargeras, yeah, we'll go with Sargeras. It's an E, not a U. I'm thinking of Tom Segura. But Seguris is a completely different thing. Both commanders going for a little bit of economy here, although I will say Seguris has definitely gone for a more Navy-centric economy here. Yeah, Modulo going for the land-based economy means that he's safe from naval harassment at the very least, whereas Seguris gets to start his bot lab a whole hell of a lot sooner. Usually what I love to see when I go for these naval battles is a submarine pumped out almost immediately and sent across the map. So easy for a submarine to do so much damage over here. I mean, you can imagine a single submarine basically keeps this commander out of the water essentially forever. Forces Modulo to go into some sort of cheeky play. Like, you either have to build a coastal torpedo launcher, or you have to build, you know, a torpedo launcher in the water. Like, there's ways to deal with it, but it's never comfortable. It forces some major expenses at the start of the game, which is always good. There we go. Yeah, we do start up a submarine. Very nice. The Orca. Ugh, 580 metal, though. My goodness, those things are expensive. Can't blame the Red Commander for going for that wind power, especially when title is at 15, which is just terrible. 15 is super, super inefficient. Around 20 is when you start to get to the efficiencies of fusion reactors, and around, I think it's 26 is when you start to get to around the efficiency of advanced fusion reactors. So all that borne in mind, yeah, this is not a good map for tidal power. Wind speed slowly picking up here. Eventually going to be able to help these commanders out, but man, if there's one saving grace to the tidal power, it's obviously that it's constant, but you know, constant low power versus fluctuative high power. I think I'd probably take the wind speed as well. Either way, submarine is almost finished up here. Just got to put a little more metal on it, just the last finishing touch-ups. There we go. Last coat of paint gets slapped on that Orca, and it's going to be able to head across the map here. Hope it books it all the way across the map. Ooh, not going to be the case, actually. Torpedo launcher coming up over here. Nicely done by Modulo. That torpedo launcher is absolutely critical. If that thing doesn't come up, this submarine is going to just have a field day pushing through over here. Gunboat versus gunboat. I think the gunboat's going to win it. Oh, actually the gunboat took the victory. Okay, didn't expect that. We've got a row of torpedo launchers over here. Okay. An exorbitant expense, to say the very, very least. Palm trees in the way of economic expansion. Move over, relaxing palm trees. It's time to mine. A whole bunch of gunboats now coming out. Single gunboat that was in an engagement earlier is going to be damaged a little bit here. Hopefully this Orca can do some damage across the map. Right now, Modulo definitely going for a bit more of an economic order here. Has the constructors going around, building some torpedo launchers, building some metal extractors, all that good stuff. Really, really expensive in the naval battle. You have to, I mean, basically you have to pay basically the same cost as vehicles, a little bit more than vehicles actually, like or about like 1.3x the price of vehicles. That's a weird way of saying it. In other words, yeah, you just pay a lot more for boats as compared to vehicles. So it means you need a lot more metal. Hence why this map has so many metal extractors, by the way. It's part of a good map design over here. Gunboat is going to find the constructor. Oh, that's so unfortunate to lose the construction ship to a gunboat. I hope we eat up the boat at the very least. Oh, there's a fishy. There's a fishy. Hold on. We gotta pause to appreciate the fishy. The fish. We have the laser penguins, but maybe one day we'll get laser fish. Those would be menacing. Damn near impossible to spy. Submarine was halted and path redirected here, used for defense as opposed to offense. We do eat up the boat. Nicely done right there by Sargeras. Very, very nice. Commander. Idle. Wondering about purpose. Position in life. First frigate hits the battlefield. We are going right up to destroyer tech. Okay, interesting. Modulo going for a very high-tech army right off the get-go. Right, high-tech navy, rather. Opting to go for destroyer comp rather than frigates here. Although it does look like there's a big mix coming up here. So maybe just leading with the destroyer and then eventually leaning into submarines and assault frigates. The thing about frigates is that DPS-wise, they out-damage the destroyer. However, that is if the destroyer is within range. And that's kind of the whole purpose of the destroyer, is it's like a siege unit that you can use. Oh, construction ship goes down. It's like a siege unit you can use, essentially, that can fire away from long range. It does a lot of damage too, don't get me wrong. It just, if you have 2 or 3 frigates, they can easily take down a destroyer if they jump on top of it with absolutely no support. Love the herring coming out. The missile corvette here for the Cortex faction. Herrings are absolutely critical if you're going to go for a destroyer. Very nicely done. Yeah, the destroyer has limited sight range, definitely less vision range than it actually has when you do the what was I trying to say? The destroyer is less. Sorry, I was distracted by the question in chat, which says, will there be regular community games after this today? Yeah, I think so. I think we'll play some games after this. I don't see why not. I feel like we should probably play some community games after the tournament today. It's actually moving along pretty fast, so we might get to see the finals of the qualifiers before even our normal stream would end. So I feel like we've got until 4 at the very least, but I also just don't really have anything else to do. So I think, yeah, we should probably play as many community games as possible today. How's that sound, huh? The destroyer, it greatly benefits from the herring. The herring has tremendous line of sight, and that's all I was really trying to say. Orca has finally made it across the map, but already there are torpedo launchers waiting to intercept it here. These urchins, offshore torpedo launchers, gonna have a field day blasting this poor submarine apart. And in just 4 measly shots, 4 easy installments of 1 torpedo apiece, that submarine has been blasted at 0% APR into smithereens. Herrings trying desperately to get some vision over here. Love the inclusion of the herrings, but they're definitely not the strongest unit all on their lonesome. Frigate moving across the map here for Modulo, followed by a destroyer, followed by a frigate here. We're definitely building a comp. That's sort of the trick of Navy, is there's sort of 2 fields of thought, right? You can make a big wide Navy where you go for a whole bunch of units spread across an area, or you can go for a ball, essentially, with a whole bunch of destroyers in a big clump. And that can be risky because obviously any big source of AoE damage is going to be quite menacing to a big ball of units, but it also can be quite rewarding because it means that it's really, really powerful when they're all concentrated on a single unit or a single target, and essentially they counter each other. It's like rock, paper, scissors, but not exactly. It's 2D rock, paper, scissors, right? So you just, the ball will usually beat the line, and the line will usually beat the ball. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Let me elaborate on that, I guess. When the ball punches through a part of the line, basically the line is thin, right? So the ball can punch through, for instance, over here, this line over here, this northern section, they could break through, or the southern section they could break through. Whereas the line can get a nice surround, and if they take a good engagement in that direction, it can be quite powerful. You can also use less expensive units to make a line, whereas you need basically high-tech units to make a ball. You need destroyers, basically, as far as T1 is concerned, in order to make that ball. A lot of ball talk today. Bet you guys weren't prepared for that. Oh, nice catch on that herring. Firing over this island, that's real cinematic. Love to see that. What an epic pirate battle right here. Frigates moving alongside the destroyer over here. Excellent zoning, though, with these frigates. Really nicely done, yeah. Frigates moving alongside each other here, doing a great job of screening for their destroyer and also providing that vision that it needs. Love to see that. Res sub is tremendous here, though. Definitely going to be useful. For now, tasked with repairing up one of these units that was injured in this fight over here, that frigate. Would love to see that sent back to base. We have any build power back here? Just the commander continuing to pump out units. We'd have some underwater units over here. Some underwater metal extractors, rather, over here. Torpedo launcher going to fire away. You absolutely don't want to sit underneath the fire of that torpedo launcher. If there's one thing that's going to mess you up, it's a torpedo launcher. Those things are extremely dangerous. But man, talk about progression right here. We have all 3 lanes being pushed. We have the southern lane. It looks like the constructor went down over here, but other than that, we have the northern lane being pushed. We have the middle lane being pushed, and the southern lane being pushed. What a beautiful expansion right there by Modulo. Also taking the land extractors with the commander right here, and then aggressing on the other side of the map. This is really difficult to push back on. Basically, what Sagaris needs right here is a really good engagement. If we can catch enough of these frigates right here, it could be huge. What we really want is that destroyer, obviously. The herrings are really nice, though. You can see them helping out here with a whole bunch of vision, allowing these units to fire away. This res sub could certainly be powerful, too. If the res sub starts eating up these wrecks over here, none of this wreckage is going back to the blue commander. So it can be really, really expensive for the blue commander. Nice catch over here. Yeah, finding those missile ships and whatnot to blast those down. We're gonna res here instead. Okay, not bad. The blue navy has been crushed right here. Oh, self-D is initiated, but a little too slowly, and that destroyer will go down. You know what? A resurrect over here could be quite powerful. There's a submarine coming across. We only have 0 destroyers in the composition left for the red commander, so this submarine will get infinite value here. It's about time we start pumping out some more destroyers here, I think, for Seguris, who's absolutely won the naval battle, and if he expresses some sort of a push through the middle or the bottom of the map, it's going to be tremendous. Okay, yeah, construction ship going to be caught here before it can finish that torpedo launcher, which is quite nice. Shutting down that northern lane of expansion over here. Got to be so careful pushing into these torpedo launchers, though. Better to jump them now, I suppose, than in the future when they've all been built in mass, but man, that does start to burn. Submarine production is in full swing right now. Yeah, you can see the blue commander going for a whole lot of those and an air transition. Love to see the amphibious seaplane platform come up and running. Gonna start producing some of those seaplanes. It's one very easy way to win this battle, although I think I'd like to see gunships over torpedo ships. The gunships would be able to pull apart all of this, everything on the land as well as everything hovering above the ocean floor. They're not going to kill the metal extractors, which I guess is what the seaplane torpedo launcher is going to be for. We're going for a construction ship here too. Wonder what that's going to be for. Maybe reclaim. Could be useful. Where's that res sub gone? Oh, it's being shot by an orca over here. Oh no. Yeah, these submarines definitely caught Seguris off guard. He goes for an air transition of his own. I don't hate that, absolutely. I think it could be powerful here, but you got to be so careful. That air transition can definitely cost you a lot. 1,400 metal to build that platform, not to mention even the planes that come up and running. And at this point, oh, the economy is just in full swing right here for Modulo. You can see 57 metal coming in right now for the red commander, and all that reclaim over here could have paid for a really nice T2 transition or paid for a really huge T1 army, but just neither one was the case. Submarine kiting against these torpedoes over here. Will escape with its life. That's quite nice. There is an opportunity to sneak in here. Frigate's doing a great job of fighting all this, though. Oh, yeah, submarines catch the res subs. Oh, that burns. Those res subs were really the only way out here for Seguris. He needed the economy of his opponent throwing it into his face, and that just hasn't happened here. Construction ship down south could definitely help out eating up so much of this. There's about 2,000 metal left over down here. Yeah, there we go. Start reclaiming all that. Very, very juicy indeed. Torpedo launchers are coming up, and they're going to start firing away here. Blasting away those orcas. Very nicely done. Really, really nice. Yeah, 2 orcas go down right there. Definitely well worth it. The build power is stalled a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. Gunships are sent out here. The monsoons, the torpedo gunships headed on out over there. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I will say, I'm excited to try out the 2x energy converter slider, or not slider, but the adjuster, which apparently is completely up and running at this point. Oh, no anti-air is built over here. Oh no, this really burns. Immediately anti-air is started up, but of course those torpedo gunships can just fire away at it. Commander is also in the water right there. Only takes 2 or 3 volleys to pop that commander. Fighter is up here, the bat. Produced here to try and shoot down as many of these gunships as possible. Gonna have a hard time though. Seguris manages to get out of the water at the very least. Gunships did open up this entire lane right here though. Oh, the lab goes completely down. This hurts. This hurts quite a lot. No more production in the waters here for the blue or the red commander, pardon me. Yeah, and Modulo is feeling pretty comfortable at this point. Fighters have swept away most of those gunships here. There's still 1 in retreat, but there's also some more fighters coming up over here. Those 2 are going to trade out very nicely, very cinematically. Gunships are pretty sturdy. Seguris in a tricky spot right here, though. How do you come back from a position like this? I don't think you can. 65 economy versus 11. 1.6 thousand energy versus about 250 or so. This is looking pretty dire right now for the red commander. Blue commander need only produce a whole bunch of those Gauss cannon gunships, the Cutlass, and it's going to be all okay for the commander in blue here. Going for a hovercraft. Okay, that's definitely a desperate throw. They could certainly do some work. I mean, these torpedoes The submarines and the torpedo launchers, neither of them are going to be able to attack the actual hovercraft here, so it certainly could be quite powerful. As soon as production turns back into frigates, though, and indeed it is what's coming up right now for Modulo, yeah, those hovercraft are going to be essentially, effectively disabled completely. Yeah, it's quite nice. Frigates moving in. Gunship gets out of the water, but it's just in time for those bats to swarm it. We'll make it a single goon out before the end of this match. 2 seconds, 1 second. The first goon is at the battlefield. Now, this would have been an interesting transition earlier in the match, but man, the two most expensive armies in this game, just overall, are hovercrafts and navy. So going for both of them simultaneously is so expensive. Really difficult to justify. And especially not on a T1 economy that has just a couple of metal extractors in the water. Really difficult to afford all that. Which is why we didn't see that transition out of Sargeras. However, seaplanes are pretty pricey too, so I can't help but wonder if maybe it would have been possible. Commander taking some serious damage over here. Those frigates firing away at it. Red Commander D-guns down one of those frigates, but I think there's just too many of them. Down goes the Red Commander, and it will be Modulo, the Conqueror, above all conquerors, here to claim victory in this best of 3 series. Very nicely done right there. Love to see it. Very good game to both of these players here. Let's take a look at these graphs. It's a slow but steady victory, the naval one. A slow victory, but eventually small advantages turn into big advantages, turn into great advantages, turn into games that are won. And that's exactly what we saw right here. All right, let's see if we can't find ourselves another game to go watch. How about... How about ZLO? Wonder if he's playing a match right now. Could be. GG, guys. Battle list. Let's see if we can find ZLO's lobby. LMNOP. QRS. Z. Tag ZLO. There we are. We'll be joining this match a little late, or maybe not. Is this their second game? This might be their second game here. Tag Zelo and Mr. Dirac. Or maybe they're just starting up. I'm not entirely sure. This was posted almost 30 minutes ago, so I'd be surprised if this was anything but their maybe second or third game. We shall see. Let's take a look at the bracket here. Pull this up. Put it on screen. Window capture, yes. There we go. Okay. Let's refresh this here. This has been updated quite a bit. All right, so what we just watched right there was Sargeras versus Modulo. The score for that ended up being 2-0 Modulo. Very nicely done. Modulo, the one who knocked me out of the match, by the way, or out of the game, by the way. Looks like it's going to go to Bloodier versus Modulo here in that round right there, so that'll be some good fun. And then let's see, so it'll be, yeah, Mr. Dirac and ZLO are just about to start up. Okay, so I guess these guys haven't finished their games here. They're either just starting or just about to be starting. LDM and Vador still playing their matches. Shaman playing theirs. Lopatka looks like he won against Whole Celery over here, so that's quite nice. Pretty good. All right, we'll just hang out and wait for this ZLO match to start. Should be some good fun. Let me pull this off the screen right quick. Very nice. Don't forget to like these streams, by the way. I see you all over there. If you haven't liked this stream already, I know it adds it to a playlist. It bothers me too. I wish it wasn't the way that YouTube worked, but it does help tremendously. You got to understand, 10 people like this stream, it's like 20 extra views. 50 people like the stream, it's like 1,000 extra views. Like it's very exponential. So I do appreciate each and every very one of you that does happen to hit that button. You can always wait though. You can wait until you're just about to leave, just to make sure that you really like it. Although if you're willing to put up with waiting in the lobbies to get into some of these games, I'm sure you're probably enjoying it. Here we go. Mr. Dyrek spawning here in the southwestern side, representing the red team as the red team, playing as a Cortex commander here and going into a double metal extractor. It should be pretty good. Tag ZLO here, also playing as Cortex, spawning up in the northeastern corner as the blue commander. Going to be going into a couple of wind turbines here on Canis River. Plateau ridges are bots passable, 2 shallow water crappings in the map corner unless plus 15 meter water level. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, I guess, oh, okay, interesting. So the map has been configured in such a way that if you add a little bit of water, it makes it impassable. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I actually like that quite a lot. I actually feel like this would be a really fun map to play an 8v8 on. Like, it's so small that you get into the fight immediately. But also, there is a lot of metal. Like, reasonably, you could spawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. Like, yeah, there's plenty of spawns here for an 8v8. That's really cool and awesome map design. Like, if you can actually figure out how to make a map that is 8-player compatible, but also 1v1 compatible, that's impressive. That's pretty damn impressive. Anywho, ZLO going into a bot lab here. Looks like Dyrek also going into a bot lab here. Okay, our first Grunt v Grunt showdown. I was actually a little surprised that we hadn't seen so many of these beforehand. This is like the pinnacle of high APM, high level, pro level gaming. As far as Beyond All Reason is concerned, it's very much so. How many grunts can you produce and how quickly can you move them around? A click fest, as I've heard it called before. Dyrek going for a res bot here before anything else. Interesting. So going for a whole bunch of energy production here, trying to sort of seal himself in, it looks like. Very good. Grunt going to be produced and sent on a little patrol path over here. It'll kind of run around in a nice little arc between the bases over here. I wonder if maybe just positioning that around somewhere wouldn't be the worst idea, but anyways. Either way, the resbot here is going to be eating up a whole bunch of trees. I actually love the resbot first. It does mean that you get the energy to produce your constructor a whole lot quicker, and then there you go. You can send the constructor out. Prioritizing the metal extractors. That's interesting. That's something that I definitely need to adjust here. I prioritize the static defense before the metal extractors, but I guess that makes a lot of sense. You go for the metal extractors, and then you use the metal that they produce to actually build the static defense to protect them. Does mean they're a little vulnerable for some time, but it's not like that's the end of the world here. Yeah, okay, so going for the metal extractors, then the, then the actual LLTs and whatnot behind it. Wow, what a queue. That constructor is going to be busy. Yeah, similarly here for ZLO. Okay, interesting. We're learning. We're learning, folks. Maybe in the live tournament, not exactly the ideal place to be learning, but, you know. Always learning. That's the motto, right? Always learning. Was somebody asking about the mascot here? Yeah, I know I'm really late to the responses here. There's a 5-minute delay as per the tournament rules. I think the tournament rules actually said 3 minutes, but I thought it was 5. Anyway. Yeah, the mascot right here. It's available in the settings. If you go into your settings and advanced settings, and I think it's under UI or like menu or something like that. Yeah, there's some setting for it. Grunt's headed over in this direction. There's the beginnings of a reclaim field over here, so I wonder if these commanders are going to be going buck wild, trying to get their grubby mitts on it. A Grunt has been sent across the river over here to try and do a little bit of aggression. Up into the back line of Tag ZLO. Love to see that. Grunt over here, meanwhile, does snipe a constructor. Ah, what a bummer. That constructor had so much potential. It had an entire queue set up, but it will not be the case that it manages to do hardly anything. I think Dyrek definitely feeling the burn here, getting ready to get a little aggressive. You send units across, though, and you're really risking it because as soon as these units go down, you're put in a weird position where suddenly you've donated a whole lot of metal to your enemy, and they have the defender's advantage. But this multi-prong is really nice. So we've got the grunts splitting up over here, which is really cool to see. But it's really just all a distraction so that this grunt can get into the backline and do a whole bunch of damage. So 2 metal extractors at the very least will go down here. The constructor also in a whole lot of trouble. Actually, the constructor going to be the priority target here. There we go. We do switch it up. Yeah, I think just grabbing those metal extractors and getting on out of there is probably well worth it. Down they go, and ZLO is going to be able to deflect that attack quite nicely with reinforcing forces. Very good to see. Constructor is resurrected over here. That's always nice to see. Dyrek on top of it. As I would expect, as we filter out some of the less experienced players or the less, you know, the less professional players. We slowly build our way up into the APM ladders here, and I feel like this is exactly the kind of place where we're expected to see some really high-level stuff. We do have some extractors coming up over here. Okay, we're sparingly using the exploiters over here. Interesting. That's another Cortex unfamiliarity for me. I'm not used to having those exploiters. Usually the Twilights are my weapon of choice. Either way. Constructor over here in a little bit of trouble. There are some grunts coming over to protect it, though. Very nice. Yep. Those bad boys are going to be very lovely for defending all this. LLT gets shut down, but that's not the end of the world. The constructor was really the sensitive part there, and keeping that alive is definitely well worth it. Grunts making a mad dash towards the economy over here. Yeah, well, you know what? They ended up actually taking a really decent fight right there. And just like that, a couple of grunts have snuck into the backlines here. They're going to, at the very least, pop a metal extractor and some wind turbines. And it looks like that's about all they'll pop. Oh, one of them gets another wind turbine. Very annoying. That wind turbine should have gone down right there. Zelo is certainly going to be a little pestered about that. Either way, going to replace all that pretty quickly here with the commander that's been lingering around in the base, but always a little bit of pressure over there, certainly. One resbot eats, one resbot reclaims. Or rather, one resbot feasts and another resbot reses? Anyway. For some reason, those wires were disconnected in my mind. I guess it's because we don't usually see them doing simultaneously different jobs. Anyway. Oh, exploiter over here in a little bit of trouble. Those exploiters have a lot of health even when they're being built, so fairly sturdy as is. Napalm burning some of these units over here. That's quite funny. Telling you, man, they let me play Legion in one of these tournaments, it's over. My napalm burns them back. No, I think napalm would be, or not napalm. I think Legion would be a little bit weird in a tournament setting because a lot of Legion stuff leads into Cortex stuff. In other words, there's ways to get into Cortex from Legion. Hovercraft, namely, work pretty good, but also you could use something like a Twitcher because yeah, Legion doesn't have their own combat engineer yet. It's pretty funny. So you effectively get two factions for one when you play Legion, which is why it's a little weird to play in a competitive setting because is that balanced? I mean, to have essentially two different tech trees that you can go down, is that fair? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but that's something that definitely, if you're looking to host a tournament, yeah, has to be sort of thought out by your rulebook. Obviously, a lot easier to just say, no, it's not balanced, or it's not, at the very least, going to be allowed. Constructor goes down once more. I do believe that was the constructor that was resurrected here. Yeah, that one doesn't have a little halo, so I think this is the constructor that already went down. Once again, being blasted to smithereens. It's not going to be the end of the world. There's plenty of resbots around that we could send to go resurrect that. There we go. This one's going to be pulled to go resurrect everything over there, and that'll be quite nice. Units over here falling slowly, but Mr. Dirac pushing up with the commander here, making a little bit of a fallback point to reinforce his own grunts with, making sure that there's a spot where just a little bit of his grunt force is going to be safe and sound. Love the push over here, by the way. Yeah, we've got the exploiter up and running. We've got the LLT up and running. That really, really is quite nice. Constructor over here is still building some static defense, trying to build that LLT. It's almost done though, and as soon as it is finished, we're going to have a whole bunch more metal extractors right now. So already the economy's, I mean, it's looking fairly even, though the energy production is well in the favor of the red commander here. Even enough energy production to go for a couple of aggravators, always nice to see. Aggravators, rather than being essentially the standard in as they are in 8v8 in this matchup, are much more of a specialized tool. You just use them to beat your opponent's LLTs. You don't really pull out the aggravators for basically anything else than that. It may be a bit strange if you're coming from the 8v8 scene, like I know probably a whole lot of you are. It's certainly just fun to appreciate the differences though. Resbots over here pulled back, very nice micro on that. A couple of grunts do sneak through though. They could definitely pick off this constructor. Nope, they're gonna stand still. Always tricky. These players obviously working on incomplete information too, so we're not exactly, you know, they're not seeing everything exactly as clearly as we are here. Vehicle transition for tag, ZLO rather, gonna be, well, not transitioning, rather just going for vehicles on top of the already existent bots here. Goes from mine layer, that's quite interesting. Aggravators pushing forward here. Can't help but wonder what this mine layer is going to be up to. I guess setting up a couple of landmines here, a couple of medium mines. Okay, not bad. Going to be quite good at shutting down any of those heavier bots or even vehicles if they should come along in this direction. Helping out, certainly. Yeah, those medium tanks are now building right here. ZLO with 36-ish metal income right now. Going to be quite difficult. Oh, landmine pops and takes down the mine layer as well. That's always a bit of a risk, isn't it? Okay, Aggravator's way too far forward here. Way too far forward here. They do get pounced upon by a whole lot of these assault units and just like that. Basically every Aggravator going down right there for Mr. Dirac. Making a push with the commander directly towards the heart of the blue player's base. We're looking to smooch here, but it's not happening quite yet. Nice engagement over here. Yeah, those tanks, those medium tanks do catch the grunts over here, and their light armor melts away into those Gauss cannons. Grunts eventually get a decent surround on those tanks, but it's certainly not enough. Continuously sending forces through here. You notice that, yeah, Zelo is constantly sending 2, 3, 4 grunts across in this direction to always do a little bit of damage. Very tricky to deal with. Air transition here for Mr. Dirac, going for the air. That's probably what I would have gone for. We also have the geothermal taken, which is really cool. Didn't take the geothermal right here for the blue commander, actually. Good to know. That'll be a nice little energy balancing here. Yeah, it is indeed. Actually, the energy income is now well in the advantage of the red commander here. Really love that play then. The geothermal will be immensely useful. Oh, doesn't manage to get the metal extractor there. What a bummer. Gonna get these two over here, though. Yeah, these little run-bys of just 1, 2, 3 grunts. Very dangerous, but managed to do so much damage. Here come the bombers. Initial bombing run. Doesn't kill anything. Not a single unit has gone down yet. Okay, this bomber ought to be able to kill something. There we go. Whole bunch of wind turbines that were softened up by the first 3 bombers will eventually fall. Solar panels in a whole lot of trouble here as well. Eventually the anti-air will shoot down a whole lot of these bombers. Okay, one more payload is dropped over here across the laboratory. Coming in for another bombing run as well. Trying to shut off as many of these solar panels as possible. And there we go. We shut down a good solid, a good solid 5 solar panels here. 750 metal made basically useless for a second there. They do come online eventually again. Shuriken around now. If there's one thing that makes an entire T1 army essentially pointless, it's about 20 Shuriken or so. There we go. Paralyzing this entire army of T1 medium tanks. My goodness, that hurts. Ah, yeah, that burns. All those grunts are going to get so much damage on these tanks here. Well, you know what? I was a little preemptive with that. Those Shuriken absolutely did their jobs to the letter. They couldn't have been asked to do a better job right there. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough units right here to apply a tremendous amount of pressure to that massive blue army right here. Little bit of a bummer, and now these trashers are out too, and those are gonna be great for shooting down those Shuriken. Yeah, those light light drones rather, they don't really do too well against those light anti-air bots. That's certainly one of their prime directives, those AA bots, is to just absolutely obliterate those Shuriken here. A lot of trashers headed out in all sorts of directions, actually, which is pretty funny. Aggravator working away at everything over here. Aggravator does apparently outrange the Exploiter, so that's good to know. Gonna be blasting away at the static defenses over in this spot. Looks like it'll step too far forward, though. Eventually finds an LLT. That'll be enough to blast it apart. Yeah, no units sent over on this left-hand side. This left-hand side has been burning Mr. Dirac this entire game here, and I can't help but wonder if maybe a couple of heavy laser towers or something over here to defend this area wouldn't be the worst idea. So much pressure has come through this, and so much damage has been done. Well, I just can't help but feel like this is going to be the death of Mr. Dirac here. Losing all these metal extractors here as the grunts march forward. Constructor is going to fall for, I believe, the 4th time now. It's the 3rd or 4th time this has been down. You know, we have a kill counter on a lot of these units. I'd love to see a death counter. Especially when you start getting these high-level, high-level games where the res bots become really prevalent. Medium landmine's going to be great against these tanks. Oh, they turn and steer directly into another one there. That also hurts. Yeah, medium mine's definitely softening these up quite nicely here. Medium tanks coming out of the forward production facility here from Mr. Dirac. Can they get any damage done? Looks like Dirac calls GG. Yeah, the force is pulled against his entire facility over here, and it looks like the red commander realizes there's not anything he can do against this massive army headed towards his base. There's no way for him to counterattack either, and so ZLL will take this first game in this best of 3. I do believe it's the first game anyways. I think it's the first game. They take at the very least this game, ZLO that is. What's that, game 1 or game 2 or game 3? Which game was that? Let me just ask them. That might be their first game, actually. We'll see. First. Thank you. All right, that was the first game. So that means we get 2 more games between Direct and ZLO, and man, that was pretty action-packed. I appreciate that quite a lot. Somebody messaged me. Hold on. Admin chat. What's going on? Oh, Desfox says, adminning easy this time. Hit me up for some co-casting. I'm going to keep it singular this time, but I do appreciate that. I've had issues with Discord recently when I was in a call with Hornet and it caused a bunch of problems. I was, yeah, I'm a little worried about that. I'm not going to lie. We've had rolling internet issues for the last couple of days. There's been absolutely torrential downpour recently, which has been, you know, a little bit scary, but it also knocked out power for a little while there. I was a little worried power was going to be out today, but luckily they restored it last night at like 4 a.m. Brutal, always pretty brutal. Had to go clear a bunch of branches off my car too. The Camaro had a ton of branches all over it. It was all like, I mean, it looked like I had made that thing out to be a jungle warfare vehicle. It was covered in so many like leaves and you know, trimmings and whatnot. The whole soft top, it was like completely covered in leaves. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Anyhoodle. Next map is going to be Start Together. Version 6.0.1. My goodness, this map has had quite a few iterations, huh? Mr. Direct going to be spawning here on the left-hand side, and it looks like ZLO is going to be spawning over on the right. There he goes, popping into that position here. Usually commanders choose one of 2 positions. They either go for this northern position over here, a little bit easier to hold because of this choke up here, and then you can kind of statically defend in this area. But of course, it does also put you in a corner. Versus this position right here, which is where both of these commanders are going to spawn. I think this is probably the favored 1v1 spot right here. It allows you to expand upwards, it allows you to expand southwards, it allows you to expand northbound and down, all that good lovely stuff. Yeah, pretty nice. Direct going to be spawning in the same position here, so mirrored opposite from each other. Always very lovely to see. Let's see what's going on. Just want to double check the server right now just to make sure that everything looks good. Hey, everything does look good. Just making sure I wasn't pinged anywhere for critical input. Now, it looks like after this one, Modulo and B. Oh, who was that? I'm not sure. Anyway, Modulo is going to be playing another game after this one, going on after winning that match 2-0, I believe. I could be wrong. No, yeah, I think it was 2-0. So maybe we'll pop into that one after we figure out who's going to take victory in this one. This is the second game, and ZLO has 1 point on the board, so it's 1-0 for the blue commander here. We'll have to see if they can close it out or if Mr. Direct's going to go for the full-blown reverse sweep here. Mr. Direct going for a couple of those wind turbines. On this map, wind speed absolutely seems to be 100% the king. 2 to 22 here with a average wind speed of 16.4. Yeah, I think I'd go for wind turbines as well. Going to be really difficult to justify solar panels on a map with this much wind speed. ZLO already going for the bot lab here. Interesting. Hoping and praying that the wind speed doesn't crash. It's sitting around 9.2, which always feels a little worrying, right? It only has to dip a couple points to go down to 2, and you're out of luck if that's the case. Not going to be the case here, though, as the wind speed does pick up, meaning that the blue commander can finish off their lab without e-stalling. Always very nice. Likewise for Direct, who has gone into that bot lab as well here. Both players going to be playing, again, that grunt-based composition. Wouldn't be surprised if we see vehicle transitions a lot quicker, though, because so much open space on this map. You really can take advantage of the armor on those brutes, as well as the speed of those incisor tanks. They can roll around the different sides of this map really, really nicely. They have enough sustain to actually keep themselves up and running, but they also have more than enough HP to, or more than enough speed, pardon me, to actually use that HP effectively, right? What good is all that armor plating if it can't get into battle and actually do some damage? Yeah, this is the qualifiers, by the way. Just saw Ragnar commented. Yeah, this is the NA Qualifiers #1, I guess. I think there's another one happening tomorrow. I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think there's a qualifiers going on tomorrow. I'm a little bit out of the loop on that. Maybe somebody has information they can put it in the chat, but anyway. Yeah, this is the qualifier. This is the NA qualifiers. There's going to be next weekend as well, qualifiers, and then the weekend after that is the Grand Slam, the tournament to see, the tournament to be at, where the winners, the top 4 from each of the qualifiers, will be competing. And I guess if there's 4 from this and 4 from the next one, yeah, it would make sense that there's 2 rounds of qualifiers for NA and EU. NU? EU. That's the one. Getting all my acronyms mixed up. Grunt's gonna escort this, escort this resbot over here to eat up some metal. Love to see it. A little military convoy heading up here to eat up some of these stones. Resbot right here for Mr. Dirac will eat up all the rocks over on that side, so that's quite nice. It's always a gamble. How much are you willing to commit to sending around the map and doing some damage versus how much are you willing to commit to defending your units and defending your base? It's a tricky balance. One that I don't necessarily have the answers on. Those grunts up north, though, definitely did some good work. Took down the grunt over here that was protecting this resbot. Took down the resbot as well. These grunts might catch this resbot. Grunt's going on a mad dash towards the blue base over here. At the very least, figuring out where Zelo is going to be hiding. Zelo didn't... Oh, okay, he does spot that. Okay, very nicely done. Yeah, spots that there's a resbot over here. Resbot just going to eat up this metal. Hope and pray that it can eat enough of it to pay for itself at the very least before getting shut down by a whole lot of these grunts. They will eventually blast it to smithereens right there. Down goes the grave robber. Very nicely done. These grunts repurposed into an assault force. Now sent around the map to try and do a little damage. No LLTs or anything like that in the backline for Mr. Dirac here, so if these grunts could get into the back and pop some of these wind turbines, it would definitely be pretty annoying for the red commander to deal with. The grunts are trying to catch up. Always a funky battle. Yeah, I think reinforcing forces are going to be able to intercept that quite nicely here. All will be well. One grunt still lingering in the back over here. Couple more pushing forward in this section. This actually could be a really nice pick. If we can get that constructor, that would be huge right now. This grunt should be pulled away. Not going to be the case. Doesn't get pulled in time. Gonna be blasted down by the grunts on defense here for Mr. Dirac. How many times can you say grunt in one cast, by the way? That's what we like to see. Nice snipe over here. Hero Grunt does manage to bring down a metal extractor. Might also get a constructor over here. Yeah, that's quite nice. Pops the constructor. Gonna bring that down, at least for the time being, until some more resbots can be produced and sent over to try and fix that up. Constructor being built over here as well, or sent over here, rather. Going to be in charge of building a radar tower, but it is going to find a couple of grunts that have been sent over for some aggression over on this side of the map. Man, the pressure is applied all over the place. Absolutely love that for these commanders who are doing an excellent job. Specifically, ZLO is doing an excellent job of keeping pressure applied with very minimal forces, right? That's the critical balance that makes this so hard to try and figure out, is how much units do I need to send to actually apply some amount of pressure to my enemy here. And for what it's worth right now, this is the absolute minimum. We have a single grunt applying so much pressure, forcing a massive response from Mr. Dirac right now, who just couldn't get this economy up and running the same way that ZLO has. Yeah, we've got metal extractors out here. Some nice damage. These grunts do manage to sneak by. They take down the constructor over here. That's going to shut down the expansion northward for ZLO. They're going to pop 1, 2, and probably 3 metal extractors. Maybe even more. Yeah, this is quite nice. There we go. They managed to snipe that metal extractor. 1, 2, 3. Can they get a 4th? They absolutely will. 4 metal extractors. My goodness, what a run by. Those grunts have absolutely paid for themselves and equalized this battle now. Such an explosive matchup right here. Resbot going to try and patch up as much of this as possible. Mr. Dirac's commander stepping away from the base right here to try and actually apply a little bit of economic expansion to this southern side. There's a lone grunt over here with just 39 health. Trying to get something done. There's a massive surrounding coming here from ZLO. These grunts don't know it yet, but they're completely surrounded. Oh, a nice catch right there by Mr. Dirac. Pulls the grunts back. Yeah, those definitely would have been absolutely obliterated had they decided to jump right there. I think that was some excellent micro. Definitely some good control right there by the red commander, recognizing, hey, I don't actually have enough forces to push in here, and I don't think this battle is going to be all too well worth it. Metal extractor comes up in the middle of the map here. I think it'll be blasted down just about as quickly. Well, way quicker, actually. Constructor, now going to be in a whole lot of trouble as well, and down it goes by a resurrected grunt, no less. Always pretty painful. Oh, we're still losing these grunts. I think we just got to pull them back. Pull back to meet with the reinforcements and then use that push to actually do the damage here. On an individual level, 1 or 2 grunts trading out with each other is nice. But on the scope of the entire battle, it's mostly going to depend on who manages to get their army into a better shape. Another hero grunt moving around on this northern side. I think this constructor's in a whole lot of trouble over there. Nice catch down south here, though. Yeah, that's very nice. Constructor does go down on the southern side here. These grunts could certainly move past this LOT. It's guarding kind of the middle of nowhere right here. More run-bys all over the place, though. Love the command on these. So basically, ZLO has sent these in to do a little bit of scouting, do a little bit of pushing, and then automatically fall back, making sure that those units aren't lost and you can maybe go in for a run-by later. This grunt was never addressed, it didn't get caught, and so it will find a constructor over here. What an excellent pick right there. Man, ZLO absolutely looks unstoppable right now. That grunt manages to shut down the constructor, shuts down the metal extractor. Are we going to blast it to smithereens too? Yeah, we're dumbfiring on these corpses to shut them off forever. Put them into a forever grave. Grunt will run away over here. Meet up with its buddies who are coming to reinforce. Realizing there's not a whole lot of static defense over on that northern side. Gonna make it really, really easy for those blue forces to push in, but man, this is looking bad right now for the red commander. Mr. Dirac on the back foot right here as the grunts continue to swarm, and there's just so many of them. Yeah, they're pushing forward. The LOTs could certainly be the efficient trade that the red commander needs right now to get back into this. That, of course, requires that the blue commander essentially steps into them for free, though, which is, you know, never a very happy position to be in an RTS game. Relying on your opponent to make a mistake in order to come back to a game. Definitely feels pretty brutal. Resbot's patching up an army up on this northern side. Love to see that. At the very least, they might be able to deal with this force of grunts that are all staring each other down, which is pretty funny. They're all looking at each other, wondering who's going to make the first move. It'll be ZLO's forces, the blue forces. Oh, nice micro back right there. Yeah, good catch by the red commander. Realizes, you know what? I think we just need to put some static defense down over here, and decides to plop down some LOTs and a exploiter and all sorts of stuff. Those grunts did not take a very good trade right there, though, and oh my goodness, the blue forces from ZLO do swarm into the base now, and there's no LLTs guarding the base here. Oh, this hurts. This hurts so bad. Yeah, those grunts just absolutely tore apart the wind energy economy. Now we have a medium tank transition. Yeah, ZLO going for those medium tanks, trying desperately to find a way to close out this game right now. Maybe desperately, not the right word here. With nearly double the economy of his opponent, comfortably looking for a way to end this game. Probably a better way of saying that. Yeah, those extra metal extractors he's managed to keep up and running for a good long while here are now representing themselves as a tremendous economic benefit. This is a position I find myself when I play 1v1 all the time, where it just doesn't feel like you have enough units to do basically any damage across the map here. You're essentially looking at like you can push through any one area, but it feels like you're never really going to be able to trade out efficiently, especially with these exploiters up and running. I mean, you need 4, 5, 6 grunts in order to do any damage, but that's essentially half of the army right now for Mr. Dirac. The economic scaling is definitely not in the red commander's favor, and it's beginning to show here. This northern side has absolutely been the thorn in Mr. Dirac's side this entire game. Excellently done by ZLO to continue applying pressure over there, just making sure to sweep in and kill the constructor. It goes down again. The very last shot that medium tank will take before retreating off the line right there. Yeah, that has been absolutely brutal. Now, this is a great catch right here. I was just looking at this and wondering if maybe some opportunities existed here. A couple of grunts pushing forward, trying to open up an opportunity. They will find the exploiters, which will be their end, but at the very least, sniping 1 or 2 metal extractors on the front line here, just reminding the blue commander that they are flesh and blood as well. They could be hurt here, so at the very least, yeah, some of those grunts going to get a little bit of damage over here. This one moving up to this high ground over here could certainly do some damage. Yeah, actually, it finds the little base over here. I'd love to see this microed apart. Very nice. Nice catch on these metal extractors. Okay. Dirac not out of it just yet. Still showing that he's fighting for this game over here. Exploiters coming up on the southern side. Going to be really cost ineffective to fight. Constructor, though, does go down. Exploiter also going to be targeted away. Resbots are available, though. They can certainly patch all this back up pretty nicely. The Exploiter is so difficult to surmount. I'm not even sure what the ideal way to do it is. Maybe a Shuriken wouldn't be the worst idea. Some sort of a transition into another tech tree, I think, would be the best play, though. I don't see how you're going to beat those Exploiters with just grunts. There's just not a cost-effective way of doing it. They have so much HP, and they do I mean, not a tremendous amount of damage, but they do enough damage to really justify their cost, for sure. ZLO looking for the slow and steady way out, though. Just going for more and more units, more and more troops across the field here. Nice catching that medium tank. Very nicely done. Constructor is resurrected here and sent off to its doom, as a single grunt will put it right back in the grave. Oh no. Oh, this poor fool. That poor soul just got resurrected, brought back to life by the very inexplicable powers of the Resbot, only to be sent to its doom once more. Zelo absolutely on top of it, shutting down the economic expansions of his opponent right here. This is a Hail Mary play. Mr. Dirac throwing the remainder of his army into the middle of the base over here, trying to find some angle of opportunity to push into the blue commander, but this just really isn't the right way. There's not really a right option, though. It's kind of a desperate situation here. Does Dirac know? Oh, Dirac doesn't know about the base over here. Dirac doesn't have vision over here. He went up north thinking that this is where the main base was. This is not it at all. Yeah, there's basically nothing up here except pain and suffering. Down go a whole bunch of those grunts to those exploiters over on that northern section. Yeah, that hurts pretty bad. Oh, he doesn't even got the exploiter. Oh no, yeah, that really burns for Mr. Dirac. That's so much metal going down right there. Might catch the Resbots here, that's quite nice. Definitely catching the Resbots is well worth it. Metal Extractor goes down here as well. Well, the bots are certainly cheaper than the vehicles, so at the very least we're losing a whole lot less. Still, though, it's not an ideal situation. Couple grunts push up to this hillside right here. These can certainly do some damage. There's actually an opportunity for them to run past this wind turbine field over here. T2 transition right now, though, for ZLO, who goes into a full-blown T2 vehicle bay. Look how effective this exploiter is. I mean, man, so much damage. Its death takes out a whole bunch of these grunts here as well. My goodness. It took that many grunts, and they traded out very inefficiently in order to actually deal with all that. The entire army is pulled back over here to make sure that a scout isn't happening of the T2 lab over on this side. Did Mr. Dirac end up seeing it? No, he did not. Pardon me. Yeah, Dirac a little bit out of the loop right now as to what ZLO is going for. What ZLO is going for is a whole bunch of those medium tanks. Gonna start pumping those out. Oh yeah, we have the Salamander now officially. Hooray! The heat ray tank finally making its debut as a official unit. I'm glad they did that. I'm glad the release candidate units eventually turned into actual units. They didn't just stay as release candidate units forever. The Demon also was added to the Cortex T3 laboratory. My goodness, my stomach is rumbly. Bloodier was first to qualify, huh? The guy is a monster, says Des Fox. He's a FAF veteran. Forged Alliance Forever, right? Is that the is that the acronym? I'm always forgetting these days. We've gone for a vehicle bay ourselves here, Mr. Dirac, that is. Critically low on power right now, though. Wind speed finally speeds back up and is going to mean that energy starts going back online right here. Would love to see the commander maybe helping out with this geothermal. This geothermal could certainly save the red player, at least the energy economy of the red player. Because right now, the metal and energy economy are both about half the speed of the blues. And it's going to show as soon as these heavy tanks hit the battlefield. I'm not sure where they've gone, actually. Have we shown them? Oh, maybe we haven't shown the heavy tanks yet. Aggravator's pushing forward right now. Or trying to, anyways. I don't think there's only two of them. Oh, there's one on the southern side here. Yeah, I don't think those heavy tanks have really shown themselves. Grunts pushing forward on this side. Get absolutely shut down by those exploiters. Man, those exploiters are tough. I do not know what the appropriate answer to those exploiters is. I guess the medium tank is the right idea. Aggravators, though, firing away at these LLTs. Love to see that. Slowly but surely whittling them down. Mr. Dirac gonna move up north here. Maybe thinking about de-gunning the exploiter over here. Just gonna laser it. All right. Not bad. You can always resurrect it, of course. That's one option that's very viable, very potent. Medium tanks coming out in mass right now for the red commander. Medium tanks not going to hold up all too well against heavy tanks, though. Yeah, those tiger tanks are coming out. We're disassembling the T2 lab. What on earth? Why do we have two T2 labs? I guess we're going to go for some vertigo bombers. Getting ready for those excuse me, for those whirlwinds. Sorry, vertigo bombers is a Command and Conquer thing, actually, I do believe. I've been watching a little bit of Command and Conquer recently. Apparently, there's still a scene for it. I did not know that. I thought that game was long dead. Apparently, there's still a scene of people that are interested in that game. I always loved that game. That was like my first childhood RTS game I ever played. Pretty fun. Pretty fun stuff. The army is tremendous right here for the blue player. I don't think ZLO necessarily realizes that the army composition is absolutely strong enough to sweep through this southern side and completely obliterate the base right here for the red player. But if he gets a little bit of scouting done, which certainly this scout will do, scouting plane rather, which is going to head on over to the red base. Looks like an air lab has been produced by the red player as well. That's quite funny. Both players essentially on the same wavelength there. Yeah, I think these T2 tanks that are being produced out right now will be more than enough to sweep through over here. Bombers coming in from the high heavens to blow apart some of these wind turbines. Fighters produced. Fighters plural. Going to try their best anyway to shoot these down. Don't manage to stop the second bombing run, though. Actually, a really bombing-resistant base over here, though. Yeah, some nice construction by Dirac, doing a great job of spreading out the wind turbines, spreading out the build power, making it really, really difficult to choose a really good target. So all said and done, those bombers actually did a great job of, or rather, the red player did a great job of shutting down those bombers, I was trying to say. Landmines being used over here, light landmines. I guess being used as sort of a deterrent from any of those light creatures, like, for instance, little robots that might step too far. Oh, wait, what? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, how is that landmine not working? That was a bit cheeky. Anyway, full-blown T2 medium tank production. We're even going to a fusion reactor over here. All right, we're going all the way up to T2. Haven't seen that in a 1v1 in a good long time right here, but I guess Dirac giving ZLO a run for his money. Says, you know what, I gotta respect this. I gotta actually commit the right number of forces here. Heavy tanks are finally shown. Those Tigers, man, they hit hard. Really, really brutal unit. Very difficult to get past those. Shurikens could be one solution. Yeah, if you send those Shurikens in, you could paralyze, obviously, a whole bunch of the forces for the blue player. I think we have anti-air bots, though, don't we? Yeah, we have trashers included. Nicely done by ZLO. He's got the comp. He's got it all figured out right here. Thinking 2 steps ahead of every step that Dirac takes here, and instead includes a little bit of anti-air. Love to see that. The anti-air is always a little bit shaky, but in this case, those bots are going to be more than enough to deal with a couple of paralyzer drones. Yep, come on back. Little run by over here. Couple of medium tanks, find some metal extractors. Not bad. Heavy tanks start pushing on the southern side. Yeah, I think the blue commander has realized he actually has more than enough forces at this point. T2 heavy tanks are coming up for the red player as well, though. Yeah, Dirac just a little bit behind on the economy. Well, actually more than a little bit behind. Pretty well behind on the economy, but also doing a great job of trying to stay up to date in this game. Shuriken could be one way to make this efficient, but man, it's going to be so tricky. A whole bunch of rovers are sent by as well, just to get a massive scout of this base. Love to see that. The entire base is now revealed here for ZLO. Yeah, he sees the T2 constructor as well. He knows that his opponent is going up to T2. If the T2 heavy tank wasn't an indicator enough, he realizes now, yeah, T2 production is underway, so it's now or never. Got to pull the T2 army against Mr. Dirac, and it looks like Dirac will call GG before deciding to tap out of this game. GG to both of these players. That was a really lovely match right there. Absolutely love to see that one. That was beautifully played by ZLO, who goes 2-0 against Mr. Dirac, meaning that he will move on into the next round. Absolutely beautiful. Love this. Love this this high-level 1v1 gameplay. Feeling inadequate, certainly. Nicely done, by the way, to Dirac for holding on that long. Was at such an economic deficit for so long that it really would have been pretty impossible to climb out of there without going for some sort of bizarre, super greedy eco cheese or something like that. But on a 1v1 platform, that just really is impossible. Very, very nicely done. Let's see. All right. Any more passworded lobbies? Let's see what we can find. The match between... There might be a match going on right now between Modulo. Let's see if we can find Modulo. Might be under BPL. Let's see here. RB Squidums versus... Oh, looks like that game just ended. Oh no, Bison versus RB. Let's see if we can catch up on that match. Oh, is that? Huh. Wait, why is it 6 long now? What happened here? Nope, it's not the password, I guess. Oh, there we go. All right, let's rejoin this. While we're rejoining this game, I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom here. I think it's absolutely necessary. So let me load into here, and I'll set our camera up so that you guys can watch while I use the restroom. And I will be back in just a second or two. Hold on, just want to make sure that this loads up properly. There we go. Oh, catching up to 12 minutes. My goodness, this match might be over before we even finish catching up. All right, and just like that. All right, I will be back in just a minute. Everybody hold hands, keep an eye on each other. Make sure that everybody gets back from this bathroom break, survives the whole ordeal, and I will see you in just a second. All right, did everybody survive? Hope everybody survived. This is a bit unexpected, but it seems fine. I decided to refill my ice as well so that we can go extra long today because I know everybody wants to play some games. Whew, what was the result? The match ended. Let's see here. Stopped running 17 minutes in. Okay, so we got about exactly 5 minutes of gameplay. Bison won. All right. Oh, interesting. Bison took a game off RB Squidums. 41 versus 41. That's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. Let's see here. Let me pull up the bracket right now, and I can show you guys what we're looking at. Pull that up, and then switch on over to it. Okay, so right now we have. Oh, so this is a qualifier match. Whoever manages to win this one, this is a pretty important one. Was that match 1 or was that match 2? I don't know. I don't know if that was match 1 or match 2, but either way, that is going to mean that the one who won this here moves on. Oh, that was the last match. Okay, Bison took the win. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I could probably get you the bracket for this. I pop that, and then I go over here, and then I... Oh, where's my chat? Where's my chat pop out? Oh, that's weird. I can just go to this one. I can just go to this one. Go live. Bar Pro League. Close that. Put this in the chat. There we go. There's the bracket. In case you're curious. And you wanna check it out for yourself. Here's the bracket. So yeah, this is what we're looking at right now. So we have our 4 matches that are ready here. I think I need to, yeah, there we go. So these 4 players, so Vador and Bison is going to be the next match that's played. And that's going to be the one who decides who goes on to qualify right now. Let me, yeah. So Vador and Bison. So basically anybody who makes it into these 4 numbers right here will be the ones to go on. So ZLO is the match we just watched. Bloodier and Lopatka both. We didn't see a Bloodier game, did we? Yeah, no, I don't think so. That's a bit of a bummer. Anyway, Lopatka taking the way to the Grand Slam right here. And, oh, there we go. Vador just joined this one, actually. So we are all set and ready. But yeah, this is the last match of the qualifiers. So this will be the last one that is, well, basically worth anything, right? This is the last match that qualifies you to be in the grand tournament, the final tournament. Can we do it like that and then? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let's do top 8. There we go. That sort of eliminates some of the chaff. I guess we can do top 16. That didn't. Yeah, that was fine. So yeah, just like that. And I think we are basically ready to go in here. Oh, YouTube filtered out the... Yeah, YouTube does filter those out sometimes. It's kind of annoying, actually. Maybe I can, hold on. Top chat, live chat. How about that? That might work. Fan funding? Oh, so that'll only show chats from, like, super chats and that sort of thing? Oh, that's a little ridiculous. You have to donate to comment. Otherwise, you're not allowed. Yeah, that was pretty impressive. So let's see. Bison managed to take off the games from Who was that? Bison fought RB Squidums. Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, yeah, what a comeback too. Oh, so the games were won. So it was a 1-2 win for Bison. So he lost the first match and then won the next two to make the reverse sweep. That is pretty stressful. That is definitely pretty stressful. Yeah, that's I mean, that is a brutal series to play back to back to back. That hurts pretty good. Well, while we're waiting, we might as well go jump into another lobby. I feel like we might as well watch something, right? Bison says he wants to take his little break. That's fine. Let's go ahead and close that. And let's go take a look at the battle list. I want to remember what the I want to try and remember what the password was for this one. Oh, there it is. I think. We'll see if we can't find something to watch in the meantime. How about we go check out that Raptors thing again? Oh, wait, no. Execute. Got to download Full Metal Plate. Luckily, Full Metal Plate, not exactly one of those matches that takes too much out of your internet speed. Very, very simple map. A very two-dimensional map. It's quite literally two-dimensional, actually. It's funny because you can, if you rotate your camera around the right way, you can actually see directly under the map, and you can see all the things that are hidden underneath the map when you, you know, when their little animations have them retract into the ground or something like that. It's pretty funny. Time to crack open the second ice-cold pib of the day. I'll take a pib, shaken, not stirred. Learned a fun fact about 007 the other day. The reason why he always has his martini shaken instead of stirred is because apparently, this is, you know, apparently, when you shake a martini, the alcohol and the water remain separate. Or whatever you would use to mix it, but anyway, they separate into a top and bottom layer, which means that the reason why you would take a martini shaken as opposed to stirred, if you were a super spy, is because you want to pretend to be drinking and pretend to be, you know, blending in, but realistically maintaining complete sobriety, which is yeah, always, I don't know, I love little details like that. Love little details like that. This is loading. Let's go ahead and find the lobby again so we can wait in it. Yeah, where's Bison? Gotta look around for it. Right? Serious Modulo. Wonder if this is lobby. Maybe it's a bad idea to go watch the Raptors game. Internet is unusable without ad blocker. Fair enough. But I completely missed it. We can find it via friends here. I'll learn a game. Would you look at that? Talk about a unprofessional caster here, goofing off and watching some Raptors. I thought they were gonna be a little while, but I guess not. Is this the same game? Wait, this might not be the same game. This might be a different game. Let's watch it anyway. Oh, no, it absolutely is. Okay, we didn't miss the start, thank goodness. People probably angry at me. I wonder if anybody messaged me. No, okay. Phew. Thought I was gonna have some problems. People were gonna come after me. Lord Vader versus Bison. Looks like we're gonna be playing on Red Comet Catcher. Red Comet Remake, actually, sorry. I always call this Comet Catcher. It's Red Comet Remake. Totally different. Only solar power. It's on some sort of lunar surface. Yeah, it's Comet Catcher. It's Comet Catcher, but smaller, I guess. I guess I would rather play this map than Comet Catcher. I feel like makes a whole lot of sense. Comet Catcher can be a little overwhelming with how massive that map really is. Anyways, why don't we talk about the game, huh? Bison here. Gonna be spawning in the southwestern corner. The long hours of the stream commentating all these matches are certainly getting to me. Spawning here in the southwestern corner as a red commander here, going to be playing as Cortex. Going to be playing as a well, actually hasn't revealed what tech path they're going to go for. Okay, vehicle lab here. Not using a bot lab, going for vehicles. It makes enough sense. I mean, there's plenty of flat ground over here. Vador, however, has already decided up in the northeastern corner as the blue Cortex commander to go for a bot lab. Going to be trying to pump out some of those grunts and get them across the map here. I think the advantage is going to have to be expressed really early on if Vador wants to really take advantage of any amount of position over here. Volshock says, let him cook. Yeah, I guess so. We'll see how well he cooks, says Volshock in spectator chat. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of spectators here. As the matches dwindle down and there's only so many left to watch, yeah, we're starting to get to the very bottom of it. But anyways, Lord Vader here, going to be expanding with those bots certainly a whole hell of a lot quicker than the vehicles will. We have a constructor coming out here. Can't wait to see Vader's expression here. Vador pushing forward with the commander here to claim some more metal extractors. We'll see how it goes. Bison, meanwhile, walking forward with the commander as well. So this is basically necessary if you're going to be doing a vehicle push or a vehicle play of basically any caliber. You essentially have to go for a very, very aggressive expansion with your commander. You just can't really afford to do anything else if you don't expand super, super aggressively with your commander. And Incisor is out on the field. It's going to find this grunt over here. There is an LLT at the very least to hold the line. Incisor should be more than enough to take down this grunt, I think. Yeah. Grunt going to peel away here. Trying to dissuade those units from pushing in right now. But this is quite nice. Bison moving out with the commander here to try and at the very least claim some of those metal extractors. Very valuable to claim these metal extractors, and at 2.3 apiece too. We're pulling back almost an extra 5 metal per second, which is always quite nice. Very tricky to deal with the push from many different angles if you don't have enough metal to produce the units to actually position things all over the place, right? Now, one advantage, obviously, that the red commander here is going to have is those pounders. We just saw in that 1v1 game between, it was Strawberry and Lost Deadman, we saw those pounders absolutely obliterate some of those grunts. They're, I mean, essentially perfectly designed for that task and that task alone. They do a great job of impulsing those medium tanks, sorry, that's a pretty confusing thing to say. They impulse those medium tanks pretty well, which is always cool too, because it means that yeah, you end up stunning their units effectively. It's not exactly the same as a shuriken, but it's pretty damn close. It does a decent enough job. Oh, this constructor goes out just as the grunt comes back for a little taste of blood. Uh-oh. Oh no, I think this constructor is going to be lost here. Well, okay, grunt goes in actually. It will be re-microed. It escapes, but man, it does find that constructor. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, Bison does micro the constructor back at the very least. Not going to lose it. Incisor is caught right here. Forced to retreat. Yeah, those grunts give chase though, and there's plenty of them to actually fight back right here. Barely the Incisor does escape right here. 9% HP remaining on that boy. 85 HP in total. An incisor will be sent up north to clear this as well, opening up the path for this constructor to build its way up northward here. I think we're going to see quite an aggressive expansion right there up through the vehicle paths up on the northern side. Now this is a tricky area to hold though, because those bots of course can run down into this little caldera and they can hide down there, and they can retreat up the other side with essentially no problems. Very difficult for vehicles to navigate around over here, so that'll be interesting to see. Essentially your options are to either stop your expansion across this pass right here, or to fortify basically between this pass and don't let any bots into this area. Tricky though. Obviously this is a much wider area. It means you have a whole bunch more metal extractors as well, but it means that it's a much wider area for you to actually lock down. And on 1v1 games, locking down an area of the map is much more tricky than it seems. Certainly I've showcased that in my own games earlier in the stream, but yeah, these pros certainly know how to do it quite well. Whole bunch of not advanced solar panels, regular solar panels coming up. I would love to see an advanced solar panel put down right now, actually. I think that would probably be quite worth it. 3 constructors can put an advanced solar panel together in, I want to say it's about 30 seconds or so. I think it's like 32 seconds, something like that. If they're, if they're unobstructed by lack of resources, the constructors, the bot constructors can put those advanced solar panels up pretty quickly, especially the Cortex ones. So I'd love to see them, just put like 1 or 2 or 3 down and use those, because it really does refund you so much of your metal. It costs you a lot of your energy, but I mean, there's a tremendous energy surplus right now, I feel like, for Vador, so maybe it wouldn't be the end of the world. I don't know. We never see the pros go for the advanced solar panels. The pros are a lot better at this game than I am. Maybe my advice is just a whole load of bullcrap, but it does certainly seem like there's room for a lot of energy growth, especially in the advanced solar panel sector, if maybe we were willing to risk it for the biscuit. I don't know. It makes me wonder if maybe the meta has been all defined and maybe all discovered, or if, this long-standing tradition of grunt versus grunt warfare might have some way to improve it here, especially in Beyond All Reason. I know this is all strategies and metas and whatnot that develop from older games too. Like, there's a lot of these players that are very experienced, as they were mentioning earlier. Who was it? No, not Bison. Well, maybe Bison, but also, who was it? The Bloodier. Bloodier. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce it. I almost want to put it like a inflection of the one guy, Beowulf. That's the one. What was the term for that inflection? I don't even know. That speech pattern. I'm not even sure what that people are called. It's not like Norwegian, is it? It's like Anglo-Saxon or something. I don't know. Anyways, what a weird side tangent. Armies dancing around each other over here. Bison decides to go for a bot lab here. Gonna go for some thugs. Okay, interesting. Maybe we're just gonna go for a good old-fashioned Cortex thug push. Haven't seen one of those today, and I would absolutely love to. Definitely one of the most powerful, especially considering, there's not really a whole lot more than a bunch of grunts up and available for the blue commander. Thugs do absolutely trash on grunts if you get enough of them up. Enough of them up is the tricky part of that sentence, though. Yeah. Vador looking to do a little push up on this northern side. Funny how both of these commanders are kind of pushing their respective lanes, teetering around each other, but not necessarily engaging each other head on. Yeah, those incisors are going to get jumped on here, and those grunts are going to have a field day blasting them to absolute smithereens. Would have liked to see those pulled back here, the incisors, that is, and used as a retreating force to back up into the reinforcements over here. Rover's going to be sent around here to try and kill some stuff. There's exploiters over here, though, so those will do absolutely no damage. They'll have no effect. There we go. Blasted. Oh, a little bit of friendly fire right there from a laser exploiter. Don't think I've ever seen that before. Theoretically possible, but I don't know if I've ever seen it. I guess theory will only take you so far, as they say. A lot of incisors going down over here. This is a tremendous wreckage field. How much metal is that in grand total? 845 metal, my goodness. Definitely well worth reclaiming here. I guess we're actually going to resurrect it, though. Okay, interesting. Could be well worth it. At this point, these thugs need to start trading out right here. If we don't start trading out these thugs and using resbots to patch them back together, this is just a lost bit of metal here. We're essentially just detracting from vehicle production, but not really getting any value out for the where the metal is being spent right here. Bison doing a decent job of spending his resources. Looks like Lord Vador was saving up a little bit. Goes for an air lab on the front with the commander here. That's a bit interesting. Maybe thinking about building some shuriken. Yep, there they go. Shuriken are already queued up. Hadn't even noticed in the bottom left-hand corner, but that's exactly the idea right now. There we go. Couple of a couple of res bots are going to be produced out of the spot lab very slowly but very steadily, and eventually it will be a nice little force that's built up right there on the southern side for the red player. These thugs are now thinking about pushing forward. This would be the ideal opportunity. Oh, we need some anti-air though. Bison hasn't seen the air transition right now from the blue commander. Could certainly catch him off guard. Yeah, okay, he sees the shuriken for the first time. That's going to cue some anti-air immediately. Immediately starts up the thistle right there. Excellent response. Missile truck should be starting here. Yeah, we have a missile truck lasher. Gonna be coming up right here and headed towards the front line almost immediately. Very nice response time right there. Very on top of it. Very snappy. Making sure to try and not lose the entire army to a whole bunch of shuriken rather. Yeah, it's a tricky thing to balance. Resbots right here could absolutely tear this army or tear this this field apart here. They're gonna keep resurrecting. I don't know if I like the resurrection here. I think going for a whole lot of metal and then using it to go for some crazy energy production wouldn't be the end of the world. So many T1 solar panels. I hate to see that. It is the effective strategy, but man, I hate to see it. We need a little more anti-air here, I think. It's a lot of shuriken coming out. Yeah. We need just a little bit more anti-air if we want to make this push work. I think a couple of, trashers coming out will be absolutely excellent. You know what? I was ditzing the resbots for resing instead of reclaiming, but it does mean that there's now so many incisors over here. Bison completely surrounded. The grunts managed to jump on top of that red commander, and it's going to be Vador who takes a point and puts it way up there on the board. Very nicely done by the blue commander. Excellent little play right there. You know what? Exactly the opposite of what I was saying. Those resbots, I guess there was just enough of them to patch up those incisors that were built over there and sent on one left on the ground. Really, really nicely done by the blue commander there. What a scrappy battle. Back and forth. And Vador actually, with the inferior economy at that point, manages to actually clutch it out by just catching the commander a little bit overexposed. Very, very nicely done. Map number 2. Looks like it's going to be Heartbreak Hill. Pardon me. Stuffy nose. Guile pronounces it Bladier. Okay. That works. That works for me. Harder to slip poison into a drink if you shake it rather than stir it. I wonder if that's true. I have no idea. I can't logically connect why that would be true as opposed to shaking, making the film of like the alcohol and the water separate from each other. And the also it's a bold claim that I made because I don't have any empirical proof. It was just a thing that I heard that I thought was interesting. You know. Lord Vador says GLHF in complete caps, and then apologizes for it. But the funny thing is, if you yell "Good luck, have fun," you're just enthusiastic, and that's not not really a bad thing. I think you probably don't even need to apologize for that. I think if anything, everybody should say GLHF in caps, GG in caps. I don't know. Put a little pizzazz into your voice. Anywho, blue commander going to be Lord Vador over here on the eastern side. Gonna be playing from behind the little hill over here. Heartbreak Hill, what a complicated map, man. This one always bugs me. Just because I lose. I lose so often on this map because of all the crazy complex geometries on it. There's this little hill right here with, maybe this is the Heartbreak Hill. I'm not sure exactly which one's the Heartbreak Hill. Maybe it's this one right here. Either way, there's a little hill right here. Vehicles can't go up it, bots can. Excuse me, there's this little high ground over here. This pib is really ruining me. This little high ground over here, perfect for volleying artillery down onto your opponent's base. Very easy to defend too, because you've got kind of this cliffside over here, and then you've got these metal extractors, so you put a laser tower or 2 or 3 or 4 over here on this section. It's going to be pretty good. And then of course there's this massive bizarre middle of the map right here, so you can see there's these sort of fans connecting the upper tier of this map. You can kind of see it's broken down into tiers. So there's like this upper tier, we'll call that tier 1, and then it sort of drops down a little bit, and then it comes back up to tier 1 right here, and then there's this sort of low ground here we'll call tier 2. Maybe going from top to bottom as far as tier naming isn't the right way of doing that, but anyway, you get the idea. Bison here going for Cortex bots. I think that probably makes a whole lot of sense with how bizarre the terrain on this map is and how difficult it is to traverse. I think bots just make a whole lot of sense. Oftentimes what we've seen is commanders take an overwhelming presence in the middle of the map right here, and then they end up going for a vehicle bay or something like that, and using it to finish off the push right here. Really tricky though, because once you go into that vehicle bay, you end up having to fight through this choke point right here, which is always really tricky, or fight through this choke point over here. And you can always besiege this base from this hill, but if you manage to get artillery over here, you've already won the game regardless. Lord Vader says we angered the wind god, and Bison says for sure, and I guess I would have to agree. Yeah, we've been stuck on 3 wind for the last 4 minutes now. A little bit over exaggerative here. Probably just been about, I mean, still a good long while. That was probably about 40, 50 seconds of sustained 3 wind speed. That's pretty brutal. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, both of these commanders are going to have to heavily rely on solar panels to get back into the energy game. Right now, Lord Vader went for 4 solar panels. Obviously, going for those solar panels is really tricky in the early game because it drains your metal so harshly. 600 metal down the drain just to get 80 energy production right now, but finally Vader is able to use it because metal is finally rebuilding at this point. Yeah, it's a tricky one when that wind speed starts to plummet. You can build the solar panels, but it is going to cost you quite a hefty sum. Metal extractors coming up right here. These constructors going to be going around building some wind turbines, metal extractors, construction turrets, all sorts of stuff here for Bison. Very lengthy queue. We've also got this guy who's planning on expanding outwards. We're not taking these metal extractors over here, which is interesting. We're just going to expand forwards. I guess those are always easier to take, so you can always just send a constructor back to go grab those, but it also means that you're a little prone to forgetting to grab those. Certainly I am, anyway. Grunt's going to catch a constructor right here. That's actually a great pick. Yeah, one of the first constructors sent out on the field right here by the blue commander, and it gets sniped by a couple of lucky grunts that do happen to skirt their way around the vision radius here for the blue commander. Yeah, it forces the entire army back from Lord Vader. You either only pull a couple of units and hope that it's enough, or you pull the entire army and leave your front lines a little exposed to make sure that you don't lose anything else back at home. Oh, good thing we saved that metal extractor. Losing that metal extractor would have been absolutely atrocious right here. More grunts moving in on the northern side here, trying to get a little bit aggressive over here. The army just finished defending, and they're trying to get off the back foot right now, but it's going to be tricky. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. At the very least, the aggression over here means that the red army isn't moving across right now. The blue is going to engage, and I don't think that engagement was particularly well for the blue, but at the very least, it stalled all these units from pushing across here. So we do have another grunt that's going to try and make its way over here. It'll be stopped eventually by some more forces if they don't get pulled. Yeah, Vader having huge energy issues right now. That wind speed is no good. Both of these Cortex commanders too, so they have the more expensive wind turbines, so neither one of them is happy about building wind turbines in the first place, but then to lose so much right here, yeah, to essentially not having enough energy to produce units is so tragic. Another metal extractor goes down. Another 2 metal extractors up north over here, as well as the constructor and a whole bunch of wind turbines. Really hurts. Another grunt is over here on the northern side. Oh, there we go. We do catch it. Very nicely done. Vader does catch that grunt that was running around on that side. He gets the one in the back of his base as well here. Very good to see. No aggression across the map, though, which is really unfortunate. If these grunts were over applying pressure over here, I'd like this. I'd say this position was all right for Vader. It's not ideal, obviously, but it'd be all right. However, the fact that we're just defending right here, I don't think the amount of metal we're going to get from the res piles here, the battlefield wastes, I just don't think it's going to be enough to justify all that. Vader moving the commander in here to try and intercept some of these grunts. Love that move. Good that we kept the commander around, because otherwise this would have been a really tricky problem. Resbot does get blasted down over there. That's unfortunate. Oh, the grunt goes down too. Just shows you how much more efficient that snowballing factor is. As soon as those grunts start to build up in numbers, they can really start to take down prey a whole lot quicker than you'd expect. And here's another grunt applying a little bit of pressure. Vader definitely struggling on all sides here. Solar panel luckily absorbed the brunt of that damage, so at the very least, yeah, nothing went down right there, but that definitely pulled Vader all over the place here. We're going to need to go into critical cleanup mode. Vader needs to get these metal extractors up and running. We need some static defense over here to make sure that the units are free to be across the map and don't have to worry about defending back at home. We need to absolutely see this unit cleaned up. This little grunt is just spying on everybody over here. And also, it wouldn't hurt to have a nice little scout of the enemy base right now, because as far as Vador is concerned, he doesn't have an enemy on this map. He hasn't seen the main base right here for Bison. He doesn't exactly know what's going on. It's going to be a tricky situation here. Eventually, some grunts do push across, so I really like to see this. And one thing is that because Bison has been on the aggressive the entire time, he hasn't necessarily had to defend, but it also means that his defenses aren't as well flushed out, as well projected as the blue commanders are. It's a bit of a funny issue, but it ends up working in the favor of the blue commander. There we go. A couple of grunts do get into the backline here, and they're going to be able to blast apart some of the economy. Very good to see. Yeah, and just like that, that's going to be a nice little shift back towards the favor of the blue commander. Waiting for the right opportunity to strike, splitting up the grunts right here to try and do some damage. Another pick on this metal extractor would be fabulous. Very nice. Pops the metal extractor once more right here. Those constructors are the only thing left as far as build power is concerned. And just like that, we do see a complete turnaround. The blue commander now taking a nice little advantage. Very, very good to see. These metal extractors up here are going to be a nice cushion for the red commander, so at the very least he can afford to deal with all this. Energy storage rather, under a whole lot of duress. Oh, it pops and takes down so many wind turbines with it. Really nice snipe right there with those grunts. Very, very cool to see. Buying Vador the time that he needs in order to actually claw back into this game here. It's about time that we start pumping out some constructors and sending those out on the map again. I think getting these northern metal extractors up and running is going to be absolutely critical if we want to get back into this game here. I think claiming this section over here would be quite nice as well, but it's a whole lot harder to hold, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see that taken a little bit later here. LLT helping blast down some of these grunts that were sent across by the red player. Nicely done. Static defense up here is going to be super, super critical. Resbots patching up whatever they can in a massive radius over here, but certainly contributing a lot of army. Big clash goes through as the trigger is pulled and these units march forward. They're gonna get the constructor and they're gonna get the metal extractors over here. LLT stays standing, so at the very least, this will be a secure area to rebuild. But man, that hurts quite a lot. Yeah, that's actually a lot of metal going down right there, as well as the constructor. So it's gonna have to be Bison who ships out a whole nother constructor to actually rebuild all this. A Resbot could patch up some of these solar panels, or not solar panels, wind turbines over here, so that'd be maybe a nice idea. For the time being, though, at the very least, the red commander has the metal advantage because, of course, these metal extractors up north were taken. Eventually, that advantage is going to be closed by Lord Vador, who's also going for these metal extractors, but for the time being, it's going to be an extra, I don't know, couple hundred or so metal that's going to be back in the hands of the red commander. Definitely enough to rebuild at this point. If we take a look at the statistics right here, we might get a better view of exactly what's going on. So metal produced here right now for the red commander. You can see just having those metal extractors a little bit more than the blue. Almost with yeah, it's two or so thousand metal over the blue commander right here. Means that Vador is going to have to trade so efficiently to get back into this game here. Constructor is resurrected. Love to see it. You just set that out on its journey almost immediately. Grunts over here could certainly trade out against this LLT. I like that play quite a lot. Yeah, LLT without power as well, so that's a great catch right there. Yeah, nice snipe right there. Catch the constructor a little bit over, overconfident right there, expanding just a little beyond its actual reach. Going to mean that those grunts can push forward. They're going to be stopped by the two LLTs over here. Oh, maybe not. Forces are being directed that direction as quick as they can be. There we go. Those grunts push on past the LLT, blasting into the backline right here. These grunts are on a sacrificial mission, but it's all worth it. 3 metal extractors, the constructor, all the rest of it went down right there. LLT and 2 metal extractors went down right there. This is exactly the comeback that the blue player needs. If we can keep up this trajectory right now, if we can keep applying this much pressure, if we can keep berating the red commander for not having defenses in all these positions, or enough defenses in all these positions, this could certainly be the way that we come back into this match. That's unfortunate. Grunt goes down right there, so not going to be able to continue its harassment, but already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish metal extractors going down right there. And just like that, the gap between the economies is well closed. Nicely done by Lord Vador, actually managing to bring his way back into this match with some stellar run-bys right there. Sacrificing grunts, basically always worth it if you manage to kill a couple of metal extractors. So I think, yeah, Vador's got to be pretty thrilled with that engagement. As far as any transitions go, it looks like pretty much the plan here for Bison is to go for that vehicle bay, send the vehicles right on across the map. This is very stock standard. We've seen this all the time on this map whenever we watch the 1v1 games. Yeah, this is basically the way that commanders like to play this. You go for those vehicles, and then you use this big flat terrain as the way to get those vehicles into a nice position. What an excellent engagement right there, my goodness. Those grunts for the blue commander trading out so nicely. Suddenly, what looked like an overwhelming advantage for Bison has now turned completely 180 degrees around, and I would say that Vador definitely has a stern, overwhelming pressing advantage right now over what the red commander has. Grunt's going to be blasting each other apart over here. Always very nice to see. Yeah, that trade is slowly turning against the blue commander, though. He doesn't have reinforcements to make that well worth it here. Oh, the grunt slips through. Oh, no. The grunt's actually going to manage to take down this constructor over here. Oh, can you eat it? Can you eat it in time? Can he eat it in time? Oh, he does not eat the grunt. Oh, no. It's so close. Oh, just barely. The grunt does go down right there. My goodness. That was very, very close. That constructor almost went down right there to the grunt blasting away. The grunt almost got eaten by the constructor. Eventually, reinforcements clean up that grunt. That's the little things. Love to see it. Lord Vador goes for an air lab in the most random position available. It's where the commander was, and so that's where it was plopped down. We'll love to see these grunts continuing to apply pressure up north here. This area is slowly but surely being rebuilt, and if we could continue to make this a thorn in the side of Bison, I think that would absolutely really suck for the red commander to have to deal with. There's not a great way to get up here. You basically have to walk all the way up this hill and around this way, and then all the way up into the back over here. So if you, say for instance, build a lab or a gauntlet or, I don't know, anything over here, if you build a vehicle bay over here and start raining down on this base with wolverines, that is a checkmate scenario, and there's basically no way for the red commander to do anything about it if you can hold this checkpoint right here. Resbots almost overstepping a little bit there. Shuriken are pulled to save the resbots and make sure that these grunts can push on effortlessly. That will immediately trigger anti-air, at the very least it should right here from the red commander. Oh, he went for 2 advanced solar panels at the same time. Doesn't have the energy for it. That's a very expensive upgrade right there. We do have some lashers out and some trashers out, and we have a little couple of thistles as well. Didn't mean for that to rhyme, but I guess it was a nice little way to put it. This is so many grunts. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna be able to deal with this many grunts. Oh, we accidentally blasted the lab down. Oh no. Bison loses the lab. That is tragic. That is a lot of grunts getting into the backline of the red commander right here. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Resbot's picking up whatever units fell, by the way, over here on this side of the map. Gonna mean that it's a slow but steady grind right here to continue pushing this army back for the red commander. I just don't think there's enough forces right here. Goes for a second bot lab. Not the end of the world, but all the power production is gone. Vador says, Yeah, Shuriken gonna be catching whatever they can over here to try and, yeah, make it a very efficient fight. What happens when you paralyze an energy storage? Do you lose access to that energy? Is that how that works? Could you paralyze a metal storage and then suddenly they lose all that metal? Would that be how it worked? They just waste it immediately? You could do more damage by paralyzing a metal storage than you would just killing like anything. If that's the way that works, that'd be pretty brutal. Anyway, it's just a weird interaction. I don't know if I've ever seen that work. Okay, here we are. Yeah, you just lose control of it. Okay, yeah, you saw the energy, the total energy bar just completely depleted. That's a weird one. Yeah, it was up to 7,000, then it dropped back down to 1,000 right there. Cool. Learn something new every single day. Absolutely love it. Resbot's essentially the only thing sustaining this fight right now. Production has halted. Are we going into T2 or anything? We have a transport coming up. Okay, interesting. We're gonna move the commander after showing shurikens. That's a surefire way to get your commander shot down. Looks like it's not going to matter, though. Our red player decides to tap out of the game here after losing their entire economy, and indeed, it will be Lord Vador who claims this game. Very nicely done by the blue commander, just showing an overwhelming precedence and bringing it back after this game. Man, Vador sure seems to be able to claw back from the brink of total annihilation. I was about to calm drop. Yeah, losing by a fair margin over here, and then managing to actually claw back into the game here. Not retaking the advantage as far as economics go, but using the units and resources effectively here. Very nicely done. Ozlex has contributed, says, I've always pronounced Bloadeer's name as Bloadeer. Seemed to recall from his FAF days that's how it was pronounced. He said it's been a bit since then. Okay, well, good to know. Good old Bloadeer. I was pretty close. That was not super far off from what I usually go with. Phew. What a match. Man, those high-level matches between these pros, they are absolutely phenomenal. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it. that's a wrap on the 4 qualifiers for this tournament. Let me double check that I'm correct about that. Yeah. So with that, we have our 4 qualifiers from this tournament that are going to be going ahead into the finals here, which will be not next Saturday, but the Saturday after that, final Saturday of the month. We have Blodier, Lopatka, Vador, and ZLO FAF. I just put together that ZLO FAF probably stands for like ZLO Forged Alliance Forever. I don't know what ZLO stands for. I don't know if that's an acronym or just their name, but yeah, FAF probably stands for Forged Alliance Forever. So maybe ZLO is an old FAF commander as well. One of those commanders from way back in the day. Sorry, I meant to be showing this real quick. Save up to $1,200 when you buy from Best Buy. Look at that. A little bit of inadvertent advertising right there. I really should install an ad blocker, shouldn't I? Anyway. And just like that, we have... So there's our 4 qualifiers right here. Blodier, Lopatka, Vador, and ZLO FAF. We are, by the way, going to be going into a couple of regular games that we usually do on the stream. We still have 3 hours, so maybe even more than that. I don't really have a time limit on today. So, by the way, if you're sticking around for that, feel free to. I do want to check out this game between ZLO and Vador, though. I feel like that's going to be a good one. And we haven't seen any games from Blodier, so I guess there's only 2 more matches to watch, or 2 more best of 3s to watch. So I really feel like that's the place to be. Let me go ahead and take that off the screen real quick, and I'll go ahead and, well, I'll leave it on the screen, actually, so you guys can observe and admire. And let's see here. So ZLO and Vador are getting into a game right now. Let me see if I can find it. Need to, I'm waiting for the password here, wherever that is. Wherever that ends up being put at. ZLO says he's hosting. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. What do you think it would take to convince Flo to give me privileges to set up 25v25 lobbies? Has anybody ever done it before? Is there even a chance? There's Vador versus Bison. Yeah, we all want to watch this. Dustfox says make sure to post lobby pass and channel in the Discord. Yeah, that's this is a revolutionary time save. Putting the password in the lobby so that we can actually all just join it. We don't have to go around pinging people. Hey, what's the password to your game? I'm in the middle of a 1v1, man. Stop bugging me. Oh, sorry, man. Just wanted to watch your game. Along with the other people who are here, we just all want to watch your game. Let's see if we can find it. Darian, Cuddling, nope. None of these. It should have a name like Z, starting with a Z and an L. Oh no, it'll start with an F. NOPQRSTUV. It's gonna be up. They're working on it. I'm getting updates. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm getting updates. I don't know why they didn't just use this lobby that was already set up. I feel like that's the right way to do it. I'll go on a bit of a side tangent here while we wait. So if we look at this real quick, full bracket. So there's, 16. Usually we had 15 this time, but usually there's 16, right? So if you think about it, like you start by setting up 16 servers, and you can just have admin set up 16 servers or whatever. And then whoever wins takes the lobby, and they use it for their next match, right? Like you just boss whoever won the lobby, and then they can rename it, and then they can reuse it. Like it all works out pretty well. ZLO isn't an acronym. I seem to remember it means evil in another language. Oh, all right. Evil Forged Alliance forever. All right, we have a password in the chat. Looking for ZLO's game. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off the screen real quick so that I can see my cursor. AB. I'm looking for. It'll either say BPL at front. That's what we're supposed to do when we name these. It's supposed to be BPL at the front so that it all gets put in the same spot. But you know, that's just how it goes. Sometimes it's not always the way. Surely I'm not missing something. Hold on, maybe a friend is in here. Yeah, Desfox found it. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Looks like in the middle of bands. Zillow says ban Red Rocks. I don't know if there was one that was already banned or not. Oh, it's Tag Zillow, not Faf Zillow. Ah. I misremembered. The Murani says Zillow is from Faf. Yes, though. So I guess I wasn't wrong. But I was accidentally correct. Yeah, accidentally correct works with me. Boy, this is a weird random side tangent to go on as well, but I recently was at the hardware store because I needed a pocket knife, or rather I needed a box cutter for, yeah, I needed a box cutter to trim up a bunch of boxes that I had. And I found this knife that I'm sure is not revolutionary. Like, this is definitely not newfound technology, but it's the first one that I'd ever seen. And it's a box cutter that is just a handle, essentially. And what you do is you put standard razors in it, like the standard, I don't know, Stanley heavy-duty utility blades. That's what they're called. Just like, yeah, the regular razor utility blades. And it is like, it's awesome. It's so awesome because it's infinitely reusable. Like, I can just, you know, I just interchange the blade. I don't have to worry about like sharpening it or whatever. That's, you know, that takes that out of the way. And then also per blade you get 2 uses essentially, because you put the blade in and only half of it sticks out, so you can just flip it around and then you get the other half of the blade. So I bought a pack of razor blades for like $30 or so, or $20 or something like that, for like 100 of them. And then that's, you know, that's gonna last me for the rest of my life for like a razor sharp blades or whatever. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, guess that'll be the biggest investment of my life. So I'm so thrilled about this knife. This thing is absolutely lovely, and I've just been like fidgeting with it recently. It's also sort of shaped like a karambit, which is cool. I don't know if there's any CSGO fans out there, but I always loved the way the karambit looked. I don't think I'm alone in that. I feel like that's not a unpopular opinion. But yeah, it's got a kind of a cool design to it too. It's got a cool like latching mechanism as well. Feels really sturdy. It's got a decent weight to it. It's all made out of steel and aluminum, so it's got like that nice I don't know, if you've ever played around with knives, or if you're into that sort of thing, you definitely know what I'm talking about, where it's got that weight that makes it feel like it's usable, but also not exactly, it's not like, made of bricks. Like the thing doesn't weigh a ton, but it feels like it's got some strength behind it, which is helps a lot when you're looking for like feeling confident about your knife and not it shattering and breaking your hand in half. Yeah, it helps a lot. Should we talk about Beyond All Reason? So second to the very finals of this qualifier here, we have our match between Tag ZLO, who's spawning over here on the north western side. There we go. Left and right always getting mixed up by the end of these live streams. Tag ZLO, I shouldn't say the end of these live streams. We still have the after party here, where we're gonna go set up a lobby and we'll play a whole bunch of games. Then it'll be some really good fun. But anyways, Tag ZLO here, spawning on the northwestern side, representing the red team is a Cortex commander here. No surprise to anybody. Lord Vador, going to be the blue, spawning here on the southeast. Both of which going into those Cortex bots, basically exactly what we just saw one match ago. Gonna be pretty good though. I think these commanders definitely have the APMs to go neck and neck with each other. Controlling those grunts back and forth is an absolute click fest. It's really difficult, really difficult to micro all that while trying to micro or macro at home, build up an economy while trying to make sure that your constructors are going the right way, make sure that everything is all managed properly. Very tricky. So I'm excited to see what these commanders have in store for us. ZLO going heavily into that wind. That wind absolutely screwed over both of our commanders last time. Looks like the sins have been atoned for, as we're now stuck at 15 wind, essentially the opposite of what happened last game. Meaning that there's plenty of energy production for early constructor production. So there we go. Zelo going into a constructor already, actually overflowing energy. So commander should probably help build that constructor, I would think. Lord Vador over here already has a constructor on the field, is going for units afterwards. Don't mind that whatsoever. That's my preferred build. I like going for a constructor, then going for a res bot, then going for some units. It's a little bit slower to get those units on the field, but on most maps, the rush distance is not such that basically anything can get there in time to actually do any damage, and especially if you have a decent enough energy production, it really doesn't make all that big of a difference. Metal extractors coming up all over the place here, so I love to see that. This little lane right here has been an absolute nuisance to everybody on this map. For whatever reason, this little pocket that you can run by over there seems to have absolutely shredded the commanders in the previous games. So I'll be curious to see if maybe we're going to take advantage of that. Wonder if both these commanders might be a little wary of that as well here. Heartbreak Hill, such a complicated map just because of the geographies of everything. You can run up and over and around and through the hills here, and makes bots very difficult to track here. Vehicles are a little bit easier just because they can't really maneuver too well on many parts of this map. The middle of the map and kind of on these ridges, they're all right. But as soon as you start to get them down into these hills and kind of on the slopes and whatnot, yeah, it gets really tricky. They get kind of gummed up. It's really difficult to hold on to. Now Tag Zelo also going similarly for these metal extractors over here. I'd love to see that. Also going for this point up here. So that's interesting. I would have expected to go for this area and then fortify this so that you have a choke point and there's no way that units are going to slip into your backline right here. But it seems like Zelo is not interested in that. I guess he figures that defending this with bots is going to be easy enough. Defending with units is going to be easy enough. So keeping this choke point protected isn't really his top priority. We do have a... Oh, okay. You know what? Completely switching it around here, actually. Yeah, it looks like we are actually doing that. We split the construction order between two different constructors over here. If we select both of these, we can see the total plan. So we've got forward outpost, rear outpost. Okay, looks like never mind is the right thing to say here. Absolutely, Zelo is planning on taking the entire northern section here and using it to his devious advantage. Bab Vader over here, pushing forward as well. Am I the only one that can't help but read Bab Lord Vader and think of Babs from Family Guy? I hope I'm not the only one. Maybe that's a weird niche thing to think about. There's like 4 Family Guy clips that propagate through the internet, and one of them is that horrible one of the family dinner at Lois's family's house or something. I couldn't even really tell you the context because it's it's literally just a 6-second clip, but we all know the one I'm talking about anyway. I'm going to transition away from that. Casual transition now. All right, we're back to the game. Lord Vader over here. You can tell I get more sidetracked easily as these streams get longer and longer. Lord Vader sending some constructors backwards here, trying to build those wind turbines. The wind turbines, it's hard to make that investment worth it. I really feel like solar panels, advanced solar panels is a way to go here. When the wind is high, I should caveat that. When the wind is high, I think the advanced solar panels are the way to go. For now, though, I think I wouldn't mind seeing just regular solar panels coming up. This constructor is going to be absolutely critical right now. If Vader can keep this constructor moving and grooving and building metal extractors left, right, center, up, down, and to the west, yeah, I think this will look pretty good here. I think if this this little fortress comes up over here, and then we maybe claim this area, we build some more LLTs, fortify this northern section. Really hard to hold that northern section right up here. Grunts being split on the southern side over here. We have a whole bunch of grunts moving through. 6 grunts coming on in that direction. Pardon me. Take a sip of my liquid refreshment, as Tychus would call it. Hero grunt running through for ZLO over here on the southern side. 2 warbands basically broke up right here, so we're sort of applying multi-dimensional pressure, which sounds a lot more complicated than it actually is. It just means we're applying pressure on multiple parts of the map here. Great catch right there. Oh, look at the beautiful form on that army. Absolutely phenomenal concave right there. We lost a single grunt. Okay, that second one goes down. 2 grunts for that entire band of units right there from Lord Vader. That is what a good engagement looks like. If you're ever looking for an example, there you go. That was just about as beautiful as it could have been. some stellar, I mean, out of this world micro could have pulled back those 2 grunts that were injured for the red commander, but as far as controlling these cheap T1 trash units goes, that is pretty much perfect in my books. That was just beautiful. Maybe a weird little thing to obsess over, but a really, really nice play. Looks like a grunt over here while the blue commander was busy. Also managed to snipe a resbot. That's a cheap little pickoff, but I love to see it. Very, very nice. Cheap for the red player, I mean, but very expensive for the blue. It's 110 metal, I do believe. Yeah, 110 metal for that grave robber. They look thin and flimsy because basically they are, but they're extremely, extremely expensive. The equipment they use to absorb and rematerialize metal, or well, any material, I guess, is yeah, it's pretty expensive actually. Those matter reconstructors are pretty expensive, I suppose. Who would have known? Yeah, big grunt army over here. Now, if we take a fight over here, I wouldn't mind taking a fight over here for Vador. If these units push in and they managed to trade out over here only for the sole fact that it's so close to the blue base and there's no reinforcements coming for the red, that I think maybe we could trade out some of these units and it wouldn't be the end of the world. Hero grunt over here checking, trying to make sure that everything is all well. Exploiters have come up over here. Exploiters plural. Going to be wonderful for holding the line over here. We're also going to build some LLTs here just because as well. LLT is singular, actually. Going to be coming up over the northern side. Trying to hold that entire area over here. Yeah, so interesting. The strategy is definitely a little bit different, but the rough idea is to hold this area with units, hold this area with units, and hold this area with units. So a little bit grandiose, I suppose, my hand wavy gestures of what you want to do. Like, obviously you want to hold as much area as possible with whatever units you have, but realistically you kind of have to choose which areas are going to be more or less viable to actually latch onto. LLT is coming up here. How long does it take a constructor to build an LLT? Looks like it's about 33 seconds or so, about half a minute. It's not the end of the world. You can do a lot with half a minute and beyond all reason. Quite a few units could be pumped out. You can move your army around. This game functions in matters of seconds. Nice catch over here. Finding the grunt that was lost over in this section. Making sure it doesn't reappear over here and cause a bunch of havoc. Oftentimes those units that get lost to the corners of the map can come back and cause terrible, terrible devastation. I mean, you can imagine if there's a grunt hiding over here and it just pop, pop, pop. 3 metal extractors and a constructor. 1, 2, 3, 6 metal extractors total. Maybe even more. Yeah. Very, very easy to lose a whole lot from a whole little. Sorry, not trying to give you a soundbite of me eating ice. I know that's not necessarily the ASMR that you come for. I know it's the soothing sounds of the Brightworks that everybody shows up for. But yeah, maybe ice crunching, not one of them. I know it's really bad for your teeth as well. I come from like a family of ice eaters. My mom, my dad, everybody in my family has always eaten ice. Eaten ice, eaten ice. I know it's bad. I know you're not supposed to, but just can't help the satisfaction I feel from those crunchy rocks bouncing around in my mouth. Because it is a rock, I hope you all know. Whoa, T2 transition coming up right here. Okay, ZLO feeling spicy this match. Gonna go for a little bit of a T2 transition right off cuff here. Love to see it. I tried to do this and I couldn't make it work, but I mean, I imagine if anybody's gonna be able to figure it out, it'll probably be somebody who's a little bit more experienced at the game than I am. See case in point, 49 true skill and silver bars under that chevron count. Yeah, Resbots. Mismicroed over here. They're going to find themselves in a little bit of an early grave. One of them is pulled back, though. That's nice. Good catch right there by CLO. When you're playing these games, I have to imagine these commanders. Actually, you know what? I don't have to imagine. We can actually just go to TV mode. I don't use this ever. This is pretty funny. And what if we do this? So this is the viewpoint right now of Lord Vador, and it captures exactly what the blue commander is looking at. I can just take my hands off the controls. How nice is that? Vador catches a, looks like a constructor up on the northern side, building some radar towers. This is a really nice view, actually. It does give you a nice perspective of exactly what these commanders are worried about, what they're thinking about. You can see Vador definitely a little bit worried about building some of that macro at home. Trying to make sure the armies are in a good position here. It also gives you a good perspective for how little these commanders know, right? Very easy for us to critique from a high-level perspective. Here we go. We switched over to ZLO's perspective now. A little bit jarring to watch these commanders because I have to admit that they move around pretty quick. They certainly zip around the map with a incredible intensity. There you go. You can see them microing back those units. Is that a scuttle? It's a bedbug. Thought it was a scuttle right there. What a phenomenal engagement right on the southern side right there. Loads and loads of grunts go down for the blue commander. Actually, all the grunts go down for the blue commander right here. We're in crisis mode right now, though, for the red. Yeah, Zelo now having to deal with a massive push on the northern and middle of the map. Grunt's starting to ball up. Not the good idea. Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn this off. A little jarring, but also it kind of pulled us away from the action right there. Bedbugs are out here. At the very least, it shows us what is underway, which is the T2 transition. Resbots are caught over here. Grunt's going through the middle of the map to do a little bit of damage over here. The time is now or never because the Fiends are going to be under production. As soon as these T2 come across the map, there's no way for T1 to really compete. Yeah, the time is nigh. Bill nigh. No, sorry. LLTs will hold this line, by the way. Looks like largely went, all well. Grunt's tearing apart as much of this as possible. Very good. Constructor in duress. T2 Constructor certainly having a bad day. Getting blasted apart and rebuilt and blasted apart all over and over again. Constructor, build turrets rather, going down slowly but surely. ZLO worrying mostly about his own units over here. Trying to micro them as well as possible. Oh, and Sizer's jump on the building. He can't degun down that lab. You definitely don't want that. Fiends are going to be pulled backwards here. Yeah, oh, the friendly fire from the Fiends, though, does burn that down. Do we have any resbots out on the map? I'm sure we do. Yeah, there's some resbots over here who are going to have to be pulled back to res this lab. It's the only way we're going to get this lab up in an efficient amount of time right now. And eventually, ZLO stabilizes. So what is the play right here for the blue commander? You cannot stick around on T1. If you're gonna stay on T1, this is nice right here. Grunt does run by over here. Ooh, LLT, gonna blast it down before it gets anything done. Nice bit of static defense over there. You can't stick around on T1. You're just never gonna be able to trade out as efficiently as you need to. So I think at this point, Vador basically has to look into going either into T2 or going into some sort of, maybe an air transition might be effective here. At the very least, Vador knows that he bought himself a little bit of time because these resbots are going to have to put this lab back together. And having to rebuild that lab is certainly a pain. Also, the fact that the build power went down here is pretty inconvenient. Going to mean that, construction can't really take place for the time being. Definitely buying time right here for the blue commander, but it's not like it's, an infinite amount of time. We still are on the clock. As soon as T2 starts up too much, it's going to be a loss situation. Vador decides to go into an air lab at this point. The T2 economy is gonna slowly but surely start kicking in here. As soon as these advanced metal extractors start coming up and online, it's gonna be really, really tricky to keep up with the economy on T1. See, basically impossible. Those T2 metal extractors, for anybody who might not know, those T2 metal extractors are 4 times as efficient. So you get 4x the amount of metal for a T2 metal extractor over a T1. Means that you can be extremely inefficient with your T1 units if you have a T2 economy and still hold a massive advantage. I think I need a lozenge. I'm slowly losing my voice here. Whoa, Vador transports the commander to the front. Okay. This is risky, to say the very, very least. Vador going in to risk it all, I suppose. What on earth was the play here? I guess the blue commander says there's not really any point in keeping this going if I can't kill the T2 lab. Realizes that it is all futile. Drops the commander, goes in for the fight, and loses. That's going to wrap up this game number 1. Game number 1? Game number 2. Can't remember. Wraps up this game anyways. Terrible at remembering that. Yeah, you can see the economy is only going to continue growing away right there. Bit of a weird move, but I guess I understand. Sort of had to go for a Hail Mary right there. But it was, it was just a little bit too slow. That was the first game. Okay. Glad I was able to figure that out. What do you drink? Asks Alzek. Right now, it's an ice cold Pib Extra. It's the best one for the throat. It's like Dr. Pepper, but with less of a sugary taste. At least in my opinion.
Wow, what a match. That was pretty fun. I especially love the way that the grunts can be controlled to be so efficient depending on the trait that they take. The way that a single unit can have that much variability between fights, really, really wild. Just close some of these. There we go. Go back to the welcome screen. Works out pretty good. That's one of those things that the pros know how to control extremely well, is when the grunts can take a really efficient fight and when the grunts can't take a very efficient fight. It's one of those things that I struggle completely with. And, you know, I think that comes with experience here, but it's phenomenal to watch the pros play with that and actually see what they're thinking about when they control those grunts, see how they actually manage to milk so much value out of everything. Oh, hey, Strawberry says, good evening, Brights. How did your game go? I lost in the first round, 2-0. Probably not a surprise to anyone. I was joking about this with Isbad, who was here earlier. Well, might still be here anyways. I was joking about this with Isbad, who was like, yeah, doesn't practice, loses in first round, refuses to elaborate. Yeah, I mean, the practice stream that I was supposed to be doing for, you know, leading up to this month never ended up happening. You know, things happen, life gets in the way, too much to do, too much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets, sort of a deal. Anyway, yeah, lost in the first round, and I'm not upset about it. It just means I get to spend all day looking at a whole bunch of games. We are planning, by the way, to do some community games after this, so fear not if you or anybody else wants to play those funky time games. Maybe celebrate the end of Pro League Qualifiers for the NA region #1 by jumping online and playing a couple of fun games, funky games, nowhere near as competitive as these, just as chaotic, but nowhere near as competitive. Yeah, feel free to. We'll be doing that after we check out the finals, the grand finals, which are going to be coming up depending on who wins this match right here. So Vador has put a point on the board right now. No, sorry, ZLO has put a point on the board. Hold on. Let me remind myself. Yeah, ZLO won the last game. So same positions here. ZLO spawning in the north and west over here. Cortex once again. With 1 point on the board versus Vador, who has spawned in the southeast as Cortex as well. Gonna be going for that bot lab just as well as his red commander over here, who hasn't got his started. There we go, just starts up just about now. Should be good fun. Okay, so before this game kicks off too much, let's try this TV mode again. Let's just see what's up with these commanders. Let's see what they flick back and forth across as they look at their bases here. So this is a pretty interesting mode. It just switches between the cameras every 30 seconds or so. I don't use it very often because oftentimes, yeah, the pros will change their camera positions all the time, extremely quickly. Oh, I should probably mention that this is a 5-minute delay on it. So, yeah, I'm reading. You know, I'm responding to the past. You'll receive this message in 3 years' time. Lord Vador going for that central metal area, trying to send a resbot out there basically as quickly as possible. Switching on over to Tag ZLO's view here, though, we're going to be seeing a resbot instead going after the metal up on the northern sections. That's kind of the way that this map goes. There's usually two schools of thought. You either rush out to the middle of the map and try and claim that as quick as possible, or you try and steal some of the metal from your opponent's northern side or southern side, basically their side of the map. Personally, I'm a friend of the former. But I prefer the latter. I think, yeah, moving some of these units across the map wouldn't be the worst idea, though. Certainly, slapping a grunt on the guard command to protect that resbot up there wouldn't be the worst idea. Flicking back and forth here. I'm going to turn this off. This is actually a little nauseating. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little nauseous watching this flick back and forth between these commanders. Maybe there's a way to soften that or something. I don't know. Anyways. Not my area of expertise by any measure, so I'll just butt out of that conversation. Grunt's headed across the map over here. They're going to be well, put in a big pool right here. Well, yeah, not a good engagement right there for Lord Vador. Oh, the resbot. Oh, resbot. There we go. Pull the resbot back. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Resbot going to repair these. Lovely, lovely stuff. Grunt's going to be getting a little back massage here to get back in the fight with a little bit of a... new fresh coat of paint and some dents buffed out right there. Just back as good as new. Love to see that. Reusing your own assets in a game. For instance, you know, hey, I've got this resbot that I was reclaiming with, but it'd be really useful to use it to repair things, or remembering like, hey, I have these hounds over here that are really good as siege units, but I can make them into sort of makeshift assault units if I switch them out of Gauss mode and into or out of plasma mode and into Gauss mode. That sort of thing is very, very tricky to remember because there's so many random things like that and beyond all reason. But if you can manage to remember them, and if you can manage to micro them properly, that is the way that you become an absolute expert at this game, is by just basically mastering the systems. You know, it's funny, I see these posts all the time on the Beyond All Reason subreddit, where the post will be something along the lines of, how do I do this command? Like, what is the way to, you know, do a command? Like, how do I... I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. One of them was like, how do I build in big squares, right? Like, how do I build a big square of buildings like this? And the answer is, by the way, Shift and Alt at the same time to build a square. If you hold all of them at the same time, you can build a hollow square, which is kind of cool. There's actually, you can build like a lot of different variations of things, but anyway. What I love about those, though, what I love about those questions particularly, is that every single one of them has an answer. Because it's literally the way that Bar was built. Was like, everybody came from all these different video games, and they were like, oh, it's you know, you have the you have this game, and you're like, I kind of wish it had this control. And so everyone who came over to Bar was like, you know what if we added that control? And that just kept happening and happening and happening over and over and over again. And eventually, like, iteratively, we just ended up with the most beautiful control scheme, because it was all the things that everybody wanted, and that eventually got implemented, which is awesome. Absolutely awesome. For instance, I tried out what was that game? Broken Arrow, and it was interesting. It was definitely a bit of an interesting game. But yeah, it doesn't have auto groups, so I don't know. I can't, like, it's so hard to play an RTS game nowadays that doesn't have auto groups on it. Or like, for instance, the way that you right click to move your units and like draw a line and move your units across. So convenient. So convenient, and I take it completely for granted because it works so well and it's so powerful, and I just have you know, suddenly there's like that just isn't a feature in a lot of, you know, modern games, and I'm like, man, if I could do that with my StarCraft 2 units, if I could spread my workers out the way that I can spread my grunts out in this game, yeah, it's absolutely wild. Anyway, enough raving about that. Vador on the back foot here. Very aggressive expansions right now from CLO, who's sending the constructors forward and southward, as well as northward, actually. We're going in all directions here. Everybody, everywhere except backwards. Always forward, never back, as that one random shark from Shark Boy and Lava Girl 2009, I want to say? Oh, man, when did that movie come out? Hold on, let me Google it real quick. Let me, oh, I'm not showing that on screen, right? Okay. Thought I was showing that on screen. Shark Boy and Lava Girl release date 2005. Oh man, it was earlier than I thought. It's weird how little things stick with you like that, huh? That movie was fundamental to my development, certainly. I probably saw it in 2009. I probably didn't see it when it was in theaters or something. Did that movie go to theaters? Anyway. The aggressive expansion tactics seem to have paid off. The army across the map here in front of Lord Vader's house is looking pretty menacing. That being said, there's also a fairly menacing army flirting with the front door of ZLO as well. So both commanders kind of pointing a gun at each other, and just hoping that, you know, neither one of them pulls the trigger. Exploiters are going to be painful to push through here. This is enough grunts, certainly, to break through an exploiter, or to at the very least ignore an exploiter. Exploiters don't do as much damage as I thought they did. They're reasonable, right? They're good against grunts, and that's basically where they stop being good against. But you know, it's a bit of a tricky one. Love the zoning that Lord Vader is doing right here. Essentially saying, hey, you can't really reinforce this army without taking a fight with my army right here. And then Vador doing the same thing. He's like, hey, I can just build up my defensive forces here while I wait. And then as soon as I have enough forces to actually defend this, I can just start sending reinforcements to the front line and start rebuilding that one. Really, really cool to see that sort of mindset between these two commanders here. So forwarding back and forth, yeah, the grunts want to push in. They want to engage once they're close enough to the base to actually do some damage. They don't really want to just take a pointless fight out here in the middle of the desert. Very, very tricky. Very difficult to gauge as well. Again, with incomplete vision. If we switch into ZLO's vision here, doesn't really exactly know where these units are. Doesn't have radar out here or anything, so really tricky to see where those units are going to be. Meanwhile, over here, similarly, Lord Vador doesn't really have great vision over here as well. No radar detection either. Gonna snipe the constructor though, so that's really, really nice. Yeah, getting that constructor is huge, actually. It shuts down all those exploiters that were coming up right here. ZLO actually going for a geothermal. That's a little bit greedy, but I love it. The geothermal can certainly be very, very powerful. You know I love me some really greedy builds. Would love to see a rogue grunt sent northward here to try and shut some of this down. Not going to happen though, as this exploiter comes up and online, so it's going to take a whole lot more firepower to bust through there at this point. Okay, we've gone for a little bit of a vehicle transition here. Gonna go for some more wind turbines as well. Wind makes a whole lot of sense on this map, except for right now. Oh my goodness, the wind just tanked. Absolutely dropped off an edge right there. All the way down to 2. Slowly climbing back up right now, but both of these commanders feeling the sting. ZLO definitely going to be in a great position with this geothermal though. Wouldn't be surprised if that geothermal is what ends up winning this game right now for the red commander. That and the fact that he is very quickly expanded all the way through to his side of the map over here. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. It's going to be really difficult to break through here. These metal extractors, these armed metal extractors, the exploiters, they don't come up extremely quickly. Obviously, you have to put a whole lot more metal into them. But when they do come up, they basically lock down an area extremely, extremely well. Big clash on 2 different fronts right here. Both of which I think go in the favor of ZLO. That is pretty painful. Yeah, the blue commander forced to retreat off of both of those fights. Gonna have to merge those armies right there. Circles where the army is, I suppose. Curious why Vador decided to do that. There's no team to communicate with, so gonna be tricky. This army down south here could actually come for a really nice little push. Yeah, if we sweep from both sides, right? If we come in from the northern side and the southern side at the same time, could certainly mean that these armies push in a really, really nice way. Resbots were headed over there to try and eat up some of those corpses, I think, but not going to be the case. A whole lot of them get blasted apart here. There's just so many units out and available for ZLO. ZLO's just gone into mass production right now. We're just pumping out grunt after grunt after grunt. We're just getting as many forces out on the field as possible. No tech transition, which is a little surprising. I would have expected maybe a T2 transition here. Interesting. Yeah, these exploiters, man, they've done a great job of locking down this front. There's no way that single units, 1 or 2 units, are going to be able to push through here. You're going to need essentially a dedicated army for harassment. And it's really easy to lose a dedicated army for harassment, and then suddenly you've just fed a whole bunch of metal to the enemy team. This expansion is tremendously in the favor of ZLO here. Yeah. Yeah, ZLO showing an absolute dominance over the economy right now. Getting some build power up and running too, spacing it out as well is always nice. Spacing out the economy is a great way to prevent bombers from obliterating your base. Bomber transition right now wouldn't be surprising either. I think Vador is getting back into a desperate situation right here. Losing on multiple fronts and doesn't really have the economy to support the kind of growth that you would need to get back into this game from an economic standpoint right here. So essentially the only option left is to go for some sort of Hail Mary. Resbot's trying their very best. Resbot's very powerful, certainly an excellent comeback mechanic, but when both teams have access to that comeback mechanic, it becomes a little bit less potent, right? A couple of grunts do sneak into the backline here. Okay, they're going to be eaten apart. Disassembled at a molecular level, certainly one of the most uncomfortable deaths that you could afford on a battlefield of the far future. Piece by piece, molecule by molecule, ripped asunder. Yeah, that is a lot of damage right there. Resbots go down. Grunts continue to push in here. Bots are swarming the vehicles over here. The incisors are fighting back as well as they can, but man, they just can't do enough. GG well played is called by Lord Vador. Decides to resign, and just like that, ZLO will put 2 points on the board, securing his victory in this best of 3 series. Really, really nicely done by the Red Commander. Love that gameplay right there. That was really, really nicely done. Yeah, you can see the economic growth was slow but steady, and eventually there was just no way for the Blue Commander to stick in that game. It was a eventual downfall. Love to see it. That's going to bring us to the finals, ladies and gentlemen, where we are going to see ZLO facing off against, I do believe, whoops. Well, thank you, Bar. Thanks, man. Appreciate that, Barcast. Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna bring us to the finals here. Hold on, I wanted to pull up the picture of the finals. There we are. Where I can show to you what I'm talking about. Showing a picture always better than showing a words. There we are. What if I just really zoom in on this? There we go. Yeah, that's not bad. Kind of cuts the screen in half, but that's all right. It's fine. I'm trying to cut out the advertisement because I am not being paid by by Best Buy. Not anymore. I used to get paid by Best Buy, but not this case. Oh, they're just gonna fight in the same lobby. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was yeah. Anyway. Anyway, thank goodness they're gonna fight in the same lobby here. Okay, so what are we looking at right here on this chart? So Vador and Zelo just fought each other. Zelo went 2-0 against Vador, so that's going to put him in the grand finals right here where he goes up against Bloodier. Oh, I can move this around. All right, well, look at that. Didn't need to reformat it at all. Anyways, yeah, so that's going to mean that at least for now, there we go. Okay, just got updated. Bloodier and Zelo are going to be the finalists here. Now, keep in mind, Bloodier, Lopatka, Vador, and Zelo have all qualified for the finalist tournament. This is I believe it's for ranking or seeding or something like that. This does have an effect on the finals. But it is, at the very least for right now, kind of a, you know, for the glory sort of a situation. These commanders just playing to see who's the very, very bloody best. And I am all here for it. What a lot of matches today. Not a lot of 1-2s here. Yeah, we had, let's see, Pro Shaman and Shashkorin went 2-1. We had Arby and Bison went 2-1 over here. Yeah, a lot of swamps over here though. A lot of people that were clearly ahead of the curve. Anyway, I'll go ahead and get this off the screen as we get into this match. Welcome to the grand finals, everybody. Welcome to the grandest of finals of the Northern America Qualifiers 1, Part 1, Mark 1, .0.1. One of everything here. Stare together. Should recognize it. Should recognize it. It's been played before. Well familiar map. Loads of rocks and whatnot on this desert world here. And I think it's time that we meet our commanders, huh? Spawning over here. We've seen him in the last game. We've seen him in a couple games before that. Representing the red team. Going all the way. There's a Cortex commander here. ZLO. The Red Menace. Yeah, gonna be going into a little bit of a mixed economy here. I was waiting to see if we were gonna go for bot labs or vehicle labs, because not quite decided yet. So we'll figure that out here in a second. There we go. There we are. I thought we were gonna time it perfectly, but there we are. Going into a bot lab here is Cortex Commander, just like we saw in the last game. Bloodier, going for a much quicker bot lab here. About 5 to 10 seconds faster, I would say. In the grand scheme of things, not necessarily the end of the world, just kind of, you know, how it goes. But yeah, Bloody are going to be going for, at the very least, a couple of bots very early. It could mean that we go for a res bot and it could get out and eat up these juicy rocks quite a bit sooner. Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what Bloodier's thinking. Starts up the res bot here. Very energy dense, those res bots. They're 1400 energy, which, I mean, you know, doesn't seem like a whole lot, but when wind speed is down to 2, yeah, it's quite costly. Quite costly. There we go. We finally have enough energy to actually outproduce what the lab consumes here. Making sure to spend that every ounce of that energy right there. Very nicely done. Resbot should be, yeah, okay, he's got a complicated list of orders here, but not going to go across the map and try and steal anything. Instead, going to go out to the middle of the map, try and eat up these rocks, then go down south, eat up these, eat up all the rocks basically on Bloodier's side of the map. Love to see that. Tag Zelo, going for a slightly more conservative build here. Does get the Resbot out here to go eat up some of those rocks. It'll be heading north. This is the build that we saw last time here, so there'll be a little clash for resources as eventually this... Oh, actually, no. Yeah, I mean, this Resbot might eat up the resources over here before the blue Resbot can, but that's already 300, almost 400 metal lying in rocks right here that'll be going back to the blue commander. Not to mention all the rocks down here and on the side, all over the place. There's tons and tons of rocks available. Going to be great for the early game economies right here for both of these commanders. An extra, I would say, 600 so metal available per commander. Now, certainly, if you can get an advantage and eat up more of that, then, you know, it'll be nice. Strawberry says, OMG, showing picture of the Barcast finals on stream, but not my doggo. I know. So rude of me. I apologize. I did see the picture of your doggo. It was the black one, right? In the Beyond or in the Brightworks Discord channel. humble, you know, shell out for, you should definitely go join the Discord down below in case you're interested. I think I put it in the description. Oh gosh, I hope I put it in the description. I always try to. Sometimes I do forget those things though. Those are very easy things to forget. Is there any way for me to actually look at that? If I hit that button, I think it'll work. Yeah, okay, it looks like it's down there somewhere. Go join up in case you're interested. In case you're curious, know what I'm all about, know what I'm doing. My mother just texted me and said, "Hi, what's your address?" I'm virtually certain that I've given her my address before. Wonder why she's asking. She's gonna mail me a glitter bomb. Looks like most of the aggression here has been deflected. I can feel a sore throat coming on. I'm gonna dial it back a little bit. Resbot does come out of the lab. Looks like we picked off a radar tower right there. Blinding ZLO a little bit. Oh, the radar tower does come up here. That's quite nice. Oh, metal extractor gets sniped right there. Very, very nicely done. Man, Blood here showing us some absolutely dedicated aggression over here. Love to see it from the blue commander. Eventually, this is going to be cleaned up right here by ZLO. Definitely a nice little hit, though. Yeah, took down the metal extractor. Took down a couple of those grunts here. Now it is, yeah, it's going to be on Bluter to defend here, I do believe. Yeah, the blue commander is going to be forced back on defense now as units start spreading their way out across the map here. There's a big contingent heading through the middle of the map right now. A calamity of grunts heading on the offensive right here towards the red base. I guess I shouldn't use that word, huh? That means something completely different in this game. The calamity is like a trigger word. It should instill fear and unconfidence in anybody that hears it. Never fun to yeah, read chat and see one of your teammates has pinged somewhere on the map and says calamity or Ragnarok or Starfall. Heaven forbid they say Starfall. That'd be even worse than either of the others. These grunts over here find the commander. Start blasting away at him too. 86% on that bad boy. A couple of grunts heading on over in this direction though. They're going to walk up this hillside and find the constructor. Might get a metal extractor for their troubles. There they go. Yeah, they pick off the metal extractor. Ooh, constructor in trouble too. Oh, so close. 7% HP on that constructor right there. Very, very close to going down. The aggression is unrelenting right here from Blood here. My goodness. There's been some fights over on the defense here as well. It looks like Blood here is basically pulling units all over the place. Trying desperately to aggress here is ZLO. Sending more and more grunts across the battlefield right now. But the more grunts go across, the more metal is just in the hands of Blood here. And I can't help but feel like maybe these grunts are essentially just paying for themselves here. The trades are ever valuable right now for the blue commander. A couple of red spots might get caught here. Nope, Grunt's going to turn around here. The threat of this grunt going into the background, the back line right here. Can you tell I'm becoming fatigued from casting these all day long? Certainly taking a toll on my voice right here, but my mental modulator is also struggling to keep up with it all. That and these games are moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I'm definitely not familiar with that speed. My APM is much more low and slow. These guys are more like a tweaked out V8 going 1,000,000 miles an hour down the line. LLT comes up on the southern side, so that'll be nice. A nice little point of static defense here. Great for centering around just to make sure that those grunts can't really push through here, at least not as freely. It's going to take a little bit more than the average grunt here. One grunt pulled away over here to deal with this one. Love the control right there. Talk about masterful control, just using exactly the right unit at exactly the right place, not overdoing it with any too many units and, you know, the wrong place at the wrong time. Very nicely done. This might be the first time that ZLO doesn't have a unit on his side of the map to worry about here. So expansion, expansion, expansion. We have constructors moving northward. We have construction moving southward. Basically everything is ready to start blowing up right here. Blowing up in an expansive way. I don't mean literally blowing up the way that energy converters do. Grunts all over the place. Shouldn't be any surprise to basically anybody. No, no, no. The entire tournament isn't today. The entire qualifier is today. The entire first qualifier is today. Sorry if I got that confused. I probably misspoke. The North American qualifiers are today. The entire tournament is over this course of this month. So the EU qualifiers are next weekend, and then the finals are the weekend after that. Do not fear. Hopefully, you know, I haven't lost 100 people by telling them the wrong information 5 minutes ago. This is the grand finals of the North American qualifier, the first North American qualifier. There's two. I believe there's two. I think there's another one tomorrow. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's how that works. The Mufloni says, I keep trying to spread my units in other games, bar style. I remember. Oh yeah. Doesn't work here. Yeah, it's like genuinely painful because you're like, oh no, there is a better control scheme than this one. I know there's a better control scheme because I've used a better control scheme and it's beyond all reason. Yeah, it's very painful. Wind turbines up on the front line is a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. It feels a bit strange, feels a bit exposed, but I guess it also means that if these grunts push forward and they, end up firing at something, they're gonna fire at eco than instead of the units, which I guess works. I don't. It's a weird thing to trade out here, but I guess if the windmills are spread out, they're not really going to chain react on anything. Construction worker way too far forward here. Gonna get pounced upon. Nice. Grunt over here, blasting away at a metal extractor. Gonna find a constructor over here as well. That's really nice. Very, very nice pickoff right there. Very free pickoff. Surprised we didn't go for an exploiter over here. I feel like that would have made a lot of sense. Northern side completely open to blood here. Southern side in a little bit of trouble here. There's a constructor over here. Oh, it was resurrected. I see. That was likely a constructor that belonged to the blue commander that was resurrected by the red commander and eventually brought back down by the flash pistols mounted on the blood ears. Grunts there. Yeah, those grunts will pull the trigger, and there's more than enough of them marching in a beautiful formation right there to blast apart all the grunts available for the blue commander. Meanwhile, a hero grunt has gotten into the back line and causing so much havoc over here. Wind turbines going down left, right, and center. Oh no. Wind turbines popping all over the place. Construction turret's going to be used to repair all of this, but man, what a painful catch right there. Did I hear shurikens? I did hear shurikens. I don't know where they're at exactly, but I do see an air lab up and available right now for ZLO. So at the very least, we're maybe going to be going for some bombers or some shurikens, certainly, but also, you know, any of those air units that are available here to the Cortex commanders. Grunts are broken through right here by blood here. Took some damage on the southern side, but definitely got punched, or definitely punched back rather. Catches a constructor, shuts down the LLTs up on the northern side, leaving that area exposed to harassment. A grunt gets by on the southern side as well, actually. There's no LLTs over here. Actually completely naked expansions all over the place. Tag ZLO suddenly crumbling right now. Oh no, the economy is collapsing. Not even slowly, this is a total collapse right now. So many metal extractors going down to singular grunts running around in the backline here. My goodness, that hurts. The metal extractor goes down over here, yeah. Excellent trade down south as well. These grunts are just staring at each other. Just mad dogging each other. I know you're over there, but I'm not gonna go kill you. I have my orders. Wow, that is brutal. Oh, can we catch another constructor over here? Nope. Not this time. Grunt's gonna go after the metal extractors instead. Not necessarily the worst idea. Sure, there we go. 2 more metal extractors definitely justifies the cost of those grunts. 72 metal for the combined cost of those grunts versus the 100 metal that it took to build those metal extractors. They've already paid for themselves. Here comes a bomber. What was it targeting? The radar tower, apparently. Trying to blind our opponent here. Oh, 1% left on that. That is tragic. So in doing so, we've given plenty of time for anti-air to come up and online, which is a little bit unfortunate. Does not matter, though. The metal extractors going down over here are so painful. Yeah, that is, those grunts are getting so much value here. 7 kills on that grunt. I think most of those are metal extractors. This is really starting to hurt for CLO. You can see the APM limitations are being pushed. Action all over the map here. We have a bunch of grunts standing against each other in a big standoff right here. Shoulder to shoulder. We blast away at each other. Hey, you know what? The red grunts were just in a slightly better formation there, but the sturdiness on those incisors, turned the tide of that battle absolutely. As the grunts focused on the incisors, which were just way more tanky relative to the grunts, it did absolutely mean that that army was crushed up there on the northern side, putting ZLO definitely on the back foot here. Shuriken have paralyzed this grunt over here to make sure that it can't harm anybody any further. Going to, make sure that that poor boy can't actually go pop any more of those metal extractors, saving ZLO's economy here a little bit. We're starting up a bunch of laser towers just across the middle of the map over here. Always feels like a little bit of a desperation move. Never really assures me of much confidence whenever I start to see that. It's a play that I would make. Is why I know that play usually doesn't end up being cost effective. Shuriken over here. Yeah, sure. Shuriken might be good enough to actually stop this push all on its own. Incisors, obviously, pretty decent, but there's only so much they can do when they're completely paralyzed. The Exploiter, regardless, will go down right here, though, so it means that these Incisor have basically free reign of that southern side. Including a little Shuriken all over the place is quite nice here. We've transitioned out of the air lab here. I guess that was enough Shuriken being built. No longer are we going to be able to produce any more of those, so that's quite nice. More Shuriken over here, but I wonder if maybe we're just going to, kind of retreat them and use them defensively here. Constructor could certainly set something up. Wouldn't even mind seeing this area walled off. It's gonna allow you to keep that area clean for at least until you go for a T2 transition. Speaking of T2 transitions, I feel like with all the metal that's available on this southern side, 1,000 metal available in reclaim here on this field right here. I wouldn't even mind seeing that reclaimed and just going into T2. I feel like it might even be worth it. That's a pretty penny for the blue player to have. Not where I was going with that phrase, but I guess that concludes it here. Yeah, that's a nice amount of metal. I mean, it's slowly going down here as we're resurrecting units. Having this all resurrected, though, is going to be a very nice army for the blue commander. Isn't going to outscale the production, though. I mean, it's nice to have it, but we are also producing out of a vehicle lab and a bot lab, so it's not like this is the only thing reinforcing the front lines here. We do have more and more units being built right now. Tons of incisors up north here. Against the medium tanks, the incisors are going to be basically useless. I don't see how those are going to get basically any value out. But yeah, there you go. I mean, that army managed to resurrect and then eventually trade itself out fairly well here against the red army that was down south. So that's the kind of trade that you need, right? If you're looking to resurrect an army, you're basically kind of milking value out of already unvaluable units. That's sort of how I think about it anyways. Bomber here targeting down some metal extractors. That's interesting. It is worth it if you think about the economics of, like, the bomber costs 150 metal. And, yeah, I mean, well, that metal extractor was already taken down, but there you go. Destroy it completely, I guess, so it can't be resurrected. Yeah, we're going to get 3 metal extractors for the cost of this bomber here, so certainly well worth it as far as this bomber is concerned. Yeah, nicely done. Usually in big multiplayer games, we see the bombing run typically go for, say, for instance, just as many wind turbines as possible or something like that. But in this game, it really does make sense to go for just a couple of metal extractors here, a couple of metal extractors there. Just making sure that at the very least, when you're sending that bomber across, you try and kill as much as possible, as valuable as possible. But yeah, those metal extractors going down does chip away at the economy. On 1-to-1 scale, it makes a whole lot more sense, I guess is what I would say. What a weird standoff here. Constructors versus constructors. Who will win? Turns out it's the incisors that win. Massive battle over here as the medium tanks are jumped on. They just have so much sustain. Yeah, the medium tanks, man, they have so much armor plating that's really hard for the grunts and the incisors. Both of those are going to really struggle against the brutes. Wouldn't be surprised if we just see a full-blown transition into medium tanks here. Yeah, Blitter's shut down production here. So might use the T1 bot lab as basically just a glorified resbot production facility, and then essentially just only produce medium tanks at this point. We are into the era of the medium tank. This is a huge army pushing up north here. It's going to find very little resistance. Yeah, there's actually not much static defense, and this entire northern area is completely uncontrolled, rather, unguarded. There are no guard. Whoa, medium tank ball. Pushing forward, we're going to need a huge amount of tanks in order to stop this. You need a huge amount of tanks to stop this. You need an even huger amount of tanks in order to stop this before it rampages through your base right now. I wonder if we're just sending this ball smashing through the base. Now we're going to send it around the side. Okay. Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing Bloodear try and cloak and use the commander for a D gun right here. This is going to be a difficult push to stop, though. If, however, this push is hold by Bloodear, it is a massive, massive amount of metal deposited right on his side of the map over here. I mean, we're looking at a grand total of 3,500-ish metal left by the red commander over there. You'll get about 2,900 of it from the wreckages. Nice push right through the bottom over here, though. Yeah, this whole army that was resurrected has once again been utilized to push through this section of the map. Nice tear from these medium tanks. They decided to go northwards here and just tear down a whole bunch of this economy, so that's quite nice. But can't help but feel like losing all these tanks right here is going to cost the red commander so much, especially when it came at the cost of so much ground as well. Yeah, units going down left, right, and center. You can see Zila pulling back these units into the backline right here, trying to make the best of a tricky situation. Gonna lose so many metal extractors from moving his army in like that. And at the end of the day, it was maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 metal extractors down for the blue player. It was about, I want to say almost double that here for the red player to lose. The economies, meanwhile, relatively even, I have to say. 39 versus 34 here is not crazy. Maybe that push was more cost-effective than I realized. Single medium tank gets into the backline here. I feel like those medium tanks had gone south right here, and they could have absolutely swept away the entire power grid for the blue player. Yeah, those tanks might have been able to end blood here. Obviously, ZLO does not have all of the vision, does not have perfect vision like we do, so making that call is really tricky. So I can't blame the commander for doing that. Feels like, though, that those medium tanks might have gotten more value had they chosen differently. Resbot's going to come up this direction and repair everything. Resurrect everything. Makes for a very, very compelling argument for not sending the tanks across when suddenly they have halos mounted above their heads and you find yourself fighting your own units. Likewise for the grunts right here, but these medium tanks managed to get into the middle of this fight here and shoot down a whole bunch of the resbots, which is quite nice. Means it'll be at the very least a little slower to resurrect these tanks. You know what? Despite that massive push through the middle of the map right here, Blitter is now going to have to defend a huge, huge wave of units that are going to be sent back in his direction. You know, Resbot's patching together those tanks, again, picking all of it back up and sending it on in the other direction. This medium tank battle becomes very, very vicious all of a sudden. Usually it ends with one player sending a big enough attack that it just storms through the center of the map here. It isn't what I would consider the most elegant of gameplay. It kind of devolves into brutes being brutes. They just smash against each other until eventually, you know, one ball is just big enough to crumble the other. But yeah, it's definitely tricky. Gauging whether that ball is big enough or not to overwhelm the enemy can be harder than it seems. I think ZLO has it, though. He's got the numbers. He's going for T2. Nope, just going for good old T1 production. Putting it all out on the map right now. Just trying desperately to rebuild, I think. Yeah, constructors going all over the place trying to rebuild all the metal extractors while this army is aggressing. Medium tanks up here. Gonna be shot down by the resbots who have patched together some laser defenses and all that sort of stuff, as well as constructors that are headed up in that direction as well. Blue army is crushed in the middle of the map, though. Shuriken are built as sort of an emergency protocol here to shut down any of these tanks that should get a little too far. I don't think those Shuriken were spotted there. They might have been, but I don't think they were. Let's see, are there any missile trucks coming up? I think missile trucks would be cute if those Shuriken were spotted, and that's not the case right here from CLO. Oh, you know what? He's building some trashers, so I might be wrong about that. Yeah, those trashers are definitely effective anti-air against all of this. Not going to be there for a good long while, though, and the Shurikens are pulled. They're sent to the front lines right now, and they're going to jump on top of all these medium tanks. Is there enough damage to shut these tanks down, though, the ones that are paralyzed anyway? Shurikens need to step forward slowly but surely. There they go. Jumping on top of all this. Probably want to paralyze that trasher. Knock the anti-air out. There we go. That's going to make this a lot better. And just like that, this push has completely turned on its head. Shuriken making this such an efficient fight right here. Really, really nicely done. If we can keep taking out those trashers, we can keep using the Shuriken here. It's kind of a big ask, though. Those trashers have tremendous reach. Yeah, the Shuriken are kind of a genie in a bottle, and once it's let out, you can't really put it back in. You're not going to shut down the anti-air production. You're not going to release the anti-air production. Resbot's trying to patch all this up. I really think a T2 transition is warranted at this point. The armies are getting so big right now, and there's so much metal left out on the field here. 7.8 thousand metal. Maybe I should be less critical, though. These are the pros playing, after all. They probably know what works and what doesn't. Resbots being infinitely blasted and destroyed over here on the right-hand side by an LLT. Always fun to see that. That is what Purgatory looks like. Such a massive tank army. Really hard to gauge which army is going to clash and come out on top right here, but I have to say the army is a whole lot closer to the blue fortress here. So it scares me a little for Bloodier's position. Down go some LLTs over here, though. Down go a metal extractor as well. The grunts will finally, or the grave robbers over here will finally get their rest. They finally get to go back on their feet and not get blasted down immediately. Here come the shurikens, ready to clean this up again. Trasher Singular will dissuade all of those shurikens here. It seems ridiculous, but it really is powerful enough. Nice catch. Get a couple of those Trashers here as well. Always tricky. A near perfect 50-50 split right here. Although I will say this force on the southern side is looking menacing. Do we see that on radar? We do not. Oh no. Oh no, this entire army is out of view over here. Bloodier must have smelled it out because he does have units headed down in that direction. But this is a huge, huge army. I don't think Bloodier really appreciates how massive this army is that's moving down on this side. They finally reveal themselves from behind that mountain right there, jumping on this constructor and a whole bunch of wind turbines. That's always nice, shutting down some of that energy production here. We're up to 1,500 energy production for the for both commanders here, actually. Yeah, basically neck and neck as far as energy production goes. Metal is looking a whole lot better for the red commander, though. I will say, we're going into double production at this point. We've got the tanks turned on, we've got the bots turned on as well. Everybody is just going for full-blown production. Neither player going for that T2 transition. Shuriken here to try and stun some of these units that are right in front of the laboratory. Oh, is it enough, though? Is it enough, though? Those Shuriken take a couple of shots in order to shut down those T1 medium tanks. Oh, what are we doing with these? Oh, they're going to fall back. Okay, I think they probably could have shut down the lab right here, which would have been absolutely crippling to Bloodier. Feels like they could have done some serious damage. Tanks moving on the northern side. Oh, no, these ones are pulled away. There we go. They are queued backwards. That'll be nice. At the very least, those tanks will be cleaned up on the northern side. Medium tanks out in the middle of the map being dealt with as well. Resbots trying desperately to patch things together, but I think they're going to go down just as well right here. Bloodier taking a little bit of an advantage up in the northern side of this map. Definitely falling a little bit on the bottom, though. Yeah, these medium tanks on the bottom side are built up in such sufficient numbers that I really think it's going to be difficult for the blue commander to push through here. Just about as perfect an engagement as you could hope for. Oh, okay, well, we're sending him in a little closer than I think we should. Those medium tanks were just about as perfect of a position as you could hope for. Unfortunately, moved a little too far forward there and ended up going down. Quite difficult to micro all that, as well as the units that are in the back line as well. Units pushing forward on the northern side here. So much pressure these players are under. It's hard to explain how fast your heart is beating when you're playing one of these games like this. A 25-minute 1v1. Medium tanks being pulled all over the place, but I think this is too much damage. Too many wind turbines falling right here, throwing the Equilibrium out for this match, and suddenly the blue player with a huge economic advantage. 75, almost 80 metal per second coming in versus 25 for the blue commander. It'll only need to be a minute or two before the economics just weigh so heavily on the blue player that there's no way out of this. You can kind of kick your base into emergency overdrive by starting to resurrect from the front lines and pumping out units, but the energy has already gone down, and there's no way to pump out anything if you don't have the energy for it. At this point, this is a game well won right here by the red commander. There's not very many comeback mechanics left for the blue commander to exaggerate here in order to actually get back into this. He's going to try, because these are the grand finals after all. It's not the day for giving up early, but certainly this is looking very dire right now for Bloodier. He was going to have to claw himself out of this one from some direction that I couldn't even imagine. Resbots trying to patch things up on this northern side. Medium tanks blasting away at him, a little confused. Resbots just running with reckless abandon. Medium tanks absolutely smashing into each other. Those brutes, man, they are they're brutal. They're brutal. They have a hard time gauging each other, right? They build up in so many numbers that it's hard to gauge each other, but I absolutely think GG is called at a appropriate time here as Bloodier realizes that his opportunity, his window has closed here, and now the economics just aren't weighing in his favor here. I think it wouldn't be long before we saw a T2 transition, and that would have also spelt the end here, but decided to give up at that point. I think that was definitely well warranted. What a back and forth between these two. Man, what a close game. So close up until the very, very end. What an absolutely beautiful back and forth. Love to see that. Oh, they started up already? Oh, no, they didn't start. Okay. Thought they started the new match already before I could even get out of the game. Canis River is going to be our next match, it looks like. Going to be a tricky one. ZLO putting a point on the board, though. A very hard fought point on the board. That was an almost 30-minute long game. Was it actually? Oh, that might be wrong. No, yeah, it was almost 30 minutes long. Yeah, it absolutely was. Whew. That is a heart-pounding amount of APM that's being put into that game. I can absolutely guarantee you that both of those players sat down and put a stethoscope up on their chest. It would sound like the chorus of a drummer on cocaine. It would absolutely be out of their minds. The amount of adrenaline flowing through your veins when you're microing that many units all at the same time, and you're trying to manage all these different things that are all happening all over the place, and you can't really individually spare too much attention to micro all of it. Yeah, it's heart pounding. It's absolutely exhilarating. And for what it's worth, these are the absolute best of the Northern qualifiers, at least as far as this tournament's signups were concerned. So I expect basically nothing but the very, very best from both of these players. Next match. I'm like ringing the bell here. Pouring out another Pib Extra. Hey, Pib Extra, if you're out there and you're listening to this and you're looking for your number one sponsor, yours truly buys out the Pib Extra at my grocery store weekly. So, look no further. Next match is going to be taking place on Heartbreak Hill version 4.0.1. Today spawning on the western side here, representing the red as the red commander, and Cortex going to be ZLO. Spawning over here on the other side of the map in blue, but also Cortex going to be going by the name of Bloodier. Old time Forged Alliance Forever player here, Bloodier. I believe ZLO is as well, actually. So both of these players with tons and tons of experience under their belts as far as playing these RTS games that are similar to Beyond All Reason, but as far as this exact tournament goes, ZLO is with a point on the board. Very nice. Ah, delicious. Pib Extra keeping me in the game today. Looks like ZLO says, I wish maps were symmetric, XD. GLHF. And then Bloodier agrees. Both commanders going to be going for a bot lab here. Not surprised by that. Bots make pretty much the only thing that makes sense on this map. The hillsides here are always really tricky. Trying to go up and down the hillsides on this map is really, really annoying, and especially with vehicles, they're so slow, so unmaneuverable. And there's so many ups and downs. I mean, think about it like this. If you try and move a tank from this position to this position, and it has to go down and then up and then down and then up, it's going to be so slow, versus the bot is going to have basically no trouble going up and down those hills right there. So that's why bots are pretty much 100% the starter pick right here for this type of game. It's not surprising to see. In fact, it would be more surprising to see a commander go for anything but bots on this map. But bots. Gonna send a constructor forward, gonna go claim this area, gonna send it forward to claim all that over there. Very nice. I expect to see a constructor going backwards as well. We've seen that before in the earlier games. A little bit of a slower start right here for the red commander, who's now sending out that constructor. A little bit more of a greedy start right here from Bloody, who went for 2 constructors off the bat before going for too many of those units. We do have some grunts headed across the map right here from CLO, so maybe we'll see if some of those grunts can actually manage to do a little bit of damage over here. Yeah, there's a naked expansion right here, so it's going to be up to the units to defend that one. Radar tower has come up, though, and it detects these bots moving through this area. The little green fog of detection over here detects these grunts inbound, so it's going to mean that the units are here to deflect it for Bloodier. Would love to see these moved into a position where they could intercept before those grunts had a chance to retreat here, so maybe putting them on the sides either way so that they can concave in. But it's a little risky doing that, obviously, because you might lose a metal extractor or two for it. Never an ideal situation in the early. Sorry, I'm just checking... Yeah. ZLO won the game. Okay, just making sure I didn't misspeak over there. That is some good stuff. Ah, man. I've got this terrible sinus thing going on. Don't know exactly what it is. It's like a stuffy nose, but there's nothing in there. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. You know that thing when you lay down at night and one nostril just completely seizes up and the other one opens up wide open? That's what it feels like right now, except both of them are just like completely wrong. I like the expansion coming out right now from ZLO. It feels like the expansion from Bloody is a little bit safer. We'll have to see which one of those pays off more. There's more units across the map right here for ZLO, so maybe these grunts can actually do some damage. Yeah, they realize, wait a second, there's not nearly enough grunts here to take an efficient fight, so we might as well just see if we can fight them. Not going to be the case, though. Bloodier retreats those almost immediately. Pulls the Constructor back as well here. I don't mind that whatsoever. Would love to see an LLT come up. I think an LLT right on this hillside would be really cool. If you build an LLT right here, it can hold this hill, but also fire down into this valley, making it really difficult for units to deal with. I think it would be pretty neat. I think you could definitely do some serious damage. Yeah, ZLO definitely playing this pretty defensively here. This Constructor is way out in the open. It starts up an LLT, but this grunt will eventually find that Constructor before it builds the LLT. Yeah, 30 seconds on that LLT. Yeah, definitely that grunt's going to be able to find the Constructor, maybe even snipe it. It's an excellent pick to pull off a pick on a snipe or on a Constructor early on in the game like that. The radar towers right here are providing immense value for the blue commander here. You can see exactly what Bloodier is seeing right now. Good vision of the entire army moving around all over the place. We do see the grunts moving into the backlines here. Another grunt over on the northern side. Nicely done. Shutting down wherever enemy units may be lurking or lingering, using the units offensively as well. We've got grunts trying to run through this little pathway over here. We've seen used quite extensively today, actually. I feel like multiple times we've seen commanders lose great portions of their base to units sneaking by in that direction. Nicely done by ZLO to keep that well fortified and well under wraps over here. We have some grunts moving forward on the northern side for the red player. We have grunts moving forward on the southern side for the blue player. Might be setting ourselves up for a bit of a yin-yang situation here as both commanders lean heavily on their respective sides right now. Kind of. I mean, both commanders are actually headed towards this northern corner. We do have the Constructor up here that was building a metal extractor. We're going to pull it back. Yeah, no, I mean, I think we can hold the line, at least for now. There's enough grunts to probably do it. Hold the line, that is. Northern side also coming up slowly but surely. These are all naked expansions, though. We're just going for metal extractors. No turrets or anything on the backs of all these, so basically going to rely on the units to defend that Constructor here. No static defense in order to do it. Grunts on this side going to be able to deflect this army. Let's see. Bloodier manages to force back the army right here in red. Not comfortable enough with how that fight would go here, so instead decides to pull back. Constructor going to pull back as well. Wouldn't mind seeing this just dedicate to building these metal extractors backwards. I feel like that would be well worth it at this point. You can see Bloodier dedicating more and more forces to this engagement on the southern side here. Yeah, you can see grunts being sent down south here so that this can be well held. Bloodier going for a bit of a cheeky expansion. So we're going northward, which is always really difficult to hold, and then we're also going southward, which is really difficult to hold. It's a really strange, difficult situation to be in, but I guess if anybody's going to be able to pull it off, it's going to be a commander of this caliber. I would love to see it done, but it's really tricky, it feels like. LLT is going to start coming up here. If we can put the LLTs down, yeah, it looks like about 33 seconds per LLT. If we can put the LLTs down and we can actually manage to, plant them firmly over these metal extractors over here, it might be well worth it to have this army positioned over in this area. That way you can just continually apply pressure from this lane, and units have to be dedicated in this direction, which means they can't be dedicated in other directions here. Not a whole lot of them anyways. Might mean that this northern expansion makes a whole lot of sense right here for Bloodier. Kind of expanding in opposite directions so that one of them can be heavily fortified and the other one can be lightly fortified, which I guess is why this Constructor is not building any turrets whatsoever. Resurrected Constructor. Going to be tasked with setting up this forward outpost. 2 exploiters, some metal extractors, radar tower, LLTs. The whole 9 yards. Army retreats off this plateau down on the southern side. I guess realizing it's not really worth all that much trouble. And I guess I'd agree. Yeah, seems like basically as soon as you start to as soon as too many units are dedicated down there, it becomes cost inefficient to continue fighting for that. Looks like we're going for an air lab here from ZLO. That's interesting. All right, going to be going for some of those aeroplanes, maybe some shurikens, maybe some bombers, trying to do a little bit of damage across the map. There is actually a nice little wind area to bomb right here. If we took out those wind turbines, it'd be quite critical to Bloodier's energy economy. Not that anybody's benefiting too much from wind right now at 3.3. Well, talk about some games with some hilarious wind values. We saw the first game, I believe, or it might have been 2 games ago, was, yeah, there was wind was like stuck at 15 for about 50 seconds or so. Now we're in a game where wind speed is plummeting here. We saw that other game where wind speed was absolutely atrocious. These grunts are sacrificed over here. I don't like that one bit. I think those grunts maybe could have run by and maybe done some more damage to the wind turbines over here. I think they maybe could have pulled back and been saved for later, but I think standing exactly where they were and fighting all these grunts over here, basically no purpose served whatsoever. Gonna be uncomfortable for the blue commander, who's gonna have to deal with the repercussions of that. LLTs over here are gonna be nice for holding it against these grunts here. We do have 5 grunts, not 6, 5 grunts to try and push through. I wonder if we're gonna be able to do some damage. Could certainly shut this down here. I hear a bomber. There's a bomber. Yep. Yep, going right on across. Do we have vision of this? No, okay. That's a pretty excellent spot to bomb right there. Just very, very nice. Looks like vision of the bomber was spotted. I don't know what unit got the vision over here, but there's a, oh, an air lab even came up. Okay. Nice. Bomber will drop 1 payload, killing a single metal extractor. Just about efficient as cleanup as you could possibly hope for. Yeah, it was really nice. We will snipe these metal extractors over here. Nicely done. Those grunts do eventually connect with those metal extractors, which is really, really painful. Shuriken's going to be pulled even to go clean up these grunts over here. There's no units in position. Oh, the grunts can actually fire back. Oh, no. The grunts shut down the shuriken over here. It's so unfortunate. And there we go. Just like that. It only takes a couple of them, but 5 grunts. The commando squad break into the backline over here, start blasting away at well, anything that's over here. Metal extractors, wind turbines, constructors, you name it. Those grunts are more than happy to blast it to smithereens. A couple of them not firing here. Bomber that was sent across the map here. Counter-offensive bomber. Not resurrected or anything, but just built out of the air lab from Bloodier. Sent across the map here. You like your bombs, how about a taste of mine? ZLO now without basically energy economy. My goodness. What a crazy, crazy blow right there from the blue commander, who managed to transition into bombers and then eventually out of them, back into bots here. Yeah, there we go. Bots are going to start pumping back out again. Going for more and more wind turbines. Grunts are going to be coming across the map. We have plenty of shuriken, though, to shut down all of these grunts. I mean, it's not like those grunts are going to get basically any value as soon as the shuriken shut them down. Bombers are uncontested back here. There's no anti-air towers coming up right now. Oh, no. What a nightmare for the red commander here, who has got basically no energy production whatsoever. Forced to start up a bunch of T1 solar panels. Never a comfortable spot when you're forced to start up T1 solar panels. These grunts over here have to get some damage done. If these grunts can't do a tremendous amount of damage to Bloodier's facility right now, this is an absolutely crippling blow that the blue commander has done. Bloodier knows this, and he's willing to sacrifice a couple of his units in order to make sure that this engagement doesn't go in the red commander's way. Shuriken are being pulled whenever they can be, and they're doing a great job. Bloodier's commander retreats between the wind turbines over here, which is always nice, reducing the surface area that those grunts can attack from. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, the shuriken absolutely equalizing this battle right here. Trying to keep that commander alive as best they can. Very, very nice cleanup right there from the blue commander. Yeah. ZLO forced to tap out of this game, meaning that Bloodier will put a point on the board, bringing our score up to 1-1 per person. Very beautiful game right there. I mean, man, what a counterattack with those bombers and the grunts. I mean, that was 5 grunts that ended up winning this game right here, and the bombers just came in to seal the deal right there. Yeah, you can see that economic growth was slow but steady, and then as soon as those bombers connected, boom, knocked ZLO off a ledge, and eventually, yeah, the red commander just couldn't keep up. Wow, what a game. Talk about a finals, right? 1-1. They're gonna head right into the game. They cannot wait to get back at each other's throats. My goodness, you see how quickly that third match started up right here. It's gonna be played on Canis River too, which is always a fun one. I've grown fond of this map. I really have. I featured it today. Was it today? I can't remember if it was today or yesterday. I think it was today. I think it was today's video. There was I featured that match with Strawberry and Lost Dead Man. And yeah, they played on this match on this map, and it looked absolutely phenomenal. I've become certainly a fan. This is the match to determine who will take home the finalist position for the first qualifier round. I think it's going to be a close one. Both of these commanders showing that they're more than capable, going toe to toe with each other, bringing out whatever the best of the best of the best they have. GFL, GF, GFL. Talk about a sentence there, huh? All right, spawning over here on the southern side. Oh, going as Armada. All right, changing things up a little here is Bloatier. Going to be, yeah, spawning as Armada here on the southern side is the red commander. Spawning all the way up in the north is Tagzilo, who's decided to go for Cortex once again. Maybe we're thinking about going for a little bit of, yeah, some vehicle shenanigans. There we go. So yeah, the vehicle lab comes up here for Bloatier. Going to be going into a little bit more energy production. Unfortunately, the wind is dying off right now. Not necessarily going to be the end of the world right here for the red commander. Certainly inconvenient though. The blue commander though having a slightly better time going into some of those solar panels. As metal dense as they are, still going to be providing a nice little energy economy. So at the very least, the blue commander is feeling a little bit better about yeah, how some of this is going. Vehicle base starts up. Wind speed still precarious. Yeah. Still definitely precarious. If wind speed drops, this is going to send Bloatier into a spiral. There we go. Solar panels come up. Good move right there. Those solar panels are very necessary. Stabilize that economy so that unit production can come underway. Pardon me. Sorry, I had to clear my nose there. Anyway, Zalo gets a grunt out. I'm going to send it across. Going for a very stock standard build here. Not going for res bots, not going for construction bot. Well, we are eventually going to go into those, but starting off with the grunt. I think that makes a lot of sense. Sending those grunts across early can reveal a lot about your enemy and especially their position. I think knowing that, yeah, his opponent is Armada and also going vehicles right here is, well, it may change the way that Zelo decides to approach this. Certainly might mean that he goes for a stronger composition. Maybe starts thinking about thugs rather than going for, yeah, some of those grunts, as many of those grunts anyways. The grunts are definitely going to struggle to keep up with blitzes and medium tanks and all that sort of stuff, so yeah, it's going to be tricky here. It also means that he knows that Bloatier is going to be forced to take a very aggressive expansion, which means that he can pile on the aggression early on a whole lot thicker. Yeah, sending more and more units across the map here to yeah, be aggressive is certainly going to be quite valuable for the blue commander. That window closes though, right? That window definitely has a time limit on it, and as soon as it closes, it yeah, it means that you're pretty much out of luck if you want to do any more aggression, because those vehicles are so sturdy and they have such an easy time deflecting a lot of your attacks. They can be very, very powerful. This one rover in the backline has been such a pain in the neck here for CLO. Yeah, this rover is going to try and zoom on by over here. Oh, a little slow. Okay, still so quick though. Yeah, it'll zoom on by here, trying to get a look at the backline here and see what's going on. Already a perfect scout though for Bloatier. He knows exactly what his opponent is going into. He sees the bot lab, he sees the production, he sees basically everything, which means that he's got to feel pretty comfortable about taking these expansions here and making sure that, yeah, slowly but surely the metal extractors do come up and online, and all this slowly starts to build up until eventually there's so much of a steamroll that you can't really stop it with bots. Nice catch right there. Bots, or Grunt rather, is taken down by the Blitz right here from Bloatier. Really, really nice to see. Love that. Rover coming across, or still harassing in the backline, actually. I think that's the same Rover. Yeah, alright, well, that's quite nice. Rover was never caught, and will manage to take down a metal extractor. Alright, very nice. Snipes a metal extractor. Gotta remember, the metal is already in the building, even when it's in its construction phase like that, so when you snipe it like that, it does mean that you still get the metal. And for a Rover, which costs exactly 31 metal, it's definitely well worth it. Metal extractor was sniped over here by a grunt as well, but that will be blasted apart just as well by some of these rovers and well, rover and blitzes that were sent out over here. Now we're sending some blitzes over, and I think we're going to start trying to be aggressive with these. You got to be careful, because the blitzes are quite powerful, but they're not all powerful, and certainly enough grunts are going to be able to blast them apart. Grunts can actually kite against blitzes quite effectively. It's a weird kind of an engagement, but they can definitely do it. There we go. You see 3 of them blasting down that blitz pretty quickly. Also, the surrounding bonus helping quite a lot. And certainly, if you're playing with bots, you're going to have way, way, way more units, which means your surround bonus can be quite a bit better. More metal extractors coming up every second here, though. Vador desperately needs some energy. Yeah, starts up some wind turbines here. 4 wind speed is pretty brutal. Yeah, Red Commander decides to go into some solar panels here, and I can't blame him. Those four energy wind turbines really, really hurt. Start to make the economy really difficult to manage. You definitely need a lot to keep those wind turbines growing at an appreciable rate. You need at least a couple constructors working on a couple different fields of wind turbines in order to keep them growing at a rate that really means anything in the terms of a game like this. Usually, I think what's appreciable, at least in my eyes, is two constructors working on a couple different rows of 2x wind turbines, right? A couple rows of 2 wide wind turbines. Usually seems to work out pretty well. A couple of blitzes have been consigned to their death and are going to head on across the map over here. Resurrected blitz, actually going to be great for defense right here. Oh, constructor gets sniped right there though. Oh, that's quite a nice snipe. Yeah, that's actually really, really nice. Blitz is getting to the backline here. They're not really interested in killing the enemy units as they should be. They're interested in killing the metal extractors. Sorry, it is correct of them to go after the metal extractors, not the enemy units. So I love to see that. The blitzes, man, they're so sturdy. At least compared to the bots, there's really no way that ZLO can just keep up with all this. There's just too much happening all over the place. The blue commander already being shut down in so many different places all at once. Meanwhile, the red commander has had absolutely no pushback whatsoever. Yeah, the blitzes are just continuing to swarm across the map here. The rover's also making it really effective because of that flanking bonus again. Meaning that, yeah, suddenly these units are taking basically double damage from all the blitzes over here. GG is called, and Bloodier will take this game in a 7-minute game. We went from a 30-minute game to a 7-minute game here as Bloodier manages to put his 2nd point on the board, meaning that he wins this 2nd match. Oh, wait. Is this a best of 5? This might be a best of 5. Hold on a second. This might be a best of 5. That might not be the last game. Let's check in chat really quickly. Is this a best of 5? Is this a BO5? This might actually be a best of 5 here. Okay, it is a best of 3. Okay. Then GG to Bloodier, who manages to take the title here. Very, very nice. GG, boys. GG, fellas. That was a really, really cool match right there. Absolutely love the aggression. Man, makes the blitz look strong, huh? The blitz looked absolutely indomitable right here. That was really, really nice. GN, says Bloodier, probably ready to go to bed. Man, what a game right there. Let's pull up the tournament bracket for the very last time here. I think this will... yeah, it looks like it's not updated yet. Let me put that over here. And hit that button. All right. There we are. All right, so Bloodier versus ZLO. Bloodier actually takes the title right here, and that means that he is going to be the reigning champion of the, at least this qualifiers tournament. Very, very nice. Very epic tournament between a whole lot of people. Thanks a ton to everybody who came out and played, by the way. This was a absolute treat. I'm going to stick around and I'm going to play a couple of games of, community games and that sort of thing. So if you'd like to join in on those, you're more than welcome to. And we're going to go jump on in over to that. But I just want to say a special thanks, especially to Barcast TV, for putting a lot of this together. I know it's very stressful to put these tournaments up and running and get all this coordinated. So really, really appreciate that. That's definitely, a lot of work. And I want to make sure that it's well appreciated here. Also, a special congratulations to all 4 of our qualifiers here. Bloodier, Lopatka, Vador, and ZLO will all be going on to the grand finals, which will be happening on the 24th. To be clear, that is the finals of the tournament here. There will be 4 qualifiers, and then there's the tournaments. and then or the grand finals tournament, and that'll be where all the prize money is at. So congratulations to you four. And I guess let's go ahead and jump into a couple of community games, huh? Long awaited community games. Let's see here. I'm just making sure that there's nothing else I have to do, but I don't think there is. I think we're basically ready. All right, let's get something up and running. Man, after watching the pros play, it really makes me itch to play, huh? makes me want to get down to business. Start playing some good old-fashioned games. 8v8 map roto, 3 chef plus, free pizza for winners. All right. It's quite a lobby we've inherited. Brightworks. And my Brightworks stream lobby. We'll just go stream lobby. There we go. Wow. What a tournament between all those two. That was a pretty wild one. Oh, you know what? I'm still 5 minutes delayed though. That's gonna be tricky. That's gonna be tricky. Maybe we'll start up a little. I wonder if I can cancel the stream delay. I wonder if I can cancel the stream delay, huh? Let me see about that. We'll wait here for a minute and see if anybody joins in. Absolutely beautiful tournament. Let me see here. Yeah, it looks like we're basically done in there, so I don't think there's any problem with that. Just making sure the tournament business is all wrapped up and nice and neatly cleaned up here. Let me see if there's any way I can remove the stream delay. I wonder if I can do it while we're actually streaming. I'd assume that I could. What if I just disable it? Apply. What happens now? Maybe it will finish the delay. I don't know what'll happen actually. Maybe it'll finish the delay and then it'll like catch up with us or something. I'm actually completely unsure what's about to happen. Maybe it'll just cut off or something in the stream. I really have no idea. We will see what happens as far as that goes. I don't know if it's possible to turn off stream delay midstream. Seems pretty interesting. I have no idea. we will see, I suppose. Pretty interesting. Okay, well, so one of the things is the release candidate units no longer is necessary, right? Because demons are already part of the game. We might turn it on for some of these other ones, I guess. Yeah, why not? Legion, expanded T2C. Let's leave that off actually, because I want to see the some of the other units. Let's look at unit modifiers. In the meantime, I'll just let this do its thing. I don't know what the stream is up to right now. I have to wait 5 minutes to see what's gonna happen. Like, I wonder if the cutoff is just gonna jump or something. Energy conversion efficiency multiplier. Oh, it only goes up to 2 now. Okay. Thought it was supposed to go to 10, but that's fine. Okay, looks like it actually works. Ooh, yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Harder to yeah, harder to stream snipe if I have a little delay, huh? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I just it's just a little weird. I usually prefer to engage with people live on these things than yeah, do that from behind. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess I can't do it. I guess I can't do it from. inside of a live stream. I don't know what changing that setting did. Like I can't figure out how it would figure it out aside from just jumping directly to the stream to like the current point. Yeah. Right. Don't read this out loud. Yeah. If you ask me not to read something out loud, I'm gonna read it out loud every single time, without a doubt and without any change. I will absolutely read it out loud, just because you said so. No, I've gotten better about it. I certainly don't read everything out loud. Let's go to an actual map. Oh, I know what I wanted to try. I want to try this. Yeah, we're gonna try Canis River, but yeah, we'll do a 1v1 map that we've seen a whole bunch of today, but we'll play it as an 8v8. Why not? Should be good fun. Should be some damn good fun. I guess I'll just leave the stream delay because I guess I don't know how to fix it mid chat or mid stream anyway. It's probably not possible. I thought it would be. Apparently it's not. Just one of those things, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is going to be like. I don't know if it's going to make a jump forward or something, or like how it's going to do that at all. I have absolutely no clue. Still checking tournament stuff. Just making sure it's all working properly. Anyway, green.p. I guess we're just gonna play with the delay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna spec you. You're not ready, and there's a lot of people in chat that or not in chat, but in the join queue that I'm sure would be more than happy to join us. There we go. Let's get it started. I think it's time to get it started. Man, what a good finals match. That was a really, really cool finals match. Really loved the really loved the way that finals match ended up going. Oh, interesting. Okay, Numpty. Hey, if you want to do that, I'll just go tech, I guess. Yeah, I can do a tech build back here. Tried to get him to set it to 10, but Flores was like, no, Momexes. And Behareth was like, what he said. Oh, well. I don't, like, it just seems consistent, right? Like, everything else is 10, right? Hey, man, I appreciate you doing the most. Appreciate you, yeah, going and, you know, putting the word out. I really do. Seems like an extremely uphill battle. Seems like an 89-degree battle. Appreciate the work, Frag. My response is 5 min delayed. Yeah, a little weird to not have the ability to respond in real time. A little odd. But, you know, it is what it is. All right. Let's get this party started. I'm hoping to get 2 games in before 4. I think it should be possible. I think it should certainly be possible. Feels good to play a game after, yeah, after not playing for so long. After watching games all day and actually getting to play one. Feels refreshing, to say the very least. And now we're all very familiar with this map. It's great. We all know exactly what's going on. Yeah, it's true. We can always use tweak units. We can always use the janky method as well. Like, there's no reason that wouldn't work anymore. Just quadruple it and then set it to 0.25 or something like that. It could still work. What does one of these cost? 4,000 energy. Pretty expensive. Pretty expensive. Yeah, that. You're not helping the way I was hoping you were helping.
Aircraft spotted.
Let's see if we can walk a goblin across. I have a feeling the answer is probably no.
Low power.
How can I stream snipe with a 5-minute delay? Exactly. Exactly. You can't. That's the whole thing. I'm gonna come to try and help El Chapo Jr. He's got a lot going on right now.
Air transport detected.
Reed Sweet went over there too. Tricky. Very tricky. Nice. Paralyze the LLT, which is always nice. Shuts that off quite nicely. Put a radar tower down. They're extremely nice for vision and whatnot. Make a little trio of LLTs over there. I think it'll work out. I prophesize that it will work out.
Low power.
You're preaching to the choir here, Fragnarok. We all agree with you. We all see the error of the ways. Yeah. We get it. There we go. Shut that down. Cage is 4 minutes late. Yeah, you can blame the stream delay. Oh yeah, love those ballista. Oh, I just inherited a whole bunch of metal. Oh, it's from that thing. Nice. Gonna blast that thing down. Always very good. Cause a little bit of an upset over there as well. Get uncomfortable for Reed Sweet over here.
T2 unit detected.
Blow me up. Blow me up. Nice. Very nice. Eat this real quick.
Low power.
Low power. Always feels good. Let's send a little to El Chapo Jr. Took a hit in the early game. Looks like indeed those units can run across the river, by the way. Always good to know. These metal extractors do take a hefty sum. Let's go have a feast. A fern feast. Probably shouldn't have sent that metal, actually. Probably should have just eaten it. Like a greedy, greedy boy. Can you eat me and send me the metal? Start up a bunch of these T2 constructors. There we go. That's a great little push right there. He's not eating me. The strategy relied on him eating me and sending me the metal. There we go. There we go. Appreciated. Much appreciated. Oh, nice snipe on that commander right there. Very nice snipe on that commander. Alright, so this guy forward. Paid, says Mercoil. Yeah, I'm just gonna get T2 for everybody. Let's see. Let's send a T2 over to Xeno as well. I feel like Xeno might need one. Yep. Let's send one to... I bet Venaja can actually take care of themselves for a little while. Send it to El Chapo Jr. Send one back to Mirtander. We are the T2 factory. Seize the means of T2 production. It's beautiful. Everything I could have hoped for. And then we'll get Raptor one, I guess, will be our last one that we send to somebody. Maybe we should just upgrade our own, actually. I'll keep the T2 lab around. Normally I would eat it, but I'll keep it around so that I can make another one for somebody else, but I'll upgrade my mexes. There we go. That'll be fine. Surely it'll be fine. Oh, you want one? Alright, I'll get you one, Venaja. One sec. Venaja is looking downright oppressive on that lane anyway, so I'm not too concerned. I have a feeling Venaja is going to be okay with that one for a minute. Go get those up and running. All right, here we go. Start these up. And what would be immensely useful on the battlefield? Maybe one of these wouldn't be too bad. This is kind of intense. I agree. This is kind of intense. Do that. Send this guy to the front. Let's send... Let's see, what can we... Oh, not that. This. Maybe we really just do want to send a whole bunch of... I don't know. I think we need a T2. I want to make some Twitchers too. I think if anybody has a use for them, those Twitchers would be useful. I think Vanaja might have a use for it. I will hand it off. There we go. That. Random anti-air all over the place. Always useful at some point. So grab that. Put that away. Lose a little bit of metal on it, but it's fine. It's fine. It's just a little metal. It's not like we're losing it either. I mean, it just goes to whoever needs it. Just goes to whoever needs it. Let's see what we can do over here. See if we can do some damage. Oh, right when those tanks turn around. Beautiful. Beautiful. Hand that over to that guy. He can utilize it. Go. Do that really quickly. And we're looking pretty good. Fat boy, eh? Sent a Twitcher. I hope it is useful. Yeah, we got some build power coming up. That'll be great. That'll be just great. Boy, build power is expensive these days. You know, back in my day, build power was cheap. I didn't have to pay for build power. Shaking my head. Can we do T3 production off of off of a single fusion, I wonder? Probably not. Let's go on T2 instead.
Nuclear bomber detected.
Oh. Nuclear bomber, huh? reminds me to should not get nuked as well. Looks like everybody remembered that all at the same time. Love to see it. Everybody said, oh yeah, nuclear bomber. That reminds me of this other thing that I don't want to happen. You could see the ripples of realization go through everybody's face simultaneously. It's pretty funny. Alright, let's do this, and how about that? That works. Place and resign vote don't work. You can just resign at the top if that's really true. Do people actually not... Is it actually over? You guys actually vote to resign? I'm a little unconvinced, I'm not gonna lie. I know they wouldn't give up that easily. Those are warriors. No, I went for this T2 lab for the sole exclusive purpose of using it, but I never used it. And this persecutor is just brutal. Taking so long, I'm building fusion instead of units. Okay. I don't know what to feel about that. I hope your team finds the courage. There we go. Got that up and running. To the bitter end. That's what I say. To the bitter end. Team Blues units. Come on, Reed Sweet. Keep it cool. Keep it casual. Just resign if you're not going to play. Or if you want your team to lose. Keep it real light. Got a self-destruct back there? Gotta be careful with that, man. You can get banned for doing stuff like that. You can get super turbo banned. There we go. You just gotta resign, everybody. It's not a matter of blowing up your teammates' infrastructure. Hope everything was all right over there. Sheesh. Seems like it got a little spicy. Team scramble. Yeah, well, it should balance out eventually here. Should we play another one? I feel like we didn't get a fair trial on that one. I feel like, yeah, maybe people are unhappy with the way that match went. Why don't we try it? Why don't we try it again? One more time. Let's run it back. Let everybody get a chance to feel balanced here. Apparently, the red team did not have a very good time that game. Apparently, I don't know. Didn't seem like they were the happiest campers, I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. It stopped. What stopped? Oh, you're moving up the ladder stopped. Or moving up the queue, I mean. No. Run it back. One more try. Let's ring everybody. There's no one to ring. Oh. Would you look at that? Well, would you look at that? And I guess that's just all there is to it. That's just all there is to it. Yeah, I want to try this again. I'm going to play the exact same spot. I want to play the exact same spot. Although maybe I want to play back here and play air, actually. Maybe. Oh, Reed Sweet's playing over there. Okay, that works. So, last time I had somebody spawn up here and they went in front of me, and that worked pretty good. If I... Okay, Humbleguard's going to spawn in front of me. Okay, sure. Yeah, this could work. This could definitely work. So milli-tapped. I don't know what milli-tapped means. It's not a phrase that I think I've ever heard before. Who are we waiting on here? Oh, I bet it's Cage. Oh no, it's Baraka Mount. Looks like Cage has some competition. Baraka Mount right up on the front line, boldly and proudly. Love that. Love that. We gotta chill in the chats. Everybody's had a long day, it would appear like. Egg roll, you there? Egg roll available? Where's hold on, let me ring him. Let me ring him. Where's egg roll at? Oh, there he is. All right. Oh wait, what was that? I hit some combination of buttons, and it ended up opening a new tab. Force start. There we go. Feels like a map that belongs in the Age of Mythology. Is that another RTS game? I've never heard of that. Let's go into the third metal extractor, actually. I didn't do that last game, but now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should just go into the third mechs. For the same logic as to why I went directly into the bot lab is the same logic as why you should go into your third mechs. Is because you have the energy for it, so you might as well. There's not exactly a downside. A whole bunch of constructors here. Always love some good constructors here and there. Wind speed is not looking phenomenal today. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, it's looking a little sour. I think this will work though. We'll make it work. Yep, just gonna do a whole bunch of those.
Aircraft spotted. Low power.
Oh, that's annoying. That's pretty annoying for that commander. Incisor, doing the very most. Love to see it. Oh, there's a couple suicide bombers. Oh, no. That's gotta burn. Yeah, this scout just absolutely obliterated us. And by obliterated, I mean got a good view of what's going on. Which, you know, depending on your
Air
frame of reference
detected.
may not be the same thing. Where? Where air? Where transport? Oh, where transport? It transforms at the full moon. I'll rebuild these for my teammate. That way he doesn't have to come all the way back. They're not going to be as good because they're Legion, but they'll do. They'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh, we have a fighter? Do we have any fighters? Do we have any anti-air? So just self-D on him. You're gonna have to self-D on him. Or fighters, or something. There we go. Alright. That works. Huh. Alright, that's a lot of juicy metal. Steamer mode is on. It's like streamer mode, but it makes hot baths. Let's hand these over to this guy. There we go, this one as well. Okay. Let's put a radar over here. Looks like Retweet is going T2 already. Okay. Here, why don't we just hand you all the metal? There we go. Oh, Aeon went T2. Here, Aeon, just pass all of it back to him, and then we'll just get T2 out super duper quick. Super speed T2. Actually, I'm gonna send the commander over here. I think Humblegar might need some help. Nice. Yeah, Legion Commander's pretty good at cleaning these guys up. Railgun also pretty good at cleaning these guys up, though.
Detected.
So, you know, take what we can get.
You've received new units.
I have, thank you. Here, let me share you a whole bunch of energy. Metal and stuff. Whole bunch of stuff and things. Never upgraded to the super mexes, which is a little bit of a bummer. There's some suicide planes. Oh, the railgun didn't shoot it in time. Paying for everyone's T2s. I want everyone and their mother to have a T2. The Janus. Wow, that hurt. That Janus is one hell of a drug. They make the Janus more powerful? Could have swore that thing wasn't that powerful before. To waste its shots on these half-built LLTs over here. Call them half-builts. I'm gonna pull back. Build some actual LLTs. Did he get T2'd everybody? That was a quick propagation if you got T2'd everybody. I don't think this side has T2, right? Go. Scout plane headed in that direction. Should be shot down here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, read sweet. Get everybody some T2. I'll pay for all of it. Just start up those T2s. Send them everywhere. Everywhere. Fjordable here. Oh, is there like a place you can cross the river? That's what that would mean. I know my linguistics. I speak of the language. Upgraded metal extractors are sweet. Love those. Let's go for a air lab, I guess. Yeah, let's go for an air lab, I guess. Let's just send a scout over here to see what we're dealing with. Nausea, okay. Yeah, not bad. Send one over here, see what this is. Nice. Should be a whole lot of vision all over the place. Wind speed is somewhat plummeting, which means we probably want to get a couple of these.
Low power.
No. Our beloved wind speed, 71 energy a pop. Not going to be tremendous. Okay, let's turn this off for a second. Maybe we can, there we go. Yeah, we can actually send some meaningful numbers at this point. There we go. Yep. Maroon's constructor is funneling metal. Oh no. Not good. There we go. I think everybody's got T2 now, surely. There we go. Yeah, it looks like Numpty has T2. Does Clombaz have T2? Might not. I think basically everybody has T2. You don't have T2, you gotta call it out at this point. Let's see. Can we detonate this? Yeah. I think that'll not kill anything. Build one of these real quick. Go for one of these real quick. Heat this up real quick. And we are good. Yeah. Very nice. Wind speed finally recovering. Which always feels nice. There we go. Dip that corpse. Go for something like this. I feel like that'll make sense. Hero Gunslinger makes it into the back line. Oh, Hero Fiend makes it into the Gunslinger. Damn. So close, yet so far. Let's build one of you. And maybe even one of you.
Low power.
What did I build this for? Can't remember what this lab was for. Oh well. this up and running. Give a little vision over there. It's always really helpful. Gotta time it right so he can feast. Didn't get it. It's alright, I'll be up and running in just a second here. Juicy. Very juicy. Built a little thingy. A little thingy. I'm fond of little thingies. Do good work. The railgun trucks are pretty powerful, but man, they do fires pretty slow. Hard to make those extremely efficient. Platypus, making it through. Also doing a great job of shutting down some of their air power, which is always nice. Worth it even just for that. Finally, our bomber. Let's go for one of those. I think it might work out pretty well. Commander went down over here. That's a lot of hounds on that side. Hope we're ready for hound warfare. I only got to fire that once. What a bummer. That was not very cost efficient of me. Womp womp. Let's produce another one of these real quick. Wasting energy. My goodness. All right. Hounds doing a great job cleaning up everything over there. Can you do a few pinpointers, plus? A couple of pinpointers might just push us in exactly the right direction here. Really? Come on. Come on now. appreciate if you could figure that out for me. Really would. It's not that hard, surely. Alright. These are almost done. As soon as they are, we will turn this on. Somebody kill this thing. Anybody. Not just anybody. Think I can do anything cool here? Maybe. Maybe. Come in from just the right angle. With just enough speed. Not quite. Wow. Talk about anti-air over there. Sheesh. There appears to be quite a lot. Intriguing. They shoot down my mine layer? Oh, they did, didn't they? What a bummer. Really was hoping they would just not do that.
You're overflowing metal.
Man. Oh boy. Absolutely zero damage. Love that. Love the way that mountains do that to me. God damn it. That happened to me last time too. Oh, man. Man. Not cool, man. Send the Venators. There are hardly any planes fast enough to catch them. Banishers looking sick as always. Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's grab these, grab this. Should work out pretty good. Love that. We got an Inferno. Always fun, the Inferno. And by fun, I mean on fire. Everything on fire. Can I get an air con? Sure. Build that real quick. Oh, you're latched on to me. Be careful about that. There we go. Yep. Oh, I just threw away so much of that. I did not realize I didn't have enough metal storage. Always fun. There we go. Just handed out a whole bunch of metal. Always good when that happens. Love it. There we go. Wind speed is going back up, so we'll be able to afford to pay for this thing once we get our refund. This thing doesn't have a high arcing mode, which is important to remember. Interceptors are pretty cool. I like that they're so quick. It does make them feel really awesome. Nice. The tick wave. Absolutely blowing them to smithereens. Love to see that. Commander or a Titan? I cannot tell. Send an interceptor to check. So many flag trucks over here. Can't figure out how to get over there. So many flag trucks. Let's wait this guy real quick. Let's do some basic economics. Build power. Phenomenal. Love me some build power. Let's attach you. Let's grab you guys. And just build a whole bunch of light anti-air all over. It'll be great for if they send a scout wave, and we just need to shoot down about 6 of them. 6 to 20 of them. Because more than anything else, you're not really going to be very useful right now. So that's pretty much how that shakes down. Go for this.
You're overflowing metal.
For this guy over here. Looks pretty good. Vanguard's getting overrun by goblins. Last time you saw that, probably 1% over never. I don't know anybody that's ever seen goblins overrunning the Vanguard. Makes sense on you know, mathematics, but pretty funny. Real mathematic-like.
T3 unit detected.
You don't say. Well, that was a nice hit right there. That was juicy. Very juicy. Let's come over here and see what they're building. What exactly are they constructing over here? Thanks for that. Yeah, thank you. I will do. Let's go for these.
You're overflowing metal.
It's fine. I can fix that. They've got demons. They've got demons. The game without the HUD is so beautiful. Yeah, you're right. It's very cinematic. How about like that? There we go. And let's pump out some units. What can we do against those guys? How about Shiva, I guess?
T3 unit is ready. Stealthy units detected.
Just taking hits. Somehow my guy stayed alive. Don't know how that happened. Where's my...
Stealthy
Fort
units
Smeller.
detected.
Go. Send the Shiva out. Hope they can do something. Hope and pray. That Tsar's getting very close. Not Tsar, that Thor. Getting very, very close. Not super duper comfy. Oh, Bulgar's a Legion commander. So much damage all over the place. Oh, the Thors are so brutal. Damn. I was just an hour too slow.
Warning. Your team is
If
down
only.
to its
If
last
only.
commander.
Damn. GG. If only I'd produced some units. I tried. I really did. I really did. What a game. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this has been a bit of a strange one for sure, but that is where I'm going to have to call it. It's 4 o'clock and I got to use the bathroom, and I also got to go take care of some stuff. Some things came up, but I do appreciate everybody coming in. I know we only got a couple of games out today as far as community games go, but I sure hope you enjoyed the 1v1s. Sure hope you'll enjoy watching some more. I'm not sure how many more of these I'll cast. Maybe I'll cast some tomorrow as well, but I'll definitely be here for the other one. The finals, grand finals that are happening on the 24th. So be there or be square, and I guess I will see you in the very next one, whatsoever that is. Yeah, the